Chapter 476 Coliseum. The second set of bots returned a message. Underground prison discovered. They are located in the southwest corner of town number 7. Beneath an underground coliseum. Beast fighting is also the favorite entertainment of mercenaries. Nothing is more exciting than blood and fighting. At the same time, beast fighting is often accompanied by gambling. And any mercenary has the right to place a bet. The excitement brought by such bets combined with the bloody excitement is enough to make people forget to leave. In town number 7, there are several types of fighting beasts. For example, in a pure beast fight, the beasts on both sides can be caught from the wilderness. Or they can be cultivated by oneself since childhood. As long as they can fight. In addition, you can also replace one of them with a slave, and let the slave fight the beast of the other side. Some even let slaves fight directly with slaves. What mercenaries like to watch most is the fighting between relatives such as fathers, sons, and brothers. They are forced to kill each other, and only one of them is allowed to survive. And they do not allow one party to commit suicide. If one party commits suicide, they will kill the other party as well. In other words, one must fight to the death. Even if the battle is not exciting enough, they will kill both sides. Therefore, the slaves on the field could only endure the grief and fight each other until the blood was drained, in exchange for a possible life for the other party. Now, in the underground coliseum discovered by the second group of nano-robots, a killing between father and son is taking place. The current atmosphere was extremely crazy, and the sound of cheers and roars resounded throughout the coliseum. Kill! Kill them all! Use your knife! Didn't you hacking eat? Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Roll over! Don't you know how to do this? In the surrounding stands, hundreds of mercenaries were blushing and yelling crazily. They waved their fists, and all stood up from their seats. Their faces were full of excitement, and each of them seemed to be eager to get off the field and fight in person. After all, many of them had placed bets. Some betting on their father to win. Some betting on their son to win. And the bets amounted to a lot of money. Death is very common in the wilderness. Therefore, most mercenaries do not leave much money for themselves and spend it immediately for fear that they will not enjoy it. When the person dies, the money just runs out. This is the perfect life. In the center of the Colosseum is a huge bloody arena. The ring is surrounded by a tough metal mesh to ensure that the fighting in the ring will not harm the audience, and to ensure that no excited spectators rush in. At this moment, two men with weapons were fighting on the field. Ding dong! The weapons intertwined. The sound was crisp, and a long string of sparks was drawn. One of them was older, with a beard and dark skin, about 50 years old. The other person is younger, looking to be in his early 20s, which is a strong age. They were a father and son who originally lived in a small town on the outskirts of Haishing City. They had a happy family, and were envied by many people in the town. But just half a month ago, a group of cruel wandering mercenaries sacked their town, killing wildly and wantonly in the town. They lit fires, laughed wildly and harvested innocent heads one after another, and tortured innocent girls in the town, like a group of carnival lunatics. After one night, the entire town was devastated and in a mess, with mutilated corpses everywhere, turning it into a dead place. Only a handful of people were taken as slaves and managed to survive. However, the miserable life of a slave is actually no better than death. They were forced to sign contracts, and were transported to various parts of the Southwest. Some became slave laborers in mining, and some became living organ and blood suppliers. It can be said that life was worse than death. The father and son were sold to the Colosseum in town number 7, and were bought by the owner of the Colosseum for 8,000 each. In fact, ordinary slaves don't need 8,000 at all. But because they are father and son, they are more valuable and more eye-catching. So the price has been raised. Many mercenaries here like to watch the drama of father and son killing each other. Kill! Are you deaf? What is the knife in your hand for? Cut it down! Don't stand there stupidly. I invested 3,000 yuan in you. If you die, who will I ask for it from? Get away! Get away quickly! Around the Colosseum, countless chaotic roars and screams were superimposed, like a large and airtight net, trapping the entire bloody arena layer by layer. The father and son in the net were like two cornered prey, unable to break free at all. Both of them looked sad, with deep sorrow and pain in their eyes. They were already covered in injuries. Their clothes were covered with cuts of various sizes, and the same was true for their skin, which was stained red with blood. Opposite them is their dearest person, but they have no choice but one of them to survive, and they couldn't even hold back too obviously. Every time they waved their weapons, They had to try their best to pretend to go all out, cutting bloody and cruel marks on the opponent's body. Stab dash. Another swing of the knife left another scar on his father's body. This injury was far more serious than the other wounds, with bones visible deep inside, and blood gushing out like a fountain in an instant. He groaned, a trace of pain flashing across his face. But the young man opposite was even more painful. He was heartbroken. His face was full of tears, and his hands were trembling. Father. The young man's eyes were red. His lips were trembling, and tears were falling down. This battle actually ended very early. The man as a father told him, the ending long before it began. The one who survives must be him. He is still young and has more time. There is hope if you live. Don't cry! Live! Live! The man opposite had a hoarse voice. He endured the pain and swung the knife. It seemed to be very hard, and he slashed hard. But in the end it just hit the young man's blade, and he was bounced back several times by the force of the rebound. Step. Blood continued to gush out from his wounds, making his face paler and his body gradually weaker. His life, just like the bright red blood, was flowing out of his body bit by bit. Come on! That old guy can't do it anymore! The surrounding mercenaries shouted wildly and waved their fists, their voices getting louder every time. On the ring, the young man's face was full of pain. The hand holding the knife kept shaking, and the world in front of him was blurred by tears. But the more painful he was, the more excited the mercenaries around him became. Come on! Do it quickly! If you don't do anything, I will kill you too! Quick! I'll give you 10 seconds! Hurry up! The mercenaries yelled crazily and wantonly, as if they had taken medicine, and kept urging the young man to kill his father. The atmosphere of the entire Colosseum was ignited by swords and blood again and again, and it had reached its peak. When Su Xia received the news, she focused her attention on the Colosseum. He happened to see the last scene. On the ring, sword light flashed, blood surged, and a corpse fell. Not surprisingly, it belongs to the father. In the last few seconds before his death, there was no pain on his face. He just looked at the child with a firm look and kept repeating those two words. Live! Live! Only by surviving can you have the possibility of revenge, even if this hope is so slim that it is close to zero. As long as you are alive, everything is not over. The power of revenge is always the most powerful driving force in the world. Crack! The young man looked miserable and dropped the knife in his hand. He didn't know whether he was crying or laughing. Tears and blood were mixed on his face. He was lying on his father's body, wailing in pain and almost despair. In the surrounding stands, many mercenaries blushed and gave the most excited cheers. Death is painful but also pleasurable. However, a handful of mercenaries shook their heads with expressions of, sure enough, as if they had expected this outcome. It's like this again. It's really annoying. Every time the father lets his son live, there's nothing new. A mercenary complained. Isn't that right? I invested 2,000 in that old guy, but now it's all in vain, said another mercenary. Didn't I tell you not to vote? Why did you vote anyway? The odds are high for that old guy. Maybe there will be an accident. Give it a try and the bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. This group of mercenaries discussed the gains and losses of money without being so enthusiastic. At the same time, the master of the Colosseum was sitting high up with a calm expression, gently swaying the red wine in his hand, and ordered the subordinates beside him. Take the kid down from the ring. Heal him, and don't let him die. Yes. Tell him that if you want revenge, you can only become stronger. The owner of the Colosseum looked indifferently, glanced at the wailing young man in the ring, and continued. Tell him that I will give him a chance. Every time he wins, I will give him a chance to absorb titanium particles. If he can win 30 times, I will give him a low-level psychic potion. And if he can win 100 times, I will give him a chance to get rid of his slave status. Yes. Do you have any other instructions? No. Let's go! The master of the Colosseum waved his hand. The subordinate bowed slightly, and then slowly retreated. These conversations were naturally heard clearly by Su Xia, and nothing was missed. Does the master of the Colosseum want to raise Gu? Su Xia thought to herself. He must have the means to control slaves. No matter how strong the Gu he raises is, it cannot escape his control. If this method is used well, you can cultivate a group of powerful warriors who will never die in 100 battles. However, if it is not used properly, it may be counterattacked by the dead soldiers coming out of this group of killings. Su Xia didn't stay long, and quickly followed the instructions of the nano-robot, and entered the depths of the underground Colosseum. People in this world have a weird habit. They all like to dig underground. I don't know if it was affected by the war. Many places may seem ordinary on the surface, but the contents of the underground world can surprise you. As Su Xiao went down, the underground world of the Colosseum was beyond his imagination. It was as big as the second underground floor of the pharmacy. The underground world is brightly lit, and there are many places where people can rest, entertain, or communicate privately. After Mou went 20 meters underground, Su Xiao entered a new area. This area finally has some underground dark feel. He came to a passage. There are slippery and cold stone walls on both sides of the passage. The lights are dim, and the front and rear are pitch black. Occasionally, one or two screams and wails come from the depths of the passage. Continuing deeper, you can see the scene that the nanorobots explored before the underground prison. These cells are individual rooms, short and compact, much smaller than normal prison rooms, more like solitary rooms, distributed on both sides of the corridor, and each room is closed by a thick metal door. Is this where the master of the Colosseum keeps his slaves? Su Xiao looked briefly. There is a small square hole on each metal door, through which the situation inside can be observed. He dispersed the group of nanobots and searched separately, one by one, without missing any room. Members of the Nanfeng organization should not be imprisoned here. Su Xiao was mentally prepared. After all, this is the private prison of the owner of the Colosseum, and the possibility of imprisoning members of the Nanfeng organization is very small. Among all the detainees, members of the Nanfeng organization should have the highest priority. They should be held in a more private and secure location. Of course, it does not rule out that the top leaders of the mercenary organizations would think otherwise and lock them in such a seemingly ordinary area. After more than 10 minutes, the search ended. The final result also verified Su Xiao's conjecture. There are indeed no members of the Nanfeng organization here. Only more than 100 innocent ordinary people. It's still early, so look for it slowly. Su Xiao was not in a hurry and ordered the group of nanorobots to leave the Colosseum and continue exploring in the southwest area of the town. This town is very large, and the various forces are complicated. If you want to find people in it, you need to be patient. During the time he was searching under the Colosseum, the other 9 groups of nanobots were not idle either, and had been exploring various areas of the town. Soon, another group of robots discovered an underground prison. But after Su Xiao took a closer look, she found that there were still no members of the Nanfeng organization there. Only more than 30 ordinary people who had just been kidnapped. Time passed slowly, and more than 3 hours flew by. It's past 10 o'clock in the evening. The world outside was dark. No stars could be seen, and it was a cloudy night. The lights in the town are still bright, and the lively atmosphere is no less than during the day. More and more mercenary organizations are coming from all directions. Because so many mercenaries arrived, the mercenary registration office at the entrance of the town was blocked. A group of mercenaries blocked outside the registration point, making a lot of noise and refusing to let anyone go. They almost started fighting. Go away! We were here first. Let us register first. A strong man shouted. Fart? Who are you? Why should you register first? The other person next to him stared and refused to give up. The two sides disagreed, and members of their respective organizations drew their weapons. Similar situations can be seen everywhere outside the registration point. Everyone is getting more and more angry, and they are just about to take a shot. Seeing this, the person at the registration office came out and yelled twice. Don't hacking make trouble. If something goes wrong and Boss Wang Tung is dissatisfied, you will never be able to hang out in the southwest region again in your life. I have to say, his roar was quite effective. In the southwest of the mainland, there is no mercenary who does not know how powerful Wang Tung is. If Wang Tung is upset, they will really not be able to hang out here in the future. The mercenaries quickly became quiet, and everyone stared at each other. Although they were not convinced by each other, they all lined up honestly. This is so true. The person at the registration desk nodded slightly, with a look of satisfaction on his face. This is actually a kind of obedience test. It can be seen how much these mercenaries respect Wang Tung. Okay, don't worry. It will always be your turn. The person at the registration desk slowly said. Do you have anything to ask now? Just ask. Yes. Someone outside raised their hands. What is the problem? The person at the registration desk turned and looked at the person who raised his hand. The man asked, Brother, has Boss Wang Tung really caught those brats from the Nanfeng organization? Of course I caught it. Where is it? Can you let the brothers have some fun first? Chapter 477 Transaction Information. Where is it? This question immediately revealed everyone's thoughts. Did Wang Tung really catch the members of the Nanfeng organization? You know, Wang Tung used this reason to invite everyone to watch the trial this time. But now, there are many rumors outside. Some people say that this town number 7 is not a trap of the Nanfeng organization at all, but a trap of many mercenary organizations. Because Wang Tung wants to wash his hands in a golden basin. Everyone is not a fool. They all understand the meaning behind the 4 words. Gold basin, wash hands. It's impossible not to worry. Will Wang Tung really use them as a bargaining chip to launder his name and sell them to serious organizations? Let brothers have fun with their eyes. Yes, there are still 2 days left before we can see it. I feel itchy just thinking about it. Everyone shouted. Some people just wanted to make a noise. It didn't matter whether they could see it or not. But some people really want to see it. Only when they actually see the arrested members of the Nanfeng organization will the suspicion in their hearts dissipate. After all, mercenaries are all veterans of false propaganda. No one can be sure whether those so-called members of the Nanfeng organization are real members. Or are they just random slaves or ordinary people pretending to be members? Killing good people and claiming merit has been a tradition since ancient times. What are you anxious about? The man at the registration desk looked at everyone, frowned slightly, and asked, There are only 2 days left, and we can't wait any longer. How can you expect Mr. Wang Tung to trust you if you are so patient? Hey, brothers, we are just talking. Forget it if you can't watch it now. Someone below laughed dryly. Don't be anxious. What you should see will naturally be seen by you. Don't think too much. The man at the registration office waved his hand and said, Come in and register now. After registration, go to the town and have fun. 2 days will pass in the blink of an eye. After that, he turned around and walked back to the registration room, without giving the many mercenaries outside a chance to ask questions again. After entering the room, the man's face suddenly darkened, and he whispered to the people around him, Go and check the first few people who spoke out just now. I suspect that they are undercover agents of the Nanfeng organization. Or maybe anyone who sneaks in later must be investigated in detail, including their name, age, past experience, organization, etc. All must be found out for me. Yes. The people beside him immediately retreated and followed his instructions to investigate. In this critical period, it is better to kill the wrong than let go, even if the other party is not a member of the Nanfeng organization. As long as he shows the slightest sign of something wrong, he can be listed as an assassination target. If you can't find out much information, just kill him and it will be over. At this time, outside the registration office, the mercenaries, who were leading the shouting just now, were completely unaware and did not feel the approaching crisis at all. A group of nanorobots sent by Su Xia were also here and witnessed everything that happened. He didn't expect the mercenaries to find out where the kidnapped members of the Nanfeng organization were being held. But just watch the excitement here. The rumors circulating outside are deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and these mercenaries have become suspicious in their hearts. In the scene just now, Su Xia could see the expressions of both parties. Many things are hidden in the details. As long as you observe carefully, you can see some signs. Su Xia retracted his mind and continued to observe the vision returned to him by the other groups of nanorobots. In addition to bars, the Colosseum, casinos and other locations, the trading market in the center of the town is also an area where dragons and snakes are mixed and information exchange is intensive. The trading market in town number 7 is much larger than the market in the town Su Xia destroyed before. At least 5 times larger. Before you even get close, you can hear a burst of noisy voices. Some people were shouting, some were haggling, and some were testing products. The various sounds were mixed together, and it looked like an ordinary vegetable market. The smell of cigarettes, gunpowder smoke, alcohol, perfume and other smells are also mixed together, making the smell in the entire market extremely complex and indescribably unpleasant. But the mercenaries who come and go have long been accustomed to it. Treasure map. The treasure map is for sale. The Yellow Sand treasure located in the northwest of the mainland. The legendary ancient civilized city buried by the Yellow Sand. Slave contract. Sold cheaply. First come first served. Negotiable. Can be bartered. The land contract is located on the outskirts of southwest Yulin City, with a total area of 3,000 square meters. It can be used as a temporary settlement. It is now for sale at a reduced price. And 16 assault rifle, 7.62 millimeters, produced by Onlua Company, not a handmade workshop. with official quality certification. You will pay 10 if you get a fake one. The market was crowded and lively, with all kinds of sounds intertwined. The things on each stall are also dazzling. Colorful. Big things and small gadgets. Which is overwhelming. Even in normal times. The trading market in the center of town number 7 is an extremely lively place. Let alone now. There are too many mercenary organizations entering the town these days. Many mercenary organizations have some useless materials in their hands and want to exchange them. And the trading market has naturally become their first choice. At a glance, hundreds of stalls were crowded. Some mercenaries even fought over the stalls, while others shared the same stall. There was really no room left in the market, so we continued to squeeze through the roads in all directions. So much so that both sides of the street outside were filled with various supplies. The mercenaries who had the idea of trading sat on the ground, spread a rag directly in front of them, and then placed various things on it, so that it became a temporary stall. It's really lively. Su Xia controlled the nano-robot and walked around the trading market and saw a lot of good things. In this large-scale trading center, there are actually genuine weapons produced by Onlua Company. And there are a lot of them, including automatic pistols, semi-automatic rifles, high-precision sniper rifles, individual rocket launchers, small-caliber mortars, etc. Wait. As for the bullets of various calibers produced by Onlua Company, you can get as many as you want. As long as you have enough money, you will have enough weapons and ammunition. Judging from their condition, most of them are brand new and have not been used at all. How could these brand new standard equipment leak out from Onlua Company? Su Xiao looked at them row by row, looking attentive. Although Onlua Company's products could be seen in some places in the past, most of them were secondhand. Many of them were eliminated from the battlefield, or simply ripped from the bodies of dead soldiers. Only the urban defense departments of various cities are eligible to order this brand new standard weapon. Su Xia did the math and found that the regular Onlua Company standard weapons in the market in front of her were enough to equip an integrated infantry regiment, and even 2 artillery battalions. There are so many standard weapons that even Su Xia's Beifeng organization doesn't have. The mercenaries are really rich. In the future, if they run out of supplies, they can just loot a mercenary town. Let them develop for a period of time, and then loot again when they are fully developed. Such thoughts flashed through Su Xia's mind, but he quickly shook his head again. Things like mercenary towns shouldn't exist in the first place, and they should be destroyed as soon as possible. Mercenaries accumulate bloody wealth by robbing ordinary people. If Su Xia really allows them to develop, what is the difference between himself and those mercenaries? The longer they live, the more ordinary people will suffer. In this trading market, at least 1,000 slaves were locked in coal cages, and everyone was forced to sign a slave contract. They were originally free ordinary people, but their fate was bad, and they encountered this troubled world. In front of the nano-robot controlled by Su Xia, there was a mercenary bargaining with the stall owner selling slaves. How much does this slave cost? The mercenary pointed to a slave in an iron cage. 5,000. The same price. The stall owner replied calmly. This costs 5,000? Why don't you go and grab it? The mercenary stared and said in a bad tone. My slave is in good health. Not like those sickly things in other stalls. If you buy him back, whether he is mining as a slave or reclaiming wasteland for you, he can create a value far exceeding 5,000 yuan. The stall owner said lazily. Humph. Healthy? Who knows how long he can live? In the wilderness, only firearms, food, crop seeds, fuel, medicine, etc. can be considered hard currency. And the prices have remained high and within a relatively stable range. Slaves are not considered hard currency, and their prices have been fluctuating, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds. Some mercenary organizations have mines, lumberyards, quarries, etc., which require a large number of slave workers. Therefore, they will buy slaves who appear to be healthy at a low price, squeeze those slaves to death, and try to squeeze as much out of them as possible before they die. Value in excess of purchase price. However, in the early years, some slave traders did not abide by the rules and used inferior goods as good ones. They deliberately gave some seriously ill slaves stimulating drugs to make them appear energetic. Many mercenary organizations have been deceived. After all, they cannot see the length of the health bar on each person's head. It is precisely because of those scammers that the price of slaves has dropped again and again. The average price a few years ago was nearly 10,000. But now it's only 1 or 2,000. If it's sold too late, You won't even be able to earn back the food the slaves eat. Generally speaking, among slaves, women are more valuable than men, and young ones are more valuable than old ones. Slaves in their 20s and 30s are often the best sellers, and they have no worries about sales. 2,000, 5,000. I want this slave. The mercenary began to reward the family and directly cut the price in half. 2,000, 5,000. Are you dreaming? The stall owner was unceremonious and pointed at the slave in the cage and said, Look at his physique. Do you think you can buy it for 2,000 and 5,000? Then give me a price. 5,000 is too much. And you know it, the mercenary said. 5,000. No price. I can give you another piece of news. The stall owner replied, What news? Who knows if your news is worth anything? Don't worry. It will definitely be valuable. The stall owner assured directly. If it's not valuable, I won't have any problem if you destroy my stall. That's okay. The mercenary stopped talking nonsense and took out a thin stack of banknotes from his pocket. They were exactly $100 bills. No more. No less. Exactly 50. And slapped them directly in front of the stall owner. He stared and said, The money has arrived. Tell me your news. The stall owner's expression remained unchanged. He reached out and picked up the wad of banknotes, without counting them, and put them directly into his wallet. Then, he looked up at the mercenary and asked slowly, Do you know the Southwest Mercenary Union? Of course I know. A trace of disdain flashed across the mercenary's face, and he said, Aren't they just those disgusting things who claim to be decent people? We are all mercenaries. Who hasn't had blood on their hands? They just have an archway. What? Don't you want to be a decent member of the mercenary union? The stall owner asked him. Oh, I feel so comfortable in the wilderness. I can do whatever I want without restraint. Why should I go to those so-called formal organizations? Are I going to be restrained and punished? You really don't want to. Of course I don't want to. But just because you don't want to, doesn't mean others don't want to. The stall owner looked at the mercenary and said something meaningful. The mercenary's face changed slightly and asked, What the I do you mean? Do you think I don't know those rumors? They are all false. Brother, everyone knows some things. Don't be so harsh. I know what you are thinking. The stall owner smiled slightly and stretched out a hand, as if he wanted to shake hands with the mercenary. However, from the mercenary's perspective, you can see that the stall owner is holding a paper ball in his hand. The content on the paper ball is naturally the news mentioned by the stall owner. Obviously, this news is related to the recent rumors, and it may be evidence that the top brass of a certain mercenary organization wants to wash their hands in a golden basin. The mercenary's expression changed. After looking around for a few times, he gritted his teeth, stretched out his hand to shake the stall owner's hand, took the paper ball from the stall owner's hand, and quickly put it into his pocket. Don't lie to me, he said viciously. My brothers are everywhere around here. If you dare to lie to me, you will not end up well. Just remember this. After saying that, he turned around and left in a hurry. He didn't even ask for the slave, and he didn't even look at it. A total of 5,000 yuan was spent on just one paper ball. Obviously, the rumors circulating among mercenaries recently have made many mercenaries feel uneasy, and this mercenary is one of them. Although he said he didn't believe it, his actions betrayed his inner thoughts. Su Xia was standing by and witnessed the entire process from the perspective of the nanorobot. What's in the paper ball? He was also a little curious. Also, there is something wrong with this stall owner and the slave in the cage. As a person who often changes her appearance, Su Xia has some experience in changing her appearance. He felt that the stall owner's facial expression was unnatural, and the corners of his mouth moved unusually when speaking. He looked like he was wearing a human skin mask. That is to say, he, if it were others, would not be able to see this small problem at all. Moreover, the slave in the iron cage didn't look like a slave, although he looked disheveled and his clothes were in tatters. His lowered eyes were very calm, not as numb or fearful as the other slaves. Through the tattered clothes, you can vaguely see several scars on his arms. They are all old wounds, and were not left recently. A stall owner is not a stall owner, and a slave is not a slave. Su Xia made a brief observation and came to a conclusion. It's someone who has infiltrated the Nathong organization. Chapter 478, Imprisoned People. Besides people from the Nathong organization, who else would risk their lives to infiltrate town number 7 at such a moment? You know, although the appearance is easy to change, the identity is not so easy to change. Those who were able to grab stalls inside the central market were not ordinary mercenaries. Or at least mercenaries with some status. The ordinary mercenaries were squeezed outside. No wonder those rumors spread so quickly. Su Xia glanced at the stall owner and started spreading rumors directly from the center of the town. Isn't this fast? Most of the mercenaries who trade information with this person have been observed in advance. For example, the mercenary just now has suspicions in his heart, and his defense can be broken through with just a few words. Moreover, there must be something in that paper ball that can aggravate the mercenary's inner suspicion. The more skeptical you are, the more cautious you are, the more cautious you are, the more careful you will be about the people around you. Su Xia stared at the stall owner carefully for a long time. And finally a system prompt popped up in front of her eyes. Name, Li Qianyan. Race, human race. Faction, Resistance Camp Nonfing Organization. Psychic power level, 3.9. TNN particle level, level 50. Remaining life, 100%. Psychic talent, mental sleight of hand. Character description, Li Qianyan. A northerner. Fled to the south with his parents in his early years. Later, his parents were killed by wandering mercenaries. He swore that he would never fight with the wandering mercenaries from now on. His psychic talent dexterity gives him a dexterous fabrication ability that is unmatched by ordinary people. He uses this ability to make human skin masks, and can make almost perfect human faces. For a long time, this makes a living. Later, because he was suspected of being a masked stranger, he was hunted by the mechanical tribe and had to enter the wilderness area. After entering the wilderness, Li Qianyan entered the Nanfeng organization under the introduction of a friend. This stall owner is indeed a member of the Nanfeng organization. It wasn't Chu Tang or Mu Yang, but a name that was very unfamiliar to Su Xia. Li Qianyan was probably not a famous figure before. Speaking of which, he was also unlucky to be suspected of being a masked weirdo. His ability is indeed strange. He can actually make an almost perfect human skin mask. No wonder he is suspected. Su Xia looked away and looked at the slave in the cage. After looking at it carefully for a while, character information also popped up in front of her eyes. Name, Li Wuxin. Race, human race. Faction, Resistance Camp Nonfing Organization. Psychic level, level 3.2. TNN particle level, level 48. Remaining life, 100%. Psychic talent, personality disguise. Character description, Li Wuxin. A native of the northwest of the mainland. An orphan. Grew up and went into business in the southwest region. Later, the caravan was intercepted by wandering mercenaries, and the rest of the caravan members were brutally massacred. However, he escaped by chance and began to organize with the mercenaries. Fight unremittingly. The talent, personality disguise, allows him to perfectly disguise different personalities. After entering the Nanfeng organization, he and Li Qianyan hit it off and became good friends. It was another name that Su Xia had never heard of. And it was still a third-level creature. And it had also awakened its psychic talent. I have to say that the current Nanfeng organization is indeed very powerful. When Su Xia first rescued them, there was not even a third-level creature in the entire organization. But now, there are only 2 third-level creatures performing the infiltration mission. And they are both members with very strange talents. Between the two of them, one can make a disguise mask, and the other can disguise their personality. They work together perfectly. If it's just to spread rumors, their mission has been quite successful. Su Xia nodded secretly. There are still 2 days left. I don't know what else they want to do. I hope they can be more cautious. In this stall, there are more than 10 iron cages, each with 2 or 3 slaves inside. Su Xia looked carefully several times, and was sure that those so-called slaves were all disguised as members of the Nanfeng organization. And half of them were psychic creatures. Such an infiltration team can definitely be called the elite of the elite. And here's just what's left. How many slaves were bought before this? Most of the slaves who are bought will lurk silently in the buyer's organization, waiting for the critical moment to deliver a fatal blow to the buyer's organization. Su Xia quickly left the stall without revealing her identity, leaving only a few nanobots as eyes. He has no plans to contact the Nanfeng organization yet. After all, the Nanfeng organization has made complete arrangements. If he shows up now, it is likely to disrupt all their arrangements and even expose some of the infiltrated members. Continue to observe. It's best to find the dozen or so imprisoned members first. Su Xia acted unhurriedly, controlling the nanorobots to wander in the huge market, analyzing useful information in the conversations of the surrounding mercenaries as she walked. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening, but the market was still lively. A bright chandelier swayed on the top of the market shed. Under the lights, there were crowds of people, shoulders and shoulders, and various sounds intertwined. But it was still so noisy. There are still mercenaries coming to the market from outside, either to sell or to buy. Su Xiao wandered in the market for several hours, until 2 o'clock in the morning before she basically finished shopping the entire market. There were some goods in the market, and even he was a little tempted to buy them, such as a land contract south of Coral City. There is a lot of abandoned land in Coral City. Qi Lang always said that the land is private, and he has no right to touch it. I didn't expect to see a land contract here. This matter is somewhat ironic. The land that even the city lord could not touch was actually sold openly in this mercenary town. And the price was not expensive. It could even be said to be low. When dealing with the demolition of the slums in the east of the city, Qi Lang told Su Xia that the land was privately owned by many wealthy businessmen in the city. You must know that those lands were not theirs in the first place. They originally belonged to the residents of Coral City who lived there. They took advantage of the chaotic period just after the war and used various channels and means to take it by force, in order to ensure the prices of food, land, houses, etc. Even if the land is left abandoned, those wealthy businessmen will not sell the land. But now, a land contract appears here. What does this mean? Is there anyone in the city colluding with these mercenaries? Su Xia pondered for a moment. Or do those merchants have to take out a land contract and spend money to ensure the safety of their caravan? Su Xia noticed that the person who sold the Coral City land contract was not a small mercenary organization, but Wang Teng's subordinates. On that contract, there was the mark of Wang Teng's organization. From this point of view, the second guess is more likely. In order to protect the safety of his caravan, a certain businessman in Coral City reluctantly took out this land contract and handed it over to Wang Teng's organization like a tribute. In this way, these mercenaries got the land that the city lord Qi Lang couldn't even reach. In the final analysis, those businessmen still have to show their knives before they are willing to spit out the land. If Qi Lang dared to take action, those businessmen would do the same thing. But the problem is, Qi Lang doesn't dare. He has made many mistakes in the past year, and he made several mistakes just on the issue of the masked monster. Now his courage has become smaller, and he lives cautiously every day, for fear that his position will not be guaranteed. I wonder if his secretary Chai is capable. After all, Su Xiao lived in Coral City and wanted to make this city a better place. If the top management is bad, then the bottom level will be completely hopeless. He never counted on Qi Lang. That guy was just a piece of shit who couldn't hold himself up to the wall. And Qi Lang had done a lot of bad things. So the best place for him to end up was in prison. Su Xia glanced at the Coral City land contract again, then looked away and slowly left the central market. During this time, 9 other groups of nanobots were searching in other directions in the town. There is much more to this town than meets the eye. Underneath the town, there is another world extending in all directions, such as the underground area of the previous Colosseum. There are quite a few similar underground areas, including underground exchanges, casinos, bars, etc. And many areas are connected by passages, like an ant nest magnified countless times. Such a complex area adds a lot of difficulty to Su Xia's search. After investigating until 4 in the morning, Su Xia finally made a breakthrough discovery. Discover a well-guarded underground prison. The 6th group of nano-robots returned important news to Su Xia. This group of robots had been searching in the northern part of the town, searching from the ground to the underground, checking each room, exploring inch by inch, and finally made a discovery at this time. The place where they returned to Su Xia was deep underground in the north of the town. The building on the ground here is an ordinary-looking entertainment club. The underground world is extremely unusual. The underground area of this club is not connected to other underground areas. It is an independent space, like a shaft, going straight up and down. There are only 2 ways to enter the depths of the underground. One is to take the elevator, and the other is to go down through the spiral stone stairs at the edge of this vertical cylindrical space. This space was dark and cold, as if it could lead to H.L. On the stairs, every few meters, there is a heavily armed mercenary standing guard. The tightness of the guards here far exceeds the private underground prison Su Xia discovered before, and is even tighter than most prisons in Coral City. There are more than 10 sensing facilities at the stairwell alone. If the identity is not verified by the mechanical equipment at the stairway, then the next second, those sensing facilities will sound an alarm, attracting the mercenaries guarding the surrounding area. Not only that, there are also sensing devices every few meters on the stone stairs that spiral downward. In such a tight place, The people in prison are naturally not ordinary people. The guards are really tight. I hope they are here. Su Xia saw the specific situation of this dark underground space through the nanorobot's vision, passing one guard after another. Along the spiral stone stairs, you reach the depths of this shaft-like space. Soon, Su Xia saw a cell. The conditions in this cell were terrible. The stone floor was hard and cold, and there was only a thin layer of straw in the corner. There was a broken bowl on the ground. In the bowl was some grayish-yellow paste food, which was extremely disgusting and looked like pig food. A man in ragged clothes collapsed in the corner. His body was thin. His body was covered with injuries, and his face was covered in blood. He looked extremely miserable. There were two mercenaries standing in the cell. One of them looked cold and said coldly, "Tell me, who are you, and why are you spreading those rumors?" The other person had a cold smile on his face, grinning, revealing a row of penetrating fangs, and said, "If you don't tell me, our brothers can give you another whip. I believe you will tell me. Now speak up. It also avoids the pain of skin and flesh. I ride on the horse." The man lying in the room gritted his teeth and spoke tremblingly, his voice full of pain and anger. "I am really a member of the Black Wolf organization. Are you all blind? Don't you know how to investigate? Just find a Black Wolf organization. Just ask someone and you'll find out. You haven't said it yet, have you? It seems we have to continue fighting. Your father is cheating on your mother. Hey, hit." A trace of ferocity flashed on the faces of the two men, and they waved the penetrating iron whips and struck them with a snap. The man on the ground screamed in agony. With just one whip, there was a terrifying blood mark on his body, dripping with blood, and the skin was torn. But he was not idle either. He kept cursing while he was being beaten, centering on the mothers of the two people and taking their 18 generations as the radius. He used all kinds of unpleasant words to curse all the women in the two families. Greetings again. On the side, Su Xiao looked very strange when she saw this scene. He got a system reminder that the guy being beaten was indeed a member of an organization called Black Wolf, and not a member of the Nanfeng organization's infiltration team. He was arrested just because he told some gossip he knew in a bar at noon, and he was regarded as a member of the Nanfeng organization. I would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. The top management of the mercenary organization already has the feeling of being a common enemy. Su Xiao looked away, no longer paying attention to the cell, and continued walking deeper into the underground space. Along the way, he saw more than a dozen imprisoned members of the mercenary organization, all of whom were arrested because they mentioned the rumors during the chat. From the looks of it, it seems impossible for them to be put back, even if he knew that he was wrongly arrested. The person in charge of this town would not admit his mistake, and would just make it happen. It is impossible to admit a mistake. Doing so will damage the reputation of the senior management. The people at the top cannot be wrong. The only ones who are wrong are the poor people at the bottom. More than 10 minutes later, Su Xia arrived at the deepest part of this underground area. Tick! A drop of cold water dripped from the top stone wall, splashing a crystal water splash on the ground. The temperature here is very low, dark and cold. So cold that it feels like you have entered an ice cellar. At the end of this underground space was a large cell, 5 or 6 times larger than the cells Su Xia had seen before. The conditions in the cell were equally poor. The floor was covered with a layer of dirty straw, many of which had dried blood stains on them. Different from those single cells, there are a total of 16 people detained in this large cell. These 16 people were all covered in blood, and their clothes were in tatters. They seemed to have suffered extremely cruel and inhumane torture. Several of them had their limbs broken. They relied on each other, all silent, as if waiting for a certain destined ending. Chapter 479 Rescue Method. 16 people. Su Xia counted them carefully. One was not too much, and the other was not enough. He heard on those mercenary radio stations that the captured members of the Nanfeng organization happened to be 16. Is it them? Su Xia was shocked. After searching for so long, she finally got the result. From yesterday evening to early this morning, during this long period of time, he had been highly concentrated, controlling the nanorobots to search around the town, constantly collecting and analyzing all the information he heard. Even he felt a little tired after such a long time. After all, human energy is limited, and we cannot be distracted and maintain high concentration all the time. But, as long as they are those people, everything is worth it. As long as they are rescued, Su Xia will have no worries, and just start killing people in the town. It looks like they suffered a lot. The appearance of those 16 people was so miserable that it was simply too horrible to look at. Each of them was covered in dirty blood, and there were countless scars on their bodies. Some had broken arms, and some had broken legs and feet, revealing bloody scarlet bone stubble. In fact, 2 people's noses and ears were cut open, and they were tortured until they were almost in human shape. Just looking at it from a distance is frightening. It's hard to imagine how they lived during this time. Tick-tock tick. On the top of the cell, there were also water droplets dripping down the rocks, falling into a small broken bowl below, making a cold splash. There was already less than half a bowl of water in the bowl, and it looked quite clear and translucent. On the side, a skinny young man swallowed his saliva. He was covered in blood. The corners of his mouth were chapped, and one of his hands was broken, hanging limply beside him. He slowly stretched out his hand, used his other hand that was still intact, and tremblingly picked up the small broken bowl, carefully brought it to his mouth, and then took a precious sip. It just moistened his chapped lips, and he was reluctant to drink any more. Water? His voice was very hoarse, like a traveler in the desert who was about to die of thirst. He tried his best to steady his slightly trembling hands, and was extremely careful, as if holding some priceless treasure, as he handed the precious broken bowl to the person next to him. Water! Drink water. Beside him was an older man. The old man had a gray beard. His hair was messy. His face and clothes were stained with blood. He was the weakest among the 16 people, and his old pupils were cloudy, as if he would die at any time. The young man put the broken bowl to the old man's mouth, gently lifted the bottom of the bowl, and set a ray of precious water into the old man's mouth. The old man was weak and struggled to raise his hand, as if he wanted to stop the young man. He looked in pain, and he used all his strength to squeeze out the breath in his chest, and finally said, "I am older. You drink first." The old man seems to know that he will not live long, and wants to leave the hope of life to the young people. The young man looked sad, shook his head, and insisted on feeding the old man more water, unwilling to give up on him. Then, he passed the broken bowl to the next person. It is just a small bowl of water, but it is too difficult to be divided among 16 people. Among the people, some were in pretty good health, no matter how eager they were. They simply took a sip and then handed the broken bowl to another person. When the last person was there was still nearly 1/3 of the water in the bowl. At this time, several mercenaries responsible for guarding came over. Looking at the situation in the cell, several mercenaries looked joking, as if they were watching a show. TSK! TSK! Don't you like drinking water? Is this enough? One of them grinned and made a disgusting smile. They don't like drinking water. They only have half a bowl, and they can't get enough. Another mercenary laughed. Really? The third mercenary pretended to be confused. If you want to drink water, you can tell us. We have plenty here. The fourth mercenary spoke. Yes, Grandpa. I have been holding my urine since 1 o'clock in the morning until now. As long as you speak up, Grandpa, I will definitely reward you. Several mercenaries laughed at the same time, laughing extremely wantonly. In the cell, none of the 16 people spoke, and they leaned together in silence, as if they didn't hear the voices of the guards outside at all. This attitude made several guards uncomfortable. One of them took out his ears and shouted loudly. Why are you not talking? Are you mute? Is your throat hoarse due to dryness? Do you want me to treat you? If you don't speak anymore, believe it or not, Grandpa, I will cut your vocal cords. Another person threatened. I don't like that old guy. Let's cut his vocal cords first. The third mercenary suggested. Okay. That's it. The fourth mercenary clapped his hands and applauded with a joking smile on his face. They are Daozu, and the more than 10 people in the cell are all fish. Their different status allows them to be so arrogant. Finally, the skinny young man couldn't bear it anymore and shouted in a low voice. If I were outside, in the wilderness, would you dare to talk to me like this? Hey, young man is quite brave. The leading guard smiled. His eyes almost slitted with laughter. That's right. Just say what you said and relieve your boredom with agility. Another guard also laughed. If you dare, let me out. The young man's face was full of anger, and his face was so distorted that a lot of the blood scabs on his dry and hard liver had fallen off. He suppressed his voice and roared. If you let me out, I can beat you all. TSK. TSK. One person will beat us all? Hearing this, several mercenaries looked at each other and laughed again, as if they had heard some extremely funny joke. One of the young man's hands was broken, and the other hand was trembling. He was so weak that it was difficult to stand. let alone fight. Oh, young people have bad tempers. They will fight if they disagree. The leading mercenary shook his head, as if he was the young man's elder, with a very realistic expression on his face. The second guard sighed. TSK. I was also this young when I was young. Right. What the hell are you talking about? The leading mercenary slapped him on the forehead. The kid inside is quite interesting. Why don't you get him out and practice with me? The third guard suggested. It's better to say goodbye. With his small body, I'm afraid I'll kill him with one punch. The few mercenaries responsible for guarding were all strong, with tight muscles, and their fists were as big as sandbags. If a fight really breaks out, judging from the young man's current condition, he may indeed be beaten to death with one punch. But the young man didn't seem to care about his physical condition at all. He just shouted, "Let me out! If you want to fight, hurry up! What are you doing? Don't you have any seeds? Hey! Does this kid really want to die?" The third guard immediately rolled up his sleeves and clenched his fists tightly. "Come on! Beat me to death if you dare!" The young man roared. His voice was so dry that his voice was broken, and his voice was like a broken old bellows. "Ha ha! Do you really think we won't kill you?" The leading guard smiled unabated and did not show any anger. Like a living smiling tiger, he continued, "To tell you the truth, Boss Wang Tung will publicly try you on the evening of the day after tomorrow. We really can't kill you now, but we can still give you a little pain. Do you want to try? Then come." The young man raised his head and shouted hoarsely, "Oh, he's really a tough guy." The leading guard touched his chin. His smile became a little sinister, and continued, "I suddenly changed my mind. Torturing you is not interesting. Torturing the people around you is interesting. What do you think? You bastard." The young man gritted his teeth, his eyes almost bursting with fire, and his whole body was shaking with anger. He may not care about his own life or death, but he cannot care about his companions around him. Several guards seemed to understand this, so they made fun of everyone in the cell at will and tortured them with words in different ways to relieve their boredom. "Huh? Why didn't you say anything again? Aren't you going to come out to fight?" Several mercenaries laughed wildly, all with a joking look on their faces. Next, they used different methods to belittle everyone in the cage, as if they were scolding a group of wild dogs, and their laughter became more and more unrestrained. After several minutes, they decided enough was enough and left contentedly. Not far away, there is a guard's lounge. Most of the time, they rested and played in the lounge. After they left, the area of the cell fell into silence again, except for the occasional underwater sound. The young man kept clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, as if he wanted to rush out and bite the guards. On the side, a middle-aged man with broken limbs sighed softly and said, "Hey, why are you doing this? Uncle Lou, I just can't swallow this breath." The young man's voice was completely hoarse, and it sounded like sand was rolling in his throat. "Drink some water." "Good." The young man picked up the broken bowl. There was still some water at the bottom of the bowl, which could barely moisten his throat. After a while, he gently put down the broken bowl, placed it where the water was dripping, and then asked in a low voice, "Uncle Lou, will the people from the organization come to rescue us?" The middle-aged man shook his head slightly and sighed sadly. "I don't know either. I hope they won't come." After hearing his words, the other 10 people all looked gloomy, as if they didn't want anyone from the organization to save them. And every scene in the cage was seen by Su Xia from a distance. The number was correct. 16 in total, combined with what the mercenaries who were guarding just now said. If nothing else happens, these people detained in the cell are the arrested members of the Nanfeng organization. It's not difficult to rescue them. Just destroy the sensing facilities, knock down the guards in this area, and then take them to escape. This is the north of the town, and it is very close to the northern exit. As long as you escape Club, we will be able to escape into the northern hills soon. When the time comes, we just need to arrange the response manpower in the hills." Su Xia thought about it carefully and found that it was indeed not difficult to save people, let alone him. Even the Nanfeng infiltration team he saw in the market could rescue people as long as they were properly arranged. The time, route, etc. of the rescue operation appeared in his mind almost instantly. After these days of training, he can be regarded as an escape master. The various methods in his hands cooperate with each other, which is enough for him to rescue everyone completely. But Su Xia always felt that something was wrong. He couldn't put his finger on what was wrong, but he felt vaguely uncomfortable. Now, He already has a keen intuition that can be called a sixth sense. Wang Teng will not let these members of the Nanfeng organization be rescued easily. Could he have arranged other means? The guards in this underground space seem to be tight. But as long as they are determined to break through and have reasonable means, the Nanfeng organization can definitely rescue people. Su Xia is very confident about this. He believes in the penetration and execution capabilities of the Nanfeng organization. Wang Teng will not underestimate the Nanfeng organization, just as Su Xia will not underestimate Wang Teng. For difficult opponents, give 100% attention. If it were Su Xia herself, she would definitely prepare a backup plan when facing an opponent like the Nanfeng organization. Su Xia slowly approached the cell while thinking. Check their condition first. If the injuries are not serious, we can take them away this early morning. Otherwise, we have to find a way to take care of the injured. Wounded soldiers are always a big problem in the wilderness. When the two sides are fighting, the more wounded one side has, the greater the trouble it brings to one side. One wounded person may hinder the actions of several people, causing one's own side to stagnate. This is why many anti-infantry landmines now no longer seek to directly kill the enemy, but instead try their best to cause serious injuries to the enemy so that the enemy cannot act alone. Soon, Su Xia approached the cage where the 16 people were imprisoned. It shouldn't be a big problem. He went in intending to see their injuries. But at this moment, Su Xia's eyes suddenly widened and she suddenly stopped on the spot and stopped moving forward. At that moment, he had been looking at the young man with a bloody face. Perhaps because he was close enough. A description of the young man popped up in the system. Name, Wang Sha. Race, human race. Faction, neutral camp wandering mercenary, subordinate of Wang Teng. Psychic level, level 2.3. Tianan particle level, level 37. Remaining life, 100%. Psychic talent, none, not awakened. Character description, Wang Sha. From Southwest China. Stole at the age of 6. Robbed at the age of 7. Entered the juvenile detention center for murder at the age of 12. And entered the juvenile detention center many times since then. Robbed and murdered again at the age of 18. And was sentenced to life imprisonment. Half a year later, he successfully escaped from prison, fled into the wilderness, and joined Wang Teng's forces. Because his appearance is very similar to that of a captured member of the Nanfeng organization, he was arranged here by Wang Teng as a bait to lure the infiltration team of the Nanfeng organization to bite the hook. Because of the worry that the Nanfeng organization has special detection methods, the guard mercenaries will come over every once in a while to perform a show with Wang Sha and others. This young man turned out to be Wang Teng's subordinate. Not only him, but everyone in this cage was arranged by Wang Teng. Chapter 480. A group of talents. Fake. People are fake. Their injuries were also fake. The scene that just happened was also fake. Before that, whether the mercenaries were teasing the young man or the young man roaring angrily, none of them were true. The way the young man carefully drank water from a broken water bowl, and the reluctance and longing in his eyes were all fake. Even the old guy's weakness was all faked. Their acting skills can easily beat most of the young actors on this side of the earth. It's all fake! Even Su Xia was almost deceived. He didn't think of it before the system prompted him. Even though he felt something was wrong, the idea of rescuing people still prevailed. So that he was only thinking about how to save people and planning the route. And he almost got fooled. It must be that I haven't slept enough recently, which has caused me to be confused and have insufficient brain power. Su Xia patted her head and reflected seriously. Fortunately, he sent nanobots to check. And fortunately, he had a player template so he could see the system prompts. Both of these are indispensable. If it were the infiltration rescue team organized by Nanfeng, they might have been killed by now. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the young man again. This time, the pop-up prompt remained unchanged. Name, Wang Sha. It's confirmed. This young man with excellent acting skills is Wang Teng's subordinate. Su Xia moved her eyes and looked at the frail old guy leaning next to the young man. Name, Wang Daliang. Race, human race. Faction, neutral camp wandering mercenary, subordinate of Wang Teng. Psychic power level, 0.9. Tianan particle level, level 22. Remaining life, 100%. Psychic talent, suspended animation. Character description, Wang Daliang. An old mercenary who likes to cheat and kidnap. Has killed countless people in his life. Been in prison many times. And been sentenced to a total of 782 years in prison. Later, he escaped from prison during the war and became a member of the wandering mercenaries. Joined Wang Teng's organization half a year ago. because his appearance is very similar to that of a captured member of the Nafeng organization. This one is even more heavyweight. A full 782 years in prison. How did you achieve this? When she saw the character description, Su Xia thought she was dazzled and subconsciously rubbed her eyes several times. He knew that before the war on this planet, there was no death penalty in some areas. No matter how serious a crime was committed, one could survive. But the prison sentences would be stacked. This old man named Wang Daliang was actually sentenced to 782 years in prison. How many evil things has he done? Could it be that he has done all the things that are prohibited by law? Wang Tung's men are really full of talents. Su Xia had to sigh. Wang Tung was considered a talent for being able to bring these evil people together and manage them well. You know, most evil people are disobedient to heaven and earth and don't listen to discipline at all, let alone cooperate in acting here. That old guy Wang Daliang actually awakened his spiritual talent. Suspended animation. This talent allows people to pretend to be near death or even dead. The fact that the old guy pretends to be so similar probably has something to do with this talent. Su Xia moved her eyes and looked at the middle-aged man who sighed sadly before. This middle-aged man's acting skills were also excellent. His sigh before made Su Xia believe it. Su Xia really thought that he was worried about the safety of Nanfeng's rescue team. So he didn't want the organization to send anyone to rescue him. Name, Wang Gozai. Race, human race. Faction, neutral camp wandering mercenary, subordinate of Wang Tung. Psychic level, 0. TNN particle level, level 19. Remaining life, 100%. Psychic talent, none. Character description, Wang Gozai. Formerly known as Wang Duobao. Is a top student. He graduated from the Southwest Academy of Film and Art. He has outstanding acting skills. Before the war, he played supporting roles in many movies. He became slightly famous. Later, due to a dispute over performance fees, Wang Gozai was cast in poisoning meals, murdering crew members, and escaping into the wilderness. Because his appearance is very similar to that of a captured member of the Nafeng organization, no wonder his acting skills are so good. Even his eyes and facial micro-expressions are so realistic that there are almost no flaws. He turns out to be a top student who graduated from an art academy. Su Xia is certain that Wang Duobao's acting skills can definitely hang up some water emperors and queens on the other side of the earth. This is also a talent. But he is too vicious and has a bad character. Immediately afterwards, Su Xia read the character descriptions of the others. These 16 people are all top talents. And they are capable of deception and deception. Some of them even worked as special consultants for the Law Enforcement Bureau, specializing in analyzing the psychology of other murderers from the perspective of the murderer. They have an extremely accurate grasp of the criminal psychology, which can be said to be an understatement here. Of course, these people are not of good character and have an extremely dark side deep in their hearts. Otherwise, they would not be reduced to wandering mercenaries in the wilderness. As long as they are normal, they can live a comfortable life with high salary in the ordinary world. Geniuses and criminals are often separated by a wall. The person is fake. And the injuries are also fake. Su Xia stopped where she was and observed for a long time. Among these 16 people, there is also a talent who is proficient in makeup skills and can completely fake the real thing. The injuries on these people, including his own, were all faked by him through makeup. The coagulated blood on the ground and the dried blood stains on the straw were indeed human blood. But it was not their blood, but extracted from some ordinary slaves. In fact, there are many things that can replace plasma and simulate the effect of blood. But for the sake of realism, he deliberately used real human blood. After all, the lives of slaves are not valuable. And it is an honor for those slaves to provide them with blood. As for amputating hands and feet, that would be even better. All you need to do is fake the wounds and put some bone that looks like a human body on the surface of the skin. Those bloodied bone stubbles are naturally real human bones. There is no need to forge the fracture. Just find a slave, break the slave's hands and feet, and then pull out the broken bones. As for the two guys who had their noses and ears cut off, their noses and ears didn't exist in the first place. They were chopped off by others many years ago because of a fight. Because of these senses of reality, Su Xia couldn't see it at the first time. It's so real. Coupled with the extremely strong acting skills, it's really hard to detect. Su Xia sighed. The acting skills of these 10 people were indeed impeccable, with almost no flaws. He had been looking outside the cell for such a long time and only saw a very small flaw. That was half a minute ago. Wang Sha and Wang Dalian looked at each other. An extremely obscure smile flashed across their faces. obviously feeling complacent about their acting skills. Since they are fake, where are the real members of the Nafong organization being imprisoned? Su Xia fell into deep thought. Furthermore, since Wang Teng has laid out this situation and even released the bait, it is impossible not to take advantage of it. There must be someone secretly spreading false news about his detention. Thinking about it this way, the current situation seems very delicate. Members of the Nafong organization were secretly spreading the news, and Wang Teng's people were also secretly spreading the news. Both sides stretched out an invisible hand, slowly pushing the situation to change in the darkness, testing each other, and pulling each other to see who could lose his composure first. One wrong step by either party may result in extremely serious consequences. However, neither party may have expected. Su Xia is really here. His appearance will be the biggest change in this small town incident. At critical moments, his power is enough to reverse the entire situation. The Nafong organization's current behavior is very stable, cautious and smart. Their decision-making team is very good. They should not easily step into the trap set by Wang Teng. However, they are afraid that someone will not listen to the command and take risks. This is what Su Xia is most worried about. He is afraid that some people will get mad and force their way into this fake place to save people. After all, just because the decision makers are smart enough does not mean that the people who implement the decisions are also smart. Fortunately, Su Xia has discovered an infiltration team and left some nanobots to monitor the team. Once things change, he will take action to exert influence. Next, what he needs to be most concerned about is still those members of the Nafong organization who are actually imprisoned. Where exactly were they being held? Could it be that we're not in this town at all? Su Xia quickly adjusted her thinking. Since he was almost deceived just now, he realized his shortcomings and began to spread his thoughts and set his sights further afield. The town is surrounded by rolling hills, mountains, thick trees, and dense vegetation. It is also a good place for hiding people. It is very easy to imprison more than 10 people in such a huge hill. If that's the case, things will be even more troublesome. There's only the last day and a half left, and I don't know if it's enough time. Su Xia frowned and looked at the current time. This problem is becoming more and more troublesome as time goes by. There is still a big question. Where is Wang Teng? Is he coming or not? This trial conference was initiated by him personally. As the initiator, he should come to the scene and use the opportunity to gather a group of mercenary organizations. But Su Xia had searched most of the town, from the ground to the underground, from the bar to the club, but could not find the slightest trace of Wang Teng, as if he had never come at all. But Su Xia had a very special feeling. He felt that Wang Teng should be here. But just like him, he was hiding in the dark and would not show up until the critical moment. When Wang Teng will show up is also a variable. This trip to town number 7 was more complicated than Su Xia imagined. He took a deep breath, tried to adjust his state, and tried to keep his energy highly concentrated. Next, we could only continue to look for it. This time, Su Xia's search was not only within the town, but also spread to the surrounding areas, conducting a blanket search. The temperature in the mountains and forests was very low in the early morning, and a thin layer of mist arose, like a layer of white gauze covering the rolling hills. Su Xia has been sitting on a big tree outside the town, maintaining the same posture for a long time. There is a little water mist on his hair and eyelashes. Time flies by quickly, and it's almost 6 o'clock in the morning before I know it. A bright light has appeared on the horizon in the distance. The sleeping mountain forest is gradually waking up, and there are many more chirping insects and birds in the jungle. After another half hour, Su Xia finally made a new discovery. However, it is not in the mountains and forests, but still in a small town. There is a bar near the center of the town. The structure of this bar is similar to the 0 Point Tavern. You can drink on the ground and underground. However, the underground is quieter and is a place to talk business. At this moment, in a secret room under the bar, more than a dozen men in black robes were communicating. They sat around a long table with more than a dozen ordinary dinner plates filled with bread, fried eggs, milk and other regular breakfast items. The sounds of communication were intertwined with the sounds of clinking knives, forks and plates. It looked like an ordinary breakfast meeting. However, the identities of the more than 10 men in black robes sitting at this table are not ordinary. Returning to the real-time screen for you. Su Xia's nanorobot got in through an extremely narrow crack in the door, allowing Su Xia to see the scene in the room up close. The light in the room was bright, and the man in black robes sitting at the head of the long table looked fierce, with evil eyes and a ferocious scar on his face, like a butcher who had been killing people all year round. Soon, Su Xia saw the system prompt. Wang Zhong, Wang Tung's subordinate. The person in charge of town number 7 appointed by Wang Tung. A 4th-level psychic creature. Powerful and tough. This person is the person in charge of the town that Su Xia has never found before. Su Xia noticed that whether it was the person in charge or the other people he saw in the bait cell just now, they all had the surname Wang. It stands to reason that there cannot be such a coincidence. There are not that many people from the old Wang family on this planet. Su Xia guessed that after following Wang Tung, these people probably changed their surnames to express their sincerity. Sitting opposite Wang Zhong, at the other end of the long table, was a man with a cold expression, a somewhat sallow complexion, and a sickly look. Luo Shi, the current president of the Southwest Mercenary Union, and one of the founders of the Southwest Mercenary Union. A 5th-level psychic creature with unfathomable strength and powerful spiritual power. This person was none other than Luo Shi, who had previously disparaged Su Xia on various forums. As the leader of a large organization, his words and deeds represent the entire organization. Logically speaking, he should not say those highly tendentious words publicly on major platforms. But he just said it. Because of his words and the recent rampant problem of wandering mercenaries in the Southwest, many people speculated that he might have a secret connection with Wang Tung. Of course, for Su Xia, there is no need to guess at all. The facts are right in front of you. The fact that Luo Shi can come here and dine with Wang Tung's subordinates is enough to explain all the problems. There is indeed a connection between the two parties. And it is a deep connection. Otherwise Luo Shi, the distinguished president, would not have come in person. That's not quite right. There is some imbalance in status. Su Xia frowned. He felt strange. Logically speaking, Wang Tung should receive Luo Shi in person. But now there are only one subordinate of Wang Tung and the leaders of more than 10 other larger mercenary organizations in the room. The identities of the two sides are incompatible. Luo Shi is obviously one level higher than everyone present. Or even more than one level. After all, he has the status bonus of a formal organization. It can be seen that Luo Shi also seems to be a little dissatisfied. His expression is always cold. And the breakfast on the plate in front of him remains untouched. It's been 2 days! Why hasn't Wang Tung come yet? Chapter 481. He is here. Wang Tung hasn't come yet. Su Xia's eyes narrowed. This was a very crucial piece of information. He felt that Wang Tung was already here. But he was just hiding in secret, refusing to show up, and was just observing the reactions of others. His feeling was not unfounded. Previously, Wu Zhonggui had taken him and Wang Yongqiang to Baimu town in the suburbs to discuss cooperation with Wang Tung. Wang Tung arrived very early at that time, but he never showed his true identity. Instead, he wore a human skin mask and pretended to be a cleaner in the hall, standing in the dark and observing everyone. There is no doubt that Wang Tung is also a master of disguise. In that hall at that time, no one except Su Xia saw Wang Tung's disguise. Even Su Xia only saw it through the system prompts. However, in the room at this moment, Luo Shi obviously didn't think so. He probably felt that Wang Tung was deliberately playing tricks on him. Isn't Wang Tung coming to deal with the masked stranger? What? Is he afraid? Luo Shi's voice was cold, like the cold wind in December, which made people feel uncomfortable. President Luo, don't worry. Boss Wang Tung is on the way. As the local person in charge, Wang Zhong explained patiently. He gently put down the knife and fork in his hand, tried his best to smile, and the ferocious scar on his face twisted like a centipede, and said, Besides, the masked weirdo may not come. The news circulating outside now. We all know that it is just a fod thrown by the Nanfeng organization. Missed? Luo Shi snorted coldly, and immediately shouted, The news about my cooperation with Wang Tung must have been spread by people within your ranks. President Luo, you can't be so absolute. There should be someone in your Southwest Mercenary Union who knows about our cooperation. Right. The corners of Wang Zhong's mouth moved, and the smile on his face became even more ugly. But he's still trying to smile. In fact, both parties understand that even if no one leaks the news within them, the news of their cooperation will be known sooner or later. After all, some of what they're doing now is just too obvious. One is responsible for robbery, and the other is responsible for protection. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that there must be some kind of connection between them. Luo Shi said that just to find an excuse to vent his dissatisfaction. Given his status, he has waited here for 2 full days, and still hasn't seen Wang Tung. What does this mean? President Luo, don't be anxious. It's only going to happen in a day or 2 anyway. Next to him, the leader of a mercenary organization said with a smile. A day or two. Luo turned his head and stared at him, his eyes cold, and asked, Is it 1 day or 2 days? If it is 1 day, does it mean today or tomorrow? The mercenary leader was stunned. Do you know that within my mercenary union, time is measured in minutes and seconds? Luo shouted again, looking extremely unkind. You guys are always like this. You can't even get the time right. When will you get back on track? In fact, Luo really wanted to incorporate the wandering mercenary forces in the Southwest region. Only in this way can his Southwest Mercenary Union break through the original shackles, reach a new level, expand new playstyles, open up new tracks, create new advantages, and stand out among many large forces. In the future, he can even annex the mercenary unions in other areas of the mainland, such as the Northwest Mercenary Union. He has long thought of annexing them. But the Northwest Mercenary Union is not weak either, and it is simply not something he can annex now. If you really want to count, the people in the Northwest region are fierce, and everyone is a werewolf. Although there are few people, the overall strength is even stronger than the Southwest Mercenary Union. If you want to annex them, you must make a lot of preparations in advance. Luo came here 2 days ago, and his whereabouts are very secretive. Many outsiders thought he was still in the headquarters building of the Southwest Mercenary Union. He came secretly, firstly to observe the overall strength of the group of mercenaries led by Wang Tung, and secondly to talk to Wang Tung. However, after 2 days, Wang Tung never showed up. Not even a shadow was seen. As a large and powerful boss, Luo temper is not that good. At first, he could bear it for a while. After all, Wang Zhong and the leaders of more than a dozen other mercenary organizations sitting around him were considered high-level backbones of Wang Tung's organization. There would be no harm in having more contact with him. On the first night here, the two parties had a good conversation, and even talked about killing the masked stranger. But after that, as time passed, Luo's patience was worn away less and less. Where is Wang Tung? He asked with a cold face. Even if he comes from town number 5 or town number 1, it takes 2 days to get there. Can't Wang Tung fly? Really? Don't tell me that the mechanical wings on his back are just for decoration. President Luo, don't worry. Ha. Boss Wang Tung is still dealing with those rumors from the outside world. They will come soon, Wang Chongqian said with a smile. Humph! He wants to give me an explanation. Luo's face looked very ugly, and he felt quite uncomfortable inside. But he still managed not to have an attack. After all, the two parties still wanted to discuss cooperation. He waited here for 2 days, which was considered a great act of sincerity. Next, let's see how sincere Wang Tung is. Of course, Luo didn't have high hopes for Wang Tung's sincerity. These 2 days of contact gave him a deeper understanding of these wandering mercenaries. Among these people, there is a very obvious and common characteristic: greed. They just want to ask for it, but never ask for anything in return. These people think that they have buried this greed so deeply that Luo will not see it. However, it is difficult to change the living and verbal habits that have been practiced for many years. As the president of a large guild, Luo has extremely keen observation skills. He can find out the innermost thoughts of these people with just a few words. Similarly, Su Xia's observation skills are also quite keen. After just watching for a while, he noticed the subtle atmosphere between Luo and the mercenaries. Luo is the leader of a formal organization after all, and he has nothing to do with these banditry wandering mercenaries. Su Xia thought to herself. The possibility of completely subduing these mercenaries is extremely slim, unless he spares no expense and time. Cost. Train a group of your own people in these mercenary organizations, and then let your own people slowly replace the senior figures of each mercenary organization. Su Xia thought of a relatively safe plan, but this plan took too long. At least several years. Does Luo have the time and patience? Judging from the current situation, he probably doesn't. The cooperation between the two parties will probably only end at a relatively superficial stage, and it will be difficult to truly join forces. This speculation made Su Xia feel relieved a lot. After all, these two parties are overt and covert. One can do positive things, and the other can do negative things. They are almost complementary. Once they are truly united, even Su Xia will feel a little troubled. Su Xia stayed calm and continued to monitor the conversations of these people, hoping to hear some important information. However, for the next few minutes, the room fell into an eerie silence. Luo didn't speak again and kept an indifferent look, while the others were enjoying breakfast. The only sound in the room was the sound of knives and forks clashing with plates. It can be seen that several leaders of mercenary organizations are a little awkward when using knives and forks. They seem to be very unaccustomed to this method of dining. They may prefer to eat directly in their hands. But after all, this guest, Luo Shi, is here. In order to show respect for the guest, he still has to do some superficial work. Finally, at the end of the meal, Luo Shi spoke again. Is the Natphone organization you mentioned here? It should be here, and it has penetrated into the town. Wang Dong replied. Why didn't you find it? Luo Shi asked calmly. President Luo doesn't know. There are nearly 10,000 people in the entire town now. There are more than 200 registered mercenary organizations from outside. There is a mix of dragons and snakes. It is difficult to figure out everyone's identity. We can only wait for them. He exposed his flaws. Wang Zhong explained. It's difficult? Luo Shi sneered and said. I forgot. You don't even have a basic personnel management system. And you are still registering manually. You are really a bunch of nostalgic people. President Luo, why are you sarcastic? You also know the difficulties in the wilderness. The mercenaries are scattered and often change their identities. Who is willing to enter their true face and information into the system? Wang Zhong heard Luo Shi. He was sarcastic. But he was not angry, and still explained it carefully. You also know that you are all in disarray? Luo Shi asked him. Yes. Wang Zhong answered truthfully. I thought Wang Tung had the means to bring this scattered sand together. President Luo is joking. Isn't this trial meeting the method of boss Wang Tung? Wang Zhong laughed twice, and then said, with so many mercenary organizations gathering together, this is an unprecedented event. Mercenaries from the entire southwest region are coming one after another. I believe most of them are targeting Wang Tung. It comes from the reputation of being the boss. Really? What would you do if the Natphone organization rescued the person in advance? Luo Shi asked indifferently. Hearing him ask this, Su Xia, who was monitoring, felt a move in her heart. From the looks of it, Luo Shi knew where the members of the Natphone organization were actually being held. No, please rest assured, President Luo, Wang Chong said with a smile. Do you really think that bait can get people from the Natphone organization to bite the hook? Luo Shi asked him. As for the bait, President Luo must be careful, and be careful that walls have ears. Wang Zhong suddenly lowered his voice, moved his eyes slightly, and made a small gesture. Regarding those baits, only a handful of people know about them even within the entire mercenary organization. Once the news is exposed, the bait will no longer be called bait, and the entire plan will become a laughing stock. But Luo Shi didn't care about this plan at all, and just sneered. Why do walls have ears? With me here, who can overhear our conversation? Having said that, you still have to be on guard. The methods of those in the Natphone organization can be described as weird and unpredictable. President Luo rarely interacts with them. As long as you have contact with him, you will understand, Wang Zhong said cautiously. Reminded. Oh! Luo Shi smiled coldly again and said, as long as I am here, not to mention those from the Natphone organization. Not even the masked weirdo and Wang Tung can eavesdrop on our conversation. Yes, yes. Wang Zhong forced an ugly smile and said no more. The two of them have different strengths, different identities, and different perceptions. It is difficult for them to agree on certain things. It is normal to have differences. At times like this, no matter how much you say, it's useless. In this way, a breakfast meeting ended in this extremely delicate atmosphere. From beginning to end, Su Xia failed to hear the information he wanted. His expression was focused, and his eyes wandered around the dozen or so mercenary organization leaders in black robes. Those dozen mercenary bosses have at least 100 or 200 people under them, and as many as 300 or 400 people. They have already expressed their sincerity to Wang Tung and gained Wang Tung's trust. Otherwise they would not be sitting here. Being able to sit in this conference room is a recognition. One of them should know the real place of detention. Su Xia made secret calculations, staring at the dozen people, and gradually began to think about it. If one of them is caught and tortured carefully, can he find out? Su Xia is quite knowledgeable about torture. He carries a large amount of healing potions, and does not worry about the other party dying during torture. He can make the other party feel the pain repeatedly on the edge of death. However, Su Xia's idea was interrupted by Wang Zhong just as she came up with it. In the room, Wang Zhong stood up slowly and said to everyone, That's it for the morning. If you have any questions, you can tell me at any time. We must contact each other every 5 minutes. Hearing this, The dozen or so mercenary bosses were a little stunned. 5 minutes? Isn't it still 15 minutes yesterday? Is this frequency too fast? If you contact me every 5 minutes, don't you have to contact me 20 times an hour? Calculating this, they would have contacted nearly 100 times in one morning. Even couples who are passionately in love cannot contact each other so many times. Right? You all know too much. And I am thinking about your safety, Wang Zhong said seriously. The infiltration team of the Nafeng organization must have come in and may attack any of us at any time. So we must maintain high-frequency contact to ensure everyone's safety at all times. Once something happens to you, I will immediately start rescuing, and at the same time transfer or kill those Nafeng prisoners. Okay then. It's up to you. It's really troublesome, but it's not incomprehensible. Thinking of the infiltration team organized by Nafeng, these dozen mercenary bosses felt unsure. Their strength is not bad. The weakest ones are all level 3 creatures. But their opponent is the unpredictable Nafeng organization after all. Of course, Luo Shi does not need to maintain high-frequency contact. His strength far exceeds that of everyone present, which is also his proud capital. Therefore, he did not listen to the subsequent instructions, stood up directly, turned towards the door, and opened the door. Let's go! Call me when Wang Tung comes, he said without looking back, very coldly and arrogantly, and walked out of the room. Outside the room, an employee who was cleaning the corridor hurriedly avoided and was almost hit by Luo Shi. Good morning, sir, the employee said cautiously and hid to the side of the corridor. Luo Shi didn't even look at him and walked past the employee with an indifferent expression. However, Su Xia, who was observing at the door, focused her eyes and felt alert. He looked at the corridor, his eyes not on Luo Shi, but on the employee who was as humble as an ant. This person, an ordinary employee, should not have attracted Su Xia's attention. But the problem is, this employee is not ordinary. At that moment, a system prompt popped up in front of Su Xia's eyes. Wang Tung, level 5 creature, king of mercenaries in the southwest region. Wang Tung. He's here. Chapter 482, Wang Tung's hobbies. He is actually here. Outside this room. Pretend to be an ordinary sweeping employee. Wang Tung. He was wearing a shabby and dirty employee uniform, with a sallow face, a humble look, and a stooped back. He was holding a broom in his hand, and he looked like a little person. No one could have imagined that he would be a level 5 creature and the owner of this town. Wang Zhong walked out of the room and stood at the door, looking at Luo Shi's retreating back with an unsightly look on his face. He glanced at Wang Tung again, and obviously did not recognize Wang Tung's true identity. He just regarded him as an ordinary employee. He frowned and scolded. Don't you have eyes when you sweep the floor? If you knock down President Luo, do you have any? 10 lives are not enough to compensate. Yes, sir. Don't be angry. Wang Tung pretended to be an employee and was groveling. And he performed this identity perfectly. Wang Zhong snorted, turned to look into the room, and said to the boss of one of the mercenary organizations, Tiger, is this your subordinate? Don't let him sweep the floor here. Let him do something else. No problem. The mercenary boss named Tiger glanced at Wang Tung casually and didn't care. He has close to 300 mercenaries who can fight, and they are well equipped and well supplied. He can be said to be a strong force and a well-known figure in the wilderness. In addition to the mercenaries who could fight, there were also some ordinary mercenaries who were assigned by him to do logistics or other tasks due to their weak bodies and poor combat abilities. The identity that Wang Tung replaced was one of them. Although this person is also a mercenary, his status is rather embarrassing, and he is often looked down upon by those mercenaries responsible for fighting. Of course, in front of those slaves, they were still superior. Wang Tung seems to be very good at disguising himself as a nobody. Last time in Baimu Town, he pretended to be a cleaning staff, and this time he pretended to be a sweeper. He did this to observe the behavior and language of his subordinates and analyze each subordinate's thoughts. Su Xia secretly guessed. This kind of behavior is similar to the ancient emperor's private visit in disguise. Of course, some emperors paid private visits incognito to understand the sentiments of the people, while others traveled around and flirted with women, leaving a large number of illegitimate children among the people after just one visit. Su Xia's attention stayed on Wang Tung. She finally found this big fish and naturally couldn't let him run away. There are many secrets in Wang Tung. Even the system prompts cannot give out all his personal information to the outside world. This mercenary king is surrounded by a layer of mist that cannot be blown away. Soon, The meeting in the room ended, and Wang Gong, the person in charge of the town, left first, without even looking at Wang Tung, who was waiting at the door. If he knew that the cleaner he scolded was his immediate boss, I don't know how he would feel. Not long after, the other mercenary organization bosses in the room also left one after another. The mercenary boss named Tiger was the last to walk out of the room. He glanced at Wang Tung, frowned, seemed a little impatient, and simply waved his hand, signaling Wang Tung to follow him. It's just sweeping the floor. Such a simple task can cause you to make problems. What else can you do? He also reprimanded, his expression not very good. It's my fault, boss. Don't be angry. Wang Tung looked humble and said in a low voice, in the future, stop sweeping the floor and feed the slaves. This is the simplest job, Tiger said impatiently. If you can't even do this kind of job well, then you don't have to do it and go directly to stay with those slaves. Yes, boss. Don't worry. I can definitely do it well. Wang Tung's body trembled, with a look of fear on his face, as if he was frightened, and he repeatedly spoke assurances. His reaction was normal, and there was no flaw in it. After all, although his status is low now, he can still be considered a member of the mercenaries. If he is demoted to a slave, the consequences can be imagined. No mercenary wants to be reduced to a slave. The life of slaves is already quite miserable, and it is even more miserable for people like them who are reduced to slaves. Not to mention anything else. The enemies of the original mercenary organization will definitely try every means to torture them after they are demoted to slaves, making their lives worse than death. The slaves also hated their original status as mercenaries. In the past, they had no ability to retaliate. But once a mercenary was demoted to a slave, and the identities of both parties were equal, they had the opportunity to retaliate. Therefore, people whose status is downgraded to slaves often cannot survive even a week, and most of them die extremely miserably. As long as you know. Tiger's face showed a cold expression, and he said coldly, the situation is delicate now. People from the Naphone organization have come in, and Boss Wang Tung is coming soon. Don't cause any more trouble for me. Don't worry, boss. I know, Wang Tung hurriedly assured. Well, go change your work badge yourself and get out. Yes. Wang Tung was very humble, bowed slightly, and stepped back respectfully. As the leader of the mercenaries in the southwest region, it is really rare for a powerful fifth-level creature to be able to interpret a humble expression to such an extent. It has to be said that Wang Tung and his many subordinates are all actor-level talents with excellent acting skills, and they would definitely win awards in peaceful times. The tiger didn't even look at him, and left quickly after saying that. Wang Tung retreated to the door, picked up his broom, looked sad, and sighed from time to time, as if he was worried about his future. Well, I can't even sweep the floor. Life is really hard. He sighed as he spoke, with a very real expression on his face. It's okay to feed those slaves. You don't have to deal with other mercenaries. As long as you behave well, it shouldn't be a problem to stay alive. However, there is little hope of promotion in the future. I heard that some slaves are very cruel. Alas. Wang Tung sighed and shook his head, with a hint of helplessness on his face. Even if he is alone in the corridor, he will continue to perform. This persistence made Su Xia, who was watching on the sidelines, not know what to say. I have to think of a way to get a story out of him. Su Xia thought about it. He had planned to kidnap and interrogate the bosses of more than 10 mercenary organizations. But the 5-minute contact Wang Zhong made put Su Xia's kidnapping plan at great risk. This world seems to be a game, but there is no chance to restart the game. Everything happens only once. Once you make a mistake, you can only continue down the wrong path. But now, Wang Tung's appearance has given Su Xia another breakthrough. In this way, he followed Wang Tung closely, watching Wang Tung sweep the entire corridor dutifully, and then followed him to the personnel office of the organization to watch him change his work badge. The name of the organization that Wang Tung belongs to is Tiger, which is the same as the code name of the organization's boss. The various senior leaders in the organization use titles such as Black Tiger, Green Tiger, Blue Tiger, Green Tiger, etc. instead of their real names. And they basically use their titles directly when communicating with each other. There used to be titles starting with the word, but everyone thought this title was weird and no one wanted to use it, so it was cancelled. The person in charge of personnel arrangements is a middle-aged mercenary codenamed Black Tiger. He crossed his legs and sat on the office chair. He glanced at Wang Ting, who handed him his work badge. A trace of obvious contempt flashed across his face and he said with a smile, Xiao Wu, this is the first time you have changed jobs. Now, how come you are so good that even sweeping the floor can make those adults dissatisfied? Brother Black Tiger, I was just careless. I didn't expect that Mr. Luo would suddenly walk out of the room. Wang Tung laughed twice, with a humble smile, his head slightly lowered, and his face was full of flattery. Seeing his appearance, the contempt on Heihu's face became even greater. Are you not careful? He reached for Wang Tung's original sweeping work card, raised his eyebrows, and hit Wang Tung twice on the left face with the work card. 2 clicks. The sound is crisp. He looked casual, as if he was beating a wild dog on the roadside. TSK. You are quite thick-skinned. Heihu looked disdainful, shook his head and sighed. You can't do such a simple thing. I tell you, living is a waste of food. Our organization doesn't have much supplies now, and we still have to feed a person like you. You should find a place to bury yourself as soon as possible, and at least you can fertilize the land. Don't you think? Yes. Yes. Brother Black Tiger is right. Wang Tung still smiled dryly and answered cautiously, as if he did not dare to refute anything. Snort. Heihu sneered, took out a new work card from the drawer, and then threw Wang Tung's original work card into the drawer. Then, he threw it away casually, and with a bang, the new work card with feeding written on it fell to the ground. No. Go get your work badge. As he said that, he casually stepped on the work sign with a joking smile on his face and looked at Wang Tung. To get the work card, Wang Tung had to squat or kneel down and lift Heihu's feet with his own hands before taking the work card out from under his feet. This kind of behavior simply puts Wang Tung's personality and dignity on the ground. This is a mercenary organization. Bullying and oppression are written on the surface, and there is no cover-up at all. Even if they have a little bit of power, those who have it will use it to the extreme. Brother Black Tiger. You? Wang Tung's body trembled and he clenched his teeth. He seemed a little humiliated and couldn't help but clenched his fists. But he quickly released his fists, probably because he was afraid of being seen by Black Tiger. Complex emotions such as unwillingness, anger, fear, caution, etc. were vividly interpreted by him, and every frame can be included in the Beijing Film Academy teaching materials. Su Xia's eyes were widened and she didn't blink, for fear that she would miss something. Wang Tung is too tolerant. Does he have any special hobbies? Su Xia asked herself. If it were him, he might not be able to bear it anymore. It's just a private visit via incognito. There's really no need to go to this level. In ancient times, it was equivalent to an emperor being bullied by a county magistrate. Just thinking about it is incredible. If it were Su Xia, he would most likely lift the stall, reveal his true identity, and in turn, trample this kind of thing under his feet, while appreciating the other person's fear. But Wang Tung actually held back. He gritted his teeth and walked in front of Black Tiger little by little, as if he had exhausted all his strength. His body was trembling a little, and then he slowly squatted down. Xiao Wu's humility and helplessness were so perfectly played by him that he even owed him an Oscar. Shichi dash. Wang Tung squatted in front of Heihu, burying his head and kept exerting force, trying to pull out the work permit that Heihu had trampled under his feet. But no matter how hard he tried, he could only pull out a corner of the work permit. The rest of the work permit was stepped on by the Black Tiger and rubbed against the ground so hard that even the writing was almost worn away. Wang Tung's unwillingness, grief and anger increased, and his body began to tremble with anger. But as a low-level mercenary, he shouldn't let it out at all. He could only hold it back and keep all his anger deep in his heart. He put his trembling hand into his pocket and took out a roll of banknotes wrapped with a rubber band, which was about 7,000 yuan. He gritted his teeth, and no matter how unwilling he was, he could only hold the roll of banknotes tremblingly. Pass it to Black Tiger. Brother Black Tiger, this is my little brother's wish. Please accept it. He suppressed his anger, and his voice became hoarse. Oh, your brain isn't too bad. You can actually understand what I mean. Ha ha. Black Tiger laughed twice and grabbed the banknotes in Wang Tung's hand. He briefly took a look at the thickness of the banknotes and was barely satisfied. He nodded and then relaxed the strength on his feet. Wang Tung had been pulling hard on the work card under his feet. At this moment, his strength suddenly relaxed, and Wang Tung had no time to stop the strength, so that his whole person fell backwards and fell to the ground on all fours like a bastard, looking extremely embarrassed. But Wang Tung breathed a long sigh of relief. He didn't seem to care about his embarrassment and just grabbed the work card in his hand. Seeing his appearance, Black Tiger laughed again, very wantonly. On the side, Su Xia, who saw this scene, couldn't help but silently mourn for this Black Tiger in her heart. Wang Teng is the king of mercenaries no matter what. After this disguise is over, he will definitely find this Black Tiger. By then, Su Xia shook his head secretly. He could almost see the tragic end of this Black Tiger. Wang Teng was recognized as a ruthless man throughout the southwest region. He had countless blood on his hands and killed countless people. The number of people he tortured to death was also countless. What is certain is that this Black Tiger will definitely die. But his death will probably be a very long process. Wang Teng can kill someone in 1 second, or he can kill someone in a year, and the latter is far more painful than the former. There are relevant records in the Lingyan Tavern's information. Wang Teng once captured an opponent who refused to die and locked him in an underground dark room. He spent a whole month using all kinds of torture methods on the opponent. On the last day of that month, he finally killed the opponent, cut off the head. It is said that on the last day, almost no flesh and blood could be seen on the man's body, and he was cut into a white skeleton, and his internal organs could be touched through the gaps between the bones. It is really unimaginable how that person survived that dark month. If he had to choose again, he would definitely choose to shoot and understand himself before being caught by Wang Teng. Today's Black Tiger will probably end up similar to that person. But he didn't know it yet. So he still had a joking look on his face, and kicked Wang Teng on the ground. Go away! Yes. Wang Teng gritted his teeth, got up from the ground, clutched the work badge in his hand, and limped to the door. Just when he was about to leave, his steps suddenly paused, his body stopped for a moment, and his hoarse voice also sounded. Brother Black Tiger, 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Heshi. Chapter 483 Replacement. What's east of the river and west of the river? Black Tiger was a little confused. He rarely came into contact with the undead, so naturally he didn't understand the meaning of these words. Wang Teng had already left at the door, and Heihu didn't bother to ask. The incomprehensible words of such a low-level character are not worth taking to heart. This is not the only minor character he has bullied. Of course he knows that those people are unwilling and resentful of him. But so what? He just likes the way those people hate him, but are helpless. This will make him feel an inexplicable sense of joy, which is even more refreshing than drinking cold beer in the summer. As for the other party's revenge? Non-existent. The targets he bullies are all carefully selected, and they are basically those who are weak and timid. Expecting revenge from that kind of person is simply a big joke. TSK. 7,000 has been credited, so you can feel comfortable tonight. Black Tiger licked his lips. A hint of greed flashed across his face. You don't know when you are about to die. Most mercenaries are like this. Su Xia shook her head slightly, controlled the nanorobot to leave, and continued to follow Wang Teng. For some reason, he felt that Wang Teng enjoyed the experience of being a nobody, and seemed to enjoy it. When he was bullied just now, Wang Teng's humiliated expression was too real. At this moment, the humiliation on Wang Teng's face has not completely dissipated. He was seen clutching his work badge tightly, gritting his teeth, his chest rising and falling with anger, and walked to the place where the slaves were held without saying a word. The Black Tiger organization currently has more than 1,000 slaves, most of whom are engaged in productive labor in their organization's residence. Only a handful are imprisoned underground in this bar, as the objects of fun and vent for many mercenaries. Wang Teng walked to the end of the corridor, opened the elevator, entered it, and then clicked on the last floor. Buzz! The elevator door closed slowly, and Wang Teng was the only one in the elevator. Only then did he loosen his clenched teeth, showing annoyance, and punched the metal wall of the elevator hard, as if to vent his anger. You're really bullying! Wang Teng roared, his sallow face turning red. Ever since he left that room, he seemed to have been holding back some anger in his heart. Now that he was in a small elevator where he was alone, he dared to vent a little. But soon, he seemed to realize something again. He cautiously raised his head and glanced at the surveillance camera in the corner of the elevator. Then he hurriedly lowered his head, pretending as if nothing had happened, and waited quietly for the elevator door to open, not daring to look any further, make any movement, or make any sound. Is he looking at his audience? Su Xiaoyu glanced at the surveillance camera in the elevator. Thoughtfully, Wang Teng's behavior is a bit like histrionic personality disorder, but it doesn't quite fit in with some of the characteristics of this disorder. Soon, with a ding sound, the elevator door slowly opened. Outside the door is the deepest part of the bar, where many slaves are held. This underground space does not have much decoration at all. The lights are dim, The air is dirty. And it is filthy. There are many cells. And each cell contains several unkempt slaves. Most of these slaves have not cleaned their bodies for a long time. And they are all dirty and smelly. Some slaves were covered in wounds, with pus flowing out of the rotten wounds and a foul odor, like the smell of dead mice in summer. Therefore, feeding these slaves is a very hard job. Most mercenaries can't stand the stench. Just staying here for a few minutes will cause them to feel extremely uncomfortable and nauseated. From now on, I can only survive in this dark and sad corner. Wang Tung walked out of the elevator, and the expression on his face changed. The anger and unwillingness were much less, followed by a complicated look that even Su Xia couldn't understand. He seemed to be thinking of something in the past, and sighed softly, as if he was lamenting his own life. Now that it's here, let's make peace with it. That's all we can do for the time being. Wang Tung looked a little strange and whispered to himself. In this underground prison, there were several mercenaries, like him, who were sent here to feed the many slaves. Their status could not be lower. They are the lowest among mercenaries. Perhaps they realize that there is no hope of rising. Several of them have accepted the reality, and can only bully slaves with lower status than them every day. They are happy. Time to eat. Don't hacking sleep. Let's eat. Dang. 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 During breakfast time, the mercenaries carried big dirty iron buckets, one for each, and walked towards the many imprisoned slaves. I don't know what the content in the bucket is. It's a gray-yellow paste. A little sticky, and a little disgusting. It doesn't look like food that humans can eat. Carrying a large iron bucket in one hand, and a worn-out iron spoon in the other, they knocked on the door of the cell where the slaves were held one after another, like calling pigs, making a clanging sound, knocking most of the slaves who were still sleeping awake. The conditions of the slaves are not the same. Some still have hope for life, while others are numb and can't see a trace of light in their eyes. Therefore, after the sound of knocking was heard, some slaves hurriedly got up from the prison and handed their broken bowls to the door. Some even showed a flattering smile on their faces. Brothers, can you give me more? No matter how difficult the situation is, no matter how unpalatable the food is, as long as you persist in living, there will always be hope. They don't want to die, and they can count on it as long as they can survive. Several mercenaries just sneered at the slaves' flattering voices. The amount of food they gave them all depended on their respective moods. No! Eat it! One of the mercenaries smiled cruelly, took out a large spoonful of sticky food from the bucket, and then shook it. There was a whoosh, and all the food in the iron spoon flew out in a parabola. It did not fall into the slave's bowl at all, but drenched the slave all over. The high temperature of the food made the slave shudder, and his face twisted in pain. But he didn't dare to say anything at all, and he didn't even dare to make a painful sound too loudly. He could only hold the broken bowl and hurriedly scrape off the hot food stuck to his body. During this period, he suppressed the pain and forced a flattering smile on the mercenary. Thank you, brother, for the food. Hey, you know how to be grateful. You are a good boy. I will reward you with another spoonful. The mercenary sneered, stirred the bucket with a big iron spoon, got out another spoonful of food, and then threw it out. The slave in the cell had no time to escape, and was splashed with hot food again. The pain made him tremble all over. His forehead was sweating, and his body was about to convulse. But he just gritted his teeth and endured it with all his strength, trying not to make any sound of pain, and then forced out an even more painful smile. Thank you, brother, for the food. Well, that's good. I'll give you more tomorrow. The mercenary waved the spoon and shook out the last bits of food residue on the big iron spoon, throwing it to the ground in the cell. Seeing this, the slave in the cell hurriedly rushed over, carefully scraped the cell floor with a fragment of a pottery bowl, and collected the extremely precious food, not daring to waste any of it. For those who want to survive, any waste of food in this kind of place is shameful. They have no choice but to do this. The same scene also happened in the other cells in this underground space. There was a mercenary in charge of distributing food who didn't seem to be interested in playing. He didn't have much expression on his face. He walked through one cell after another carrying a large iron bucket and dumped the food directly on the ground. Another mercenary was more playful. He actually made the slaves in the cell kneel down one by one in front of him, like dogs, with their heads raised and waiting for the food to come. Yes, that's it. Come one by one. And whoever performs well, Grandpa will give him more food. The mercenary smiled cruelly, waving the big iron spoon in his hand vigorously, and kept knocking on the iron doors of each cell. making a harsh sound. Feeding these slaves is indeed hard work that most mercenaries are not willing to do. But they are already here after all, and they can only use this method to enjoy themselves. Human happiness is ultimately based on human suffering. Soon, they noticed Wang Tung. Huh? New brother? I remember you. You were sweeping the floor with me before. What did you do to get here? Looking at the uncomfortable look on your face. You were just bullied by that bone-crushing bitch from Black Tiger. Right. Don't worry. Just say anything if you have any questions. The surveillance here is in our own hands, and we can delete it at any time. Don't be afraid of that bullshit above. Here, there is actually someone who knows Wang Tung's identity, and seems to be his former friend. They had all experienced the bullying of Black Tiger. And just by looking at Wang Tung's face, they understood what he had just experienced. Seeing this scene, Su Xia couldn't help but shook her head secretly. No wonder these people were demoted here. That's one of their biggest problems. Didn't they think that if Wang Tung was sent by Black Tiger to monitor them, he would report their words and deeds to Black Tiger at any time? It is really not easy for such a little scheming person to survive until now. At the elevator entrance, Wang Tung was seen gritting his teeth, as if to blend in with the environment, and said viciously, "Brothers, that Black Tiger is really not a thing. Yes, good scolding. If you want to curse, just curse out. Don't hold it in. There will be a long time to come. So it's okay to use different methods of scolding every day." Several mercenaries spoke one after another, with cheerful smiles on their faces, and they quickly accepted Wang Tung. It seems that here, as long as you are willing to scold Black Tiger, you could become brothers. After more than 10 minutes, Wang Tung became involved with several mercenaries here. He seemed to be more accustomed to living with these little people. Those mercenaries just regarded Wang Tung as a poor guy like them, who had just been demoted. I wonder what they would think if they knew Wang Tung's true identity. Meanwhile, outside the town, Su Xia, who had been sitting on a big tree, finally moved. He looked deeply in the direction of the town, and then jumped up, as if his body was weightless. He jumped lightly to the jungle floor without even crushing a dead leaf. Several groups of nanorobots responsible for exploration have been recalled by him, like invisible streams of water, slowly covering his body. The function of being invisible to the current environment has been activated. Soon, Su Xia became invisible and seemed to disappear directly. The trial will be held tomorrow evening, and there are less than 36 hours left, Su Xia thought in her mind. There may not be any breakthroughs in the next few hours, so we can only find a way from Wang Tung. Use Wang Tung's words. Although this matter is difficult, Su Xia still has to try it. After turning on his invisibility, he began to move forward slowly, following the direction of the wind, trying not to let his actions cause too obvious airflow. About half an hour later, Su Xia entered the town and successfully sneaked into the bar owned by the Tiger organization. How to approach Wang Tung is a troublesome question. Su Xia patiently entered the last floor where the slaves were held through an escape passage, and then hung upside down above this floor, like a big bat, without releasing any psychic fluctuations. We can only follow the old method and change our identities. He carefully observed the mercenaries, analyzed their behavior, and firmly memorized their mantras, micro-expressions, subconscious actions, etc. Combined with the character description given by the system, Su Xia can basically achieve an imitation close to 90% authenticity. After another half hour, Su Xia selected a mercenary. Xiao Tu, male, 33 years old, member of Tiger Mercenary Organization, without psychic powers and weak combat ability. He was originally the administrator of a food warehouse of the organization. 2 months ago, because he accidentally set fire to a pile of food supplies, he was deprived of his status as a warehouse manager. His status was downgraded, and he came here to be responsible for feeding slaves. This man was the least talkative among the mercenaries. Moreover, he did not have a deep relationship with the other people and had not known them before. He seemed to still have hope of leaving here and always wanted to return to his seat as a warehouse manager. So he had relatively little communication with the other people. Even if such a person is replaced by Su Xia, it will be difficult for the other people to detect the problem in a short period of time. That's him. Su Xia focused her eyes, moved slowly, approached Xiao Tu, and waited for the opportunity. It didn't take long before the opportunity came. Xiao Tu yawned, looked bored, rubbed his stomach, stood up from his seat, and walked unhurriedly to the bathroom in the corner of this underground space. Su Xia was like a ghost, sticking behind him, floating slowly without making any sound. Xiao Tu walked to the bathroom door, stretched out his hand and unscrewed the bathroom door, and then walked in slowly. Crack! The bathroom door is closed, temporarily cutting off the outside space. At this moment, Su Xia's eyes suddenly turned cold. She raised her hand and took out a potion, which she flicked on Xiao Tu's neck. The needle of this medicine is very special. When it is pricked, ordinary people will hardly feel anything. Xiao Tu's perception was a little sharper than that of ordinary people, but it was not strong enough. He just subconsciously scratched his neck. Strange. Where did the mosquitoes come from? Chapter 484. It's terrible. Xiao Tu's body slowly fell. He didn't know how he died. In fact, half a minute ago, he was still alive, except that he felt a mosquito bite on his neck. Half a minute later, the poison of the medicine took away his life, ending his sinful life. Su Xia appeared with cold eyes, raised her hand, and took Xiao Tu's body into her own space. It's my turn. He took out the scarlet crystal prop, slowly pressed it to his forehead, and began to change his appearance. Disguising one's identity has become commonplace for him. A few minutes later, the bathroom door slowly opened. Su Xia walked out with Xiao Tu's appearance, walking slowly, looking lazy, and raising her chin slightly, as if she thought this place was not worthy of her status. On both sides, many slaves in the cells either showed humble and flattering smiles or looked disgusted after seeing him. Obviously, these slaves were unable to see through Su Xia's disguise. They thought what they saw was still the same mercenary Xiao Tu from before. Along the way, Su Xia heard many voices, either praising or hating. Soon, he returned to the rest area where several mercenaries were sitting. Their job is to feed the slaves. After feeding every day, there is nothing to do, and the rest of the time can only be passed slowly. The mercenaries were all lying lazily on the chairs, without even raising their eyelids or looking at Su Xia. They never thought about the possibility that Xiao Tu would be replaced. TSK. What a life. One of the mercenaries suddenly sighed. It seemed that he was so idle that he didn't feel any pain anymore. He lay on the chair and stretched out. In such a life, one cannot see the future or prospects. Repeating the exact same job every day is extremely boring. The salary is pitifully low, and there is no need to talk about status. This reminded Su Xia of the days when she worked in an electronics factory during summer vacation. Of course, life here is much more comfortable than in an electronics factory. At least it's more free here than an electronics factory. On the side, several other mercenaries were communicating with Wang Teng, and one of them knew Wang Teng in his current identity. Brother Wu, after you come here, it will be difficult to go up in the future. You have to be mentally prepared. The mercenary shook his head and sighed. Wang Teng's current surname is Wu, and his given name is Wu Yong, which is the same name as a certain hero in Water Margin. His past identity fits the name very well, but it is indeed of no use. In the past, Wu Yong was a dispensable person within the Tiger organization. He had almost no friends, and no one understood him. Now he was replaced by Wang Teng, and he didn't know how long he had been replaced. No one noticed anything unusual at all. I know. It's good to be here. You don't have to keep your head down every day. Wang Teng forced a smile, showing that he was unwilling, but had to accept his fate. Ha ha. I know you must be uncomfortable. Speak out. Don't hold it back. We are all members of your family here. The mercenary patted his shoulder and comforted him with a smile. It's normal to feel uncomfortable. Look at brother Xiao Tu. He's been here for 2 months, and he's still not feeling well yet. A mercenary spoke with a smile and pointed at Su Xia, who was walking towards him. The original Xiao Tu was indeed unwilling to give up, and always held on to the hope of leaving here. Xiao Tu, who replaced Su Xia, naturally had a similar reaction. He snorted lightly, raised his head slightly, and said, Sail against the current, and if you don't advance, you will retreat. What's the use of staying here all your life? In the eyes of others, the people who have been demoted here are all trash and ants. You bastards, don't you want to climb up and talk to those people as equals? Hey, Brother Qiao has a new argument. One of the mercenaries teased. Sailing a boat against the current is a good argument. But we brothers don't even have a boat. So we should just go down the river honestly. Otherwise we will be swept under the water accidentally. Ha ha. Well said. We don't even have a boat. So what the heck? Brother Qiao, how about you get us a boat? Several mercenaries laughed lightly, laughing at Xiao Tu's idea. In the dark area at the bottom of this mercenary organization, being a bad person seems to be the most gregarious choice. As long as you are a bad person, You can blend into this group of several mercenaries. After all, there is no sunlight in this kind of place. Only darkness and coldness thrive. What is the point of hard work and struggle? Trying to show those humble slaves? It is ironic to say that most of the slaves in the cage still have hope of escaping. But they, the free people outside the cage, are ruined. The longer we stay here, the more obvious the bad attitudes of these mercenaries become. There is a mercenary among them who has been here for nearly 2 years. He has become a veteran. He lies on the rocking chair all day long with his eyes slightly closed. Occasionally he opens them, and there is only a cloudiness in his eyes. He can't tell anything of laziness. I have been here for 2 years, and I have met many people who were demoted. They were either killed by slave attacks or went crazy. There are only a few of us left, and none of them have regained their status. The lazy old servant Bing spoke calmly. Die by a sneak attack by slaves? Wang Tung asked curiously. Hee. Yes, there are quite a few people who were killed by sneak attacks, another mercenary said. These slaves, despite their usual humility and respect, don't let them find the opportunity. Once they find the opportunity, they will definitely kill you. Brother Wu, you remember clearly. 2 weeks ago, a brother accidentally had his head held by a slave while feeding him. And then, as he spoke, the mercenary expressed an exaggerated expression, raised his hands, and made a twisting motion. His head was screwed off alive. Oh? Wang Ting screamed cooperatively, with a look of disbelief on his face. Then, he couldn't help but ask, those slaves don't have enough to eat, but they still have the strength to twist off their heads? Brother Wu, don't underestimate the potential of the human body. Even if they can't unscrew them, they still have teeth and nails. They can bite off your ears, poke out your eyes, and make you a cripple. Several mercenaries seemed to like seeing the surprised expression on Wang Tung's face, and kept talking about what had happened before. Hatred is truly one of the most powerful forces in the world. Never underestimate the madness of those slaves. Even if their heads are twisted endlessly, even if their teeth and nails are pulled out, there are still slaves who can think of ways to kill and resist. 3 months ago, a brother was careless and opened this cell. He was killed by a slave who didn't even have teeth or nails. Huh? You don't even have teeth or nails? There was even more surprise on Wang Ting's face, and his expression was very real, without any trace of disguise. Su Xiao was also on the side, listening carefully. He also wanted to know how an imprisoned slave without teeth or nails could kill a powerful mercenary. Next, I heard the oldest mercenary say, that slave was a cruel man. He broke his left arm forcibly, exposing the bone stubble. Then he held the broken arm with his right hand and stabbed it. He got into that brother's neck and stabbed him right through him on the spot. The bleeding couldn't be stopped. So, he killed people with his own arm bones? Wang Tung asked in surprise. That's right. So it's impossible to guard against it. Brother Wu, you have to be more careful. This is a chaotic and cruel era, and there is always no shortage of ruthless people. On the other side of the earth, some young people can wail in pain for a long time even if they get a small cut of just 1 millimeter on their hands. But here, broken limbs are common. In order to become stronger, some people even take the initiative to cut off their own hands and feet, and then install mechanical limbs to transform themselves into cyborgs. Of course, such extreme people are not common. After all, no matter how powerful the body is, as long as the head and heart are still made of flesh and blood, in many cases it is just a matter of a bullet. By the way, Brother Wu, you can treat the men as you please, as long as they don't maim them. The women must be taken seriously and don't let them get disfigured. Otherwise they will be punished by the superiors. A mercenary suddenly said, Well, thank you, brother. Wang Tung nodded seriously. No thanks. They are all family members. It would be too disrespectful to say thank you. Next, several mercenaries told him some other things to pay attention to. For example, you should always pay attention to the changes in the numbers displayed on the elevator. The area they are in is located on the 5th underground floor of the bar. Once the number displayed on the elevator reaches -4, you must become nervous. It is very likely that a big shot from above will come down to select slaves. Of course, it is also possible that someone like Wang Tang who was just demoted came down. They were all feeding before, and did not notice Wang Tang coming down immediately. This was their mistake. If the person who came down just now was a big shot, he might scold them if he saw their behavior. After all, slaves are the common property of the entire mercenary organization, not the personal property of a few of them. and they are not the object of their pleasure. Well, after all, we brothers are here. Although our status is low, and we don't have much money. We don't have the pressure of competition. We can live day by day. At least we have enough food and clothing, said the oldest old mercenary. Yes, those guys outside may have a high status, but they might die while fighting externally. Several mercenaries had the same idea. Their wages are indeed low, and there is no way to make extra money managing these slaves. After all, the slaves are all poor. However, the cost here is also low. You don't have to spend your own money on food and drinks. As long as you save money, you can still go to the bar above once or twice a month to enjoy yourself. Except for Chiao Tu, who was replaced by Su Xia. The others were already used to it. Brother Wu, don't listen to their nonsense. Su Xia glanced at the others and said as Chiao Tu, you are still young. You have to look forward and up. Do you want to stay in this lish place for the rest of your life? Hey, Brother Chiao, what can you see when you look up? The dark ceiling? Before Wang Tun could speak, the oldest mercenary spoke, obviously not agreeing with Su Xia's remarks. Yes, there are dangers everywhere outside. How comfortable is it to stay here? Another mercenary agreed. The situation is not good now. It is becoming more dangerous every day. There are not many comfortable days left. Cherish it. Although they have been here for a long time, these mercenaries are still very well informed and know what is happening outside. They are not restricted here and can go up anytime they want. But they do not have the ability to spend money outside, rather than going up there and being discriminated against. It's better to dominate here. The situation outside is indeed not good. Let's talk about the Nafong organization, the old mercenary said lazily. We have never looked at that organization directly before. What's the result? How long has it been? Then the Nafong organization is so powerful that even Boss Wang Tung has to face it. As soon as he said this, he brought the topic to the Nafong organization. On the side, Su Xia glanced at him unexpectedly. He hadn't thought about how to mention the Nafong organization, but he didn't expect this guy to take the initiative to mention it, which saved him a lot of trouble. This guy has performed so well, so give him a good time when you kill him later. The Nafong organization borrowed the name of the masked stranger. Without this name, who would dare to go against Boss Wang Tung? Said another mercenary. It's hard to say. The Nafong organization was indeed founded by the masked weirdo. And it's not just a borrowed name. Hey, they claim to be founded by masked strangers. Who knows? Yes, that masked weirdo never admitted it. As long as the Nafong organization is mentioned, the masked stranger is a point that can never be avoided. In the eyes of the mercenaries, he is the embodiment of cruelty and death. A creature that many mercenaries dare not mention at all. Well, I have a brother who was killed by a masked stranger himself. He died so tragically. The old mercenary glanced at Wang Tung and said with emotion. His eyeballs were gouged out by the masked stranger. His ears were cut off, and even his teeth were smashed one by one, and not a single bone in his body was left. The root was good. Even the skin was peeled off. And when I went to collect his body in the end, I almost didn't recognize him. So miserable? Wang Tung shrank his neck, seeming a little afraid. At the same time, Su Xia also had similar questions in her heart. Why is it so miserable? When had he ever inflicted such torture on a mercenary? There were many tragedies in this wilderness, and they all seemed to be inexplicably related to him. Many mercenaries feel that if the murderer cannot be found, a tragic death can be assumed to be caused by a masked weirdo. Isn't this miserable? The old mercenary clicked his tongue and shook his head. You have never seen anything worse. The masked weirdo's methods are unimaginably cruel. Death is a luxury for those who fall into his hands. It turns out those terrifying legends are true. Wang Tung murmured. Understood? There is really not much money to be made here, but at least it is safe. The old mercenary said to Wang Tung. If you think about the current situation, maybe the masked stranger has sneaked into our town. Do you want to follow that, or are you facing the scary masked weirdo? It's safest to hide here. Hearing this, Wang Tung nodded seriously. Yeah, he's terrible. Chapter 485, Killing and Punishing the Heart. This is the 5th underground floor, and there are 4 floors above our heads. Hiding here, I do feel an inexplicable sense of security. Even if a fight breaks out on the ground, they can find a way to escape here without being caught in a hail of bullets in the first place. Therefore, in the eyes of these poor mercenaries, being demoted here is not a punishment, but rather their luck. Of course, this may also be their self-comfort. Anyway, there is little hope of leaving here. So it is better to think about the good things. It is said that the masked weirdo is proficient in the art of disguise, and his appearance is different every time he appears in front of people. Who knows what his true appearance is like? The old mercenary said slowly. It is said that he has no face at all, not even a head, and those appearances are all phantoms. Another mercenary said in a sinister voice. Yes, even if he walks into the town in a big way, most likely no one will recognize him. Hide here so we can avoid him. He will definitely look for trouble with those big shots, and won't get involved with little guys like us. He won't even notice us at all. Several mercenaries spoke one by one, analyzed clearly, and told Wang Tung the benefits of staying here. It seemed that they all had good intentions, and were thinking about Wang Tung's life and safety. But is it really so? Su Xia was quiet for a while without saying anything. She carefully observed the expressions of each mercenary, and gradually came to a more pertinent conclusion. These mercenaries just didn't want Wang Tung to go up there. If Wang Tung successfully returned to the world above through hard work and restored his previous identity, then what do they mean to these guys who have been messing around for a long time? What people fear most is comparison. No matter where in the world they are. As long as Wang Tung messes with them, they can continue to live their previous lives with peace of mind. Thinking of this, Su Xia said calmly, it is said that the masked weirdo can sense the presence of metal around him. We can't escape even if we hide underground. Brothers, it's better not to comfort yourself. Hey, Brother Chiao, why can't you think of something better? A mercenary complained. I'm just telling the truth. Su Xia shrugged. Later, Su Xia used their topic to talk about other things intentionally or unintentionally. For example, will the Natphone organization come to rescue people? If so, when will they choose to come? Another example is whether the rumors circulating outside are true. If they really cooperate with the Southwest Mercenary Union, what will be the outcome for these low-level mercenaries? The chatting atmosphere was quite harmonious. After chatting for more than half an hour, the other people did not notice Su Xia's problem. On the contrary, they felt that Su Xia had enlightened today and was willing to talk to them so much. As for Wang Tung, as a newcomer who has just arrived here, he is naturally particularly taken care of, and he will be dragged along to chat about every topic. This is exactly Su Xia's purpose. When the conversation lasted until 10 o'clock in the morning, Su Xia finally brought up a new topic. Do you think Boss Wang Tung is here or not? He looked casual, as if he just thought of this question temporarily, and said it casually. Who knows? Boss Wang Tung is so mysterious that he may not even be able to see the tiger, let alone us. The old mercenary looked lazy and answered casually. They are probably already here, looking for those people from the Natphone organization in the dark. Another mercenary said. I think Boss Wang Tung may be blocking the masked strangers outside. What do you think? That makes sense. It's really possible that Boss Wang Tung is in the same place as the masked stranger. Several people nodded, feeling that this guess was tenable. In the eyes of many mercenaries, Wang Tung and the masked stranger are already destined enemies. There can only be one king in the southwest region, and among them, only one is destined to survive, and the other will only become a stepping stone for the living one. That's right. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, kings against kings. Boss Wang Tung is probably really confronting the masked stranger somewhere. Even Wang Tung nodded seriously, with no expression on his face. They can see no problem. This makes sense. No wonder Boss Wang Tung never showed up. But where will they be? It won't be here anyway, so let's not worry about it. When they thought about this problem, several mercenaries felt relieved. The sense of security hidden in a dark corner is truly incomparable to the outside world. Next, they all told their guest locations. Some guessed that it was outside the town. Some guessed that it was in the distant town number 5. And some guessed that it was in Coral City. What everyone said made some sense. When it was Wang Tung's turn, he made the most unlikely guess. Will Boss Wang Tung and that masked weirdo confront each other in our town now? How is this possible? The old mercenary laughed and shook his head. Brother Wu, don't be joking. If we really had a confrontation in a small town, it would have caused quite a stir. How could it be our turn to discuss it here? Yes. Brother Wu, you should understand such a simple truth. Right. Several mercenaries laughed and spoke. It wasn't that they didn't believe it, but they were afraid of this conjecture from the bottom of their hearts. If two powerful level 5 creatures fight in a small town, the outcome will definitely be devastating. Wang Tung is cold and ruthless, and the masked stranger is even more so. The two of them don't care about the life and death of ordinary mercenaries. If a fight breaks out in a small town, other psychic creatures will definitely join the fight. Wang Tung's subordinates and members of the Nanfeng organization will not just watch. As Wang Tung said just now, soldiers against soldiers, against generals, and kings against kings. At that time, it will be an extremely bloody super melee. I think they are probably confronting each other in an abandoned wilderness town now, the old mercenary said, not knowing whether he was comforting himself or not by expressing such a guess. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was immediately echoed by several other people. It was too uncomfortable to talk about this topic, and few of them wanted to continue talking about it. So Su Xiao brought up another topic. Most of the people from the Nanfeng organization have already come in, and they will find ways to save people, Su Xiao said seemingly casually. Brothers, if you were the one making the decision, where would you keep those prisoners? Well, that's a question. Where is the safest place to lock him up? The oldest old mercenary nodded slightly, touched the messy beard on his face, and thought about it. The other mercenaries also thought about it seriously, and soon became absorbed in this topic. If it were them, where would they be imprisoned? Although they have a low status, they have also dreamed of becoming a decision maker. And they also want to give orders to everyone below them from a high position. And they can affect the overall situation of the wilderness with the move of a finger. On the side, Wang Tung also looked serious, seeming to be thinking with everyone. In fact, he was the only one in this room who knew where the dozen or so members of the Nanfeng organization were actually being held. After a while, the old mercenary said, If it were me, I would lock those people in the most obvious place, such as the first prison underground at the entrance of the town. Why? Asked another mercenary. Think in reverse, the old mercenary explained. Those who came to the rescue from the Nanfeng organization will definitely think that I keep the prisoners in a very tight place. In this case, I will do the opposite and keep them in the most obvious place, region, and use the misunderstandings of the Nanfeng organization to create favorable conditions for ourselves. Awesome. Why didn't I think of that? The mercenary suddenly realized. I just wanted to be locked up in the most secure place, such as Mr. Wang Zhong's private prison. Yes, I think so too. Another mercenary said, I heard that after Boss Wang Zhong was named in charge of our town, he started to build a private prison in a very secret place with only a few people. People know where that prison is. Brother Qiao too. What do you think? The old mercenary looked at Su Xia and asked. Su Xia spread her hands and said, If it were me, I would mix those people with ordinary slaves to make it more difficult for those from the Nanfeng organization to save them. This is a good idea. You're right. Slaves are the most inconspicuous. We have more than 100 slaves here. Just a few prisoners from the Nanfeng organization can cause headaches to those bastards outside who come to save people. Su Xia's method was quickly recognized by the others. After all, they all feed slaves and have great experience in this aspect. Just by thinking about it briefly, they can think of the beauty of Su Xia's method. Soon, several other mercenaries also expressed their opinions. There are not many methods. They are nothing more than disturbing the line of sight, thinking reversely, transferring at any time, etc., which are basically within the range that ordinary people can think of. In the end, only Wang Tung was left. Everyone focused their attention on Wang Tung, wanting to see what the newcomer could come up with. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Tung scratched his head and looked like he was thinking hard. He frowned and thought for a long time before finally saying, If it were me, I would do it. What will happen? A mercenary asked eagerly. I will separate them one by one, place them in different locations in the town, and hypnotize them to make them think that they are mercenaries, not people from the Nanfeng organization. Wang Tung spoke slowly, word by word said, Huh? What does that mean? Hypnosis? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Hypnosis is a very mysterious art. In this world, 8 out of 10 people who hold the title of Hypnosis Master are liars, and the remaining 2 are basically half-filled cans of water. In many works of art, such as novels, TV shows, and movies, hypnotist masters are always described as miraculous, even to the point of being omnipotent. It's trivial to let people tell their inner truth. Some can directly control others, and some can even create mental hallucinations in people, making it impossible for them to escape. However, in reality, it is almost impossible to encounter such a heaven-defying existence. Most of the so-called hypnosis is more like a psychological counseling method, which is of little use and can only make the patient feel a little psychological comfort. Therefore, When Wang Tung said this, the other mercenaries were stunned and did not react for a while. Su Xia understood what he meant, but she pretended not to understand. After a moment, the old mercenary suddenly slapped his thigh and said suddenly, "Okay, this is a good method. Use hypnosis to make the prisoners of the Nanfeng organization think that they are our people, and even make them helping us fight against the rescue team organized by Nanfeng is really wonderful. Killing people is so heart-wrenching." After he said this, the other mercenaries' eyes lit up, and they all understood the key point. If this trick is used well, it can really kill people and make those in the Nanfeng organization extremely uncomfortable. Wonderful. It is indeed wonderful. Why didn't I think of it? A mercenary patted his head and kept sighing. Let Nanfeng organize his own people to fight against his own people, and let the prisoners fight for the rescue. There is nothing better than this. Brother Wu, your brain is really amazing. Why didn't I realize you were so smart before? It's just that hypnosis is a big problem. Everyone quickly thought of the more critical point. If hypnosis is successful, everything will go according to plan. In an unexpected situation, it can cause great damage to the rescue team infiltrated by the Nanfeng organization. Just imagine, when you go through all kinds of hardships, bypass the hasty barriers, finally sneak into the small town, spend a lot of effort, and finally find the imprisoned organization members. Will you be wary of those familiar faces? But the question is, how can one achieve successful hypnosis? Among the known psychic talents, there seem to be several related to hypnosis, but they are not very famous, and no one can remember them for a while. Having said that, if those spiritual talents related to hypnosis are all incredible, they won't be famous. Most of them are ordinary talents with no use. Does Boss Wang Tung know hypnosis? I don't know. I haven't heard of him having this ability. That's the problem. Brother Wu's method is indeed wonderful, but it is too difficult to implement and almost impossible to succeed. The prisoners may even pretend to be hypnotized and find a way to escape. Yes. No wonder I couldn't think of this method. My subconscious must have denied it. Several mercenaries quickly rejected Wang Tang's method with one sentence. During this period, Wang Tang's expression remained as usual. He didn't say anything, and even nodded from time to time, as if he felt that his method was not very good. However, the method Wang Tung proposed just now really sounded a wake-up call to Su Xia. Even Su Xia couldn't think of this method. In the final analysis, Su Xia can only be regarded as a newcomer in this world. In many aspects, she cannot compare with those old people, especially those with deep scheming minds like Wang Teng. Su Xia rarely used any intrigues, and most of the time she used her absolute strength to get through. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have died countless times. Su Xia thought secretly, her expression unchanged, and recalled in her mind what she saw and heard in the town yesterday and today. Will Wang Tung really use this method? Chapter 486 New Discovery. Killing people is a very high level. After coming to this small town, Su Xia had already seen something similar once. In that arena of the Colosseum, father and son were forced to kill each other, and only one could survive. This was killing one another. Those bloody knives not only struck the bodies of the two people, but also struck the souls of the two people, causing them pain and distortion, making them almost collapse. Now, something similar is likely to happen to the Nanfeng organization. If Wang Tung used the hypnosis method he mentioned, this would most likely become a reality. Faced with the sharp blades of their former companions, what choice should the members of the Nanfeng organization make? Will they bear the pain and kill their hypnotized companions? Or will they not bear to do it, and would rather let themselves be injured or even die? This is a very painful choice. No matter which choice they make, it will be a double devastation to their bodies and souls. Thinking of this, Su Xia felt bad. After all, the Nanfeng organization was an organization he founded himself. To be honest, even the Beifeng organization was not founded by him, but by the former Beifeng commander. Su Xia just rebuilt the Beifeng organization. Su Xia is very pleased with the development of Nanfeng organization during this period. Of course, Su Xia didn't want to see their brothers killing each other. At present, the only good news is that Su Xia has searched more than 80% of the town area and read a lot of character descriptions, but still has not found any members of the Nanfeng organization. Therefore, the method Wang Tung just mentioned may not have been implemented, but was just an idea in his mind. When she thought of this, Su Xia looked at Wang Tung and said in an appreciative tone, "The method that Brother Wu said is indeed difficult, but it just proves that Brother Wu's thinking is clever. As long as you work hard, you can go up and consume as much as possible. If you show off in front of those big shots, You might be able to get a chance to leave here. Brother Chiao. Thank you. I just said it casually. Wang Tung looked embarrassed and forced a smile. Brother Chiao too. Don't raise Brother Wu's expectations too high. The old mercenary suddenly spoke and said calmly. Yes. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. If I can't go up in the future, how can Brother Wu resolve his expectations? Brother Chiao. Not everyone is like you. Several mercenaries spoke one after another. Although the expressions on their faces did not change, there was still some accusation in their tone. The method Wang Tung said just now really shocked them all. With Wang Tung's intelligence, it stands to reason that he shouldn't end up here. Even if his fighting ability is not strong and he cannot challenge the Nanfeng organization or other enemies at the front, he can still stay at the rear and be a dog-headed strategist. The most indispensable thing in the wilderness is guys with well-developed limbs. What is lacking is members with flexible minds and intelligence. As long as Wang Tang's intelligence is noticed by the people above, he will definitely be able to leave here. Therefore, several mercenaries criticized Su Xia and accused him of not making the matter clear. If Wang Tung really goes up, then those of them who stay at the bottom and mess around will become a real joke, which will make them feel extremely uncomfortable. Brother Wu's plan is indeed wonderful, but it can't be implemented. What will the bosses above think when they hear this plan? The old mercenary asked. Maybe instead of praising Brother Wu, they will scold him. Yes, the bosses above are moody, and their tempers are just like the weather in the wilderness. They change at any time. If you make them unhappy, even if you get scolded, it will be a big deal whether you can save your life. Several bad mercenaries used the same method again. Intimidate Wang Tung and stop him from going up. When they first came here, they had the idea of going up, but they were also intimidated by older mercenaries. They themselves have fallen into this quagmire step by step. How can they let Wang Tung climb up? But I think it's a waste of talent for Brother Wu to stay here. Su Xia said seriously. It's just a way. Maybe Brother Wu just had an idea. The old mercenary said. Yes, Brother Wu. Is there anything else you can do? Several people looked at Wang Tung again, with questioning expressions on their faces. Wang Tung seemed to be in trouble. He looked at Su Xia, and then at the old mercenary. He scratched his hair and opened his mouth slightly, as if he was hesitant to speak. His micro-expressions and action performances are quite good, and he interprets a newcomer to the extreme. As long as they are not two stupid newcomers, they can see the friction between Su Xia's identity and the other mercenaries at this moment. No matter which side you lean towards, you will offend the other side. If you want to survive the first period of time here smoothly, it is best not to offend both parties. This is what a newcomer should do most, and it is also the most difficult to do. After a while, Wang Tung said cautiously, there are indeed methods, but they are very common. I haven't eaten anything today. I'm always hungry, and my brain is not working well. I'm really embarrassed. I can't think of anything. It's so good. This is a pretty good excuse. He said he couldn't think of a better way so as not to offend the old mercenary group. He said that he was not thinking well because he was hungry, so as not to offend Su Xia's current status. By the time he had lunch, the topic had long been over, and neither party would bring it up again unless they deliberately made things difficult for him. After all, everyone hangs out in this underground space, and there is no need to make the relationship too tense. Sure enough, after Wang Tung finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly relaxed a lot. The old mercenary smiled and patted his head and said, Brother Wu, you are still young. What can you do if you are hungry? I told you that you haven't eaten. We don't have much else here. We can eat enough for free. Yes, you can eat as much as you want. You can eat as much as you want? Wang Tung seemed to be moved, swallowed his saliva, and a trace of desire flashed in his eyes. His body was very thin and his face was sallow, as if he had not had enough to eat all year round. Isn't that what we eat? Wang Tung suddenly pointed to the dirty big iron buckets next to him. The iron buckets were full of food distributed to slaves, and some of them had not been distributed yet. Yellowish-brown semi-solidified state. I don't know what these foods are made of. They have a very unpleasant smell, like drunken vomit. Just smelling it makes people feel nauseous, except for those slaves with a strong will to survive. Probably no one else could eat these foods. Seeing the worry on Wang Tung's face, several mercenaries laughed. Ha ha, we won't eat those shit-like things. They are all for lowly slaves, said the old mercenary. We can go to the upper floor to eat every day, and we can go directly to the kitchen to eat. We can take whatever we want. There are no restrictions, as long as we avoid the big shots who occasionally come down to check. It's okay. Go directly to the kitchen to eat. Wang Tung made a surprised expression and was very cooperative. Of course. What do you think? The old mercenary said with a smile. My brothers have to feed more than 100 slaves every day, and they have to pay attention to whether they are dead or not. It's so hard. What's the point of eating more? Yes, this is the right we should have. Brother Wu, looking at your small body, you can tell that you often don't have enough to eat. You don't have to worry about this problem in the future. Just eat as much as you can. Several mercenaries agreed, talking about the benefits of their job. Of course, this is not actually a benefit. The reason why they can eat in the back kitchen is because they can only eat in the back kitchen. Their status is humble, and they are at the bottom of the entire mercenary organization. They do not dare to eat in regular restaurants and cafeterias. If they do, they will be easily laughed at and despised. The problems caused by this identity gap can actually be said to be benefits. It has to be said that these mercenaries are indeed very strong in their hearts. They think of all the problems for the best while doing bad things, and can live comfortably in such a dark place. They are simply like a group of human cockroaches. Su Xia asked herself. He couldn't do this. When he was poor, all he wanted to do every day was to climb up. Keep climbing, and climb to a high enough position so that he would never have to go hungry or worry about tuition fees. Soon, it was time for lunch. One mercenary was left to watch these slaves, while the other mercenaries took the elevator up to the upper floor. On the -4th floor, there is a large dining area. Brother Wu, come with us. The old mercenary walked at the front, looking like a leader, leading everyone straight to the kitchen at the back of this area. The kitchen is very busy. There are more than 20 members in chef uniforms. Some are cutting vegetables, some are arranging plates, and some are making desserts. The flavors of various foods are mixed together. The most intense one is that a chef is cooking the aroma of stir-fried pork loin. After entering, several mercenaries squinted their eyes slightly and took a deep breath. They all looked like they were enjoying themselves, as if they were in heaven. TSK. Life. There are not many entertainment options in the wilderness. And for mercenaries like them who are short of money, there are almost no entertainment options. Therefore, eating has become one of their greatest enjoyments. In this chaotic era, many people have experienced hunger, and it is indeed a blessing to have enough to eat. Even on the other side of the earth, there are many people who do not have enough to eat. You must know that the food produced by the earth every year is enough for 15 billion people to survive, which is twice the current number of people. But even so, hundreds of millions of people are still suffering from hunger for a long time. Hungry state. It's like this all over the world, let alone here. The person in charge of the kitchen glanced at the mercenaries and said calmly, Brothers are here to get food again? Yes. The old mercenary was very cheeky and answered with a smile, not caring what the person in charge said. Each person has a basin. You can choose by yourself. Squat in the kitchen and eat. Don't go out and be seen by others. You know the rules. The person in charge pointed to the stainless steel cabinet next to him. There was a large stack of stainless steel basins neatly placed in the cabinet. The old mercenary went up first, took a large stainless steel basin from the cupboard, and then added food to himself. Several other mercenaries stepped forward one after another, and Wang Tung followed suit. After the meal was ready, everyone squatted in the corner of the kitchen, chatting and eating. Fortunately, the kitchen is big enough so they don't feel crowded while squatting here. Brother Wu, how are you? Is this a good life? A mercenary asked Wang Tung. Yeah, it's a good life. Wang Tung agreed repeatedly, but seemed to be too hungry. He kept digging things into his mouth, and his whole face was almost buried in the basin. He was like a starving ghost reincarnated. He dug out most of the pot in a short time, and his appetite was truly astonishing. Su Xia squatted next to him, chatting with Wang Tung, trying to find a way to talk. But until the end of the lunch, he didn't get any useful information. From morning to now, the most useful information is still the hypnosis method Wang Tung mentioned that is not true or false. During this period, the nanorobots sent out by Su Xia have been working, searching carpets in and outside the town. Several nearby hills have been searched, but there has been no great harvest. The biggest progress was the discovery of 2 more infiltration teams organized by Nanfeng. There are 3 teams in total. One has been spreading news in the central market for a long time. The other has been spreading news in various bars, clubs, casinos and other areas. And the third has not moved and parked quietly in the north of the town, 10 miles away from the prison. The 6 bait sites were not far away. The 3 teams communicated frequently and already knew the exact location of the bait trap. But they could not judge whether it was true or false. The captains of the 3 teams were all smart and very rational. They unanimously decided to stay put and not carry out an early rescue. Instead, they first contacted the higher-ups of the organization outside the town to ask what to do. This approach made Su Xia very happy. Enough rationality can ensure that the entire organization goes further in the wilderness. If you are too impulsive, even if you don't fall into the trap this time, you will fall into the trap next time. And one day you and your brothers will be ruined. After lunch, the mercenaries returned to the underground, lying lazily on the rocking chairs in the rest area, like a group of 70 or 80-year-old men, just waiting for the arrival of the evening. There is no need to feed slaves at noon or evening. The morning meal is enough for them every day. Food is precious, and there is no need to feed slaves so much. Therefore, the life of these mercenaries is indeed quite comfortable. Not as bad as imagined. As a newcomer, Wang Tung behaved normally and asked seriously, "Brothers, are we going to be fine today? We don't have to do anything?" "Of course. Just lie down." The old mercenary narrowed his eyes and said casually, "Don't you need to clean? It's enough to clean it every few days. Why do you need to clean it every day? It's so dark in this place that you can't even tell it's dirty. That's it. If you really have nothing to do, just wash those iron buckets." "Oh, all right." Wang Tung nodded, walked to the iron buckets obediently, picked up a dirty iron bucket, and then walked step by step towards the washing sink. There was still some food in the bucket that had not been distributed in the morning. It was heavy to carry and had an unpleasant smell. With just a slight shake, the food in the bucket swayed, and the smell became even stronger. Seeing this, Su Xia said in a calm voice, "Is this how you treat Brother Wu?" "Brother Qiao. It's Brother Wu who can't sit still. He hasn't gotten used to it yet. He will get used to it in a few days." The old mercenary didn't bother to open his eyes. He lay on the rocking chair and said casually with his eyes closed, "Okay, I'll go help him." Su Xia got up from the rocking chair and also carried an iron bucket towards the sink. Chapter 487 Judgment Day arrives. Life underground is dull and boring. Being reduced to this place, one is basically cut off from the enjoyment and entertainment of the above world. The few mercenaries were used to this kind of life and were used to being lazy. They had long lost their fighting spirit and spent all day just eating and waiting to die. Not to mention cleaning. They didn't even bother to clean the big iron buckets that contained slave food. They didn't even bother to pour out the leftover food every day. They continued to pour new food into the buckets the next day and then stirred it up. Therefore, slaves were likely to eat leftover food from the previous day or even days before. "It's better to wash it. What if someone from above comes to check?" Wang Tang's methods and thoughts are perfectly consistent with a cautious newcomer. He took the big iron bucket, walked to the sink, opened the rusty faucet, poured out all the remaining food in the bucket, and then began to clean the dirty iron bucket. Swish, brush, brush. His hands and feet are nimble, and his movements are skillful. He does not look like a mercenary king who has been in a high position all year round. At this time, Su Xia also came over with an iron bucket, stood beside him, also opened a faucet, and put the iron bucket under the faucet to rinse. "Brother Wu, those old guys are just ordering you around on purpose. There is no need to listen to them." Su Xia looked ordinary, holding an iron brush and brushing the surface of the iron bucket vigorously. Speaking while brushing, the friction between the brush and the surface of the iron bucket makes a squeaking sound, which is very unpleasant and can easily give people goosebumps. On the side, Wang Tung looked embarrassed, brushing the iron bucket hard, and said, "Brother Qiao, I think you have to work when you are full. If you don't work, you can't prove the value of the meal just now. After all, I ate so much. It's up to you to eat more." Su Xia said lightly, "Those who eat more than you, look at their lazy look, eating and sleeping all day long, like a group of pigs. But I just came here after all. What's wrong with those who just came? Don't think so much." With that said, Su Xia picked up a bottle of detergent and squeezed it twice. He works very quickly, which he has practiced since he was a child. "Brother Wu, I think you have the potential to become a behind-the-scenes consultant. As I said before, you are really showing off your talents by staying here. It is only right to go up as soon as possible." Su Xia brushed hard and added, "If you live with pigs, you will turn into pigs sooner or later. But it's easy to come down. But it's hard to go up." Wang Tung sighed, with a trace of unwillingness and sadness on his face. As a newcomer, It is normal for him to be unwilling. But it would be abnormal if he adapts so quickly. So you should find more opportunities to show off, Su Xia said. How should I show off? Wang Tung seemed to be in trouble and asked seriously. Brother Qiao, I also want to show off in front of those big shots. But I have never had the chance. I am too timid to talk to them. What's so hard about this? Su Xia snapped her fingers and said with a relaxed look on her face. We brothers will go there when we have time. We can always meet some big shots when we wander around those entertainment venues. What happened after we met? Wang Tung asked next. After we met, we brothers pretended to chat, stood near the big shots, and chatted louder. We talked about the hottest topics recently. Brother, I will be responsible for asking questions. And brother, you will be responsible for answering. As long as you answer accurately enough, it will definitely attract the attention of those big shots. Su Xia smiled, looked confident, and told Wang Tung his solution. Pretending to chat is a very practical method. As long as you use the right amount of time, you will not annoy those big shots. But you can also attract their attention. Once they succeed, they will definitely be appreciated. And they will be able to leave this dark ghost place, become human masters again, and enjoy higher treatment. But Wang Tung didn't seem to understand. He looked confused, scratched his hair with wet hands, and asked, Brother Qiao, how can you pretend? Let's assume a scenario first. Su Xia thought for a moment, shook off the water on her hand, and then began to simulate for Wang Tung. He pointed to a large iron barrel not far away and said, Suppose that is a big man, very close to us, and not moving. Okay. Wang Tung nodded seriously. Now, we can start pretending to chat. Su Xia continued. For example, let me first say, Brother Wu, the town is not very safe recently. I heard that people from the South Wind have come in. If it is you, how will you deal with those from the Nanfeng organization? After I finish asking, Brother, you can answer your thoughts. Do you want a very subtle answer? Wang Tung asked. Absolutely. Only if it is subtle enough can it attract the attention of big shots. Su Xia said seriously. Okay, let me think about it. Wang Tung touched his head, put aside the cleaning matter, and began to think seriously. After a while, he looked at the running water from the faucet, considered his words, and said slowly, If it were me, I would deliberately let out a few prisoners from the Nanfeng organization and use them as bait to attract infiltrators into the town. He is a member of the Nanfeng organization and secretly observes the trend of public opinion within the town. Wang Tang's thinking was very clear. His sentences were very organized, and he expressed his thoughts word for word. His method is indeed good, but it is not what Su Xia wants. There is only one day left before Judgment Day, but there are no changes in the town as Wang Tung said, indicating that he has not made relevant arrangements. Su Xia wanted to know Wang Tung's real arrangement. Is he planning to remain unchanged in response to all changes? Su Xia secretly guessed that he couldn't see through Wang Ting's thoughts, and the system prompts didn't give anything. Everything was in a fog. Soon, Wang Tung finished speaking. A trace of expectation flashed across his face, looking at Su Xia, as if waiting for Su Xia's evaluation. Su Xia nodded slightly and said seriously, Very good. This is the answer. As long as every answer is as subtle as this, or even more subtle than this, sooner or later we will attract the attention of the big shots. Brother Qiao, this is a great idea. I never thought of it before. Wang Tung looked excited. That's because you didn't have a partner before. Su Xia smiled confidently. This wilderness is very cruel. No matter how strong a person is, it is difficult to survive. Unless it is a creature like the masked monster. Little people like us can only join us for warmth, win-win cooperation, and maximize common interests. Brother Qiao, you are so right. Wang Tang's expression became more and more excited, and the unwillingness in his eyes was gradually dissipating, as if he had a new vision for the future. In fact, if there is no problem with the identities of the two, if he is really Wu Yong, and Su Xia is really Qiao Tu, then their plan is very feasible. There are indeed too few people in the wilderness who are good at strategy. Many mercenaries only know how to fight, bully the weak, run away or beg for mercy when encountering the strong. They don't understand what strategy is at all, and most of them just take it one day at a time. However, the identities of both of them are false, so the so-called plan cannot be realized. In the rest area not far away, several mercenaries were lying lazily on rocking chairs, looking relaxed and enjoying themselves. A mercenary narrowed his eyes slightly, looked in the direction of the sink, and asked, "What are they talking about?" "I don't know. The sound of cleaning the bucket is too loud. Why do you care so much?" The oldest mercenary said casually without opening his eyes. "Hey, Xiao Tu still doesn't give up. He probably wants to persuade Brother Wu to find a way to go up with him. Let him talk slowly. One day he will give up," said another mercenary. "Speaking of which, Brother Wu is quite a talent." "What about talent? Once he comes here, even if he is a once-in-a-century genius, he can only hang out with us." "That's right." "Uh-huh." Having said this, several mercenaries laughed heartily, feeling happy from the bottom of their hearts. They are all rotten people. Almost all of them can't hold up the wall with mud. Their brains are not very good, and their fighting ability is weak. It is normal to become low-level mercenaries. But now, suddenly a talent like Wu Yong has arrived, which is amazing. It feels pretty good to let such talent sink and mess with them. Beside the sink, both Su Xia and Wang Tung heard the laughter of those people. Judging from the identities and strengths of the two of them, they should not be able to hear clearly the specific content of those people's chat. But after all, they are all genuine level 5 creatures. Their hearing is far beyond that of ordinary people. They can clearly hear footsteps even hundreds of meters away, let alone conversations at such a close distance. But the expressions of both of them did not change, and they both showed that they did not hear clearly. "Brother Qiao, Brother Wang, what are they laughing at?" Wang Tung looked puzzled. "I don't know. Maybe I remembered something happy." Su Xia shrugged, picked up the brush, and continued to wash the dirty iron bucket. The appearance of this iron bucket had not been washed for an unknown period of time. It was so dirty that it was indescribable. If I brushed hard, I could barely scrape away a layer of dirt on the surface, and even the deepest iron sheet could not be revealed. While washing up, Su Xia and Wang Tung chatted about other topics. "Brother Wu, where do you think the masked stranger will be?" he asked seemingly casually with a relaxed expression. "I don't know. I hope he won't be around us. I heard that he is very good at disguise." Wang Tung shook his head and said, "Yes, it's fine if you're not with us." Time passed slowly, and the topics of conversation between the two gradually became wider. From the beginning of the Nanfeng organization, to the later mercenary life, to plans for the future, etc. They almost talked about everything. The two chatted very congenially, like two friends who hadn't seen each other for many years, and it didn't look like they had just met today. This looks harmonious, but in reality, it is quite strange, because both of them use false identities. Talking too much can easily expose some of your innermost thoughts. But the conversation continued until all the iron buckets had been washed, and the two of them did not reveal any problems, and continued to chat enthusiastically. By the end of the conversation, the two of them had to find a place to become brothers with different surnames. "Hey, Brother Qiao, why didn't I meet someone like you earlier?" Wang Tung suddenly sighed with emotion. His face was a little complicated, and he didn't know what he was thinking. "What are you feeling? Does it make any difference whether it's earlier or later? Some people are destined to meet. The experiences before the encounter, whether good or bad, are just to pave the way for this encounter." Su Xia smiled lightly and spoke in a relaxed tone. But Wang Tung shook his head and said in a very strange tone, "Brother Qiao, I don't have many friends in this world. I'm like a wandering soul. No one understands me, and no one understands me. Everyone will become a wandering soul at some point in time." Su Xia said. "Yes." Wang Tung lowered his eyes slightly, as if looking at the cleaned iron bucket in his hand. An inexplicable look flashed in his eyes. After a while, he raised his head. A smile appeared on his face, and said to Su Xia, "Brother Qiao, my life has been very bad recently. I feel a little emotional occasionally. Don't mind?" "I don't mind. Of course I don't mind. Everyone is in a bad mood sometimes." Su Xia replied. "Let's go over and sit and talk." "Good." The two packed up the iron buckets, placed them neatly upside down next to the sink, and then walked towards the rest area. At this time, Wang Tung seemed to be in a trance, and subconsciously walked in front of Su Xia. Behind, Su Xia's eyes flashed. She didn't say anything. She just quickened her pace. Wang Tung's disguise was very good, with almost no loopholes or flaws. Until now, his habit of subconsciously walking in front was only possessed by people in high positions. I don't know what he was thinking, but he was so absorbed that he even forgot about disguise. Or maybe he feels like he doesn't need to pretend anymore. This thought flashed through Su Xia's mind. Su Xia had always been vigilant and never relaxed at all. After all, she was facing a cunning enemy like Wang Tung. Once the identities of both parties are exposed, What will happen next will definitely be a horrific battle to the death. You finished washing it so quickly? The oldest mercenary in the rest area said casually. Wang Tung paused and seemed to have come to his senses. He nodded and said, Well, I'm done washing. Are your hands sore? The old mercenary asked again. Fortunately, it's not too sour, Wang Tung replied. Those things don't need to be washed. If you wash them, you are asking for trouble. Isn't it comfortable to find a place to lie down? Another mercenary said with a smile. Yeah. Too. Wang Tung also had a matching smile on his face, as if he recognized the views of these mercenaries. Su Xiao looked calm as she walked past him with steady steps, walked to the rest area belonging to Qiao Tu, and then sat down slowly. Wang Tung also came over. The two continued the unfinished conversation, lying on the rocking chairs, chatting word after sentence. Time passed quickly, and before I knew it, it was evening and dinner time. Everyone went to the kitchen on the upper floor to eat as usual, and then came back to lie down after eating. After the meal, Su Xia proposed to go for a stroll in the town, but the oldest mercenary rejected it. He said that the situation was delicate now, and he didn't know when a gun battle would break out in the town, so it was best to stay underground. Just like that, they returned to the deepest darkness, living their nightlife in boredom. The old mercenary and several other mercenaries formed a card game. Everyone was holding cigarettes in their mouths, playing cards under the old chandelier in the rest area, puffing away smoke while playing cards, and spending time with this basic form of entertainment. Time. There are also two mercenaries playing old-fashioned handheld game consoles in the corner. On the black and white game console screen, two motorcycles are controlled to race on the track. Su Xia and Wang Tung seem to be two different people, sitting in the shadow outside the chandelier light, killing time by chatting. I don't know how long it took, but the early morning bell rang slowly. Clang! In the small town, all the mercenaries in action paused and looked up in the direction of the big clock. It's past midnight, which means a new day has arrived. And today is the judgment day that everyone is looking forward to. Chapter 488 Unexpected Arrangements. Dang, dang, dang! The sound of the bell was dull and penetrating, covering the entire town, even in the world deep on the 5th floor underground. Su Xia could hear it clearly. A new day has arrived. Today's evening, at dusk, is the time to judge the more than 10 members of the Nanfeng organization. Time is running out for both Su Xia and the members of the infiltration team who want to carry out rescue. In the rest area, several mercenaries who were playing cards raised their heads and looked at the dark ceiling. It's the last day. I hope nothing goes wrong, the old mercenary said. If something goes wrong, our brothers will not be affected immediately. We will have plenty of time to escape, another mercenary said. Yes. After escaping, you can find a place to stay anonymous for 3 to 5 months, and then find a force to join you. You can still live comfortably. Yes, that makes sense. These people still hold that idea and have never changed. No matter what happens, they can find comfort in it. After a brief chat, a few people started playing cards again. The card table was filled with smoke, and there were several piles of colorful chips made of beer caps. This dark underground world seems to be isolated from the rest of the world, like a refuge in the apocalypse. The two mercenaries who were playing the game didn't even raise their heads. Both of them looked extremely focused, staring at the old game console with a black and white screen, pressing their thumbs desperately, and their bodies shook from side to side from time to time, as if something was going on in the outside world. Everything has nothing to do with them. Su Xia and Wang Tung sat in the darkness in the corner, each carrying a bottle of beer, talking calmly about certain things about the present and the future. Ding! The bottles collided, the wine swayed, and the sound was crisp. Wang Tung drank himself a sip, then breathed a long sigh of relief, casually wiped the wine stains from the corners of his mouth, and said, The last day is here. Brother Qiao, are you worried? What about you? Are you worried? Su Xia smiled and asked him. Yes. It's useless to worry so much. Wang Tung looked confused, looked at the light green beer bottle in his hand, and whispered, Brother Qiao, I really hope we can always be friends. Hearing this, Su Xia pondered for a moment and did not speak immediately. After a while, he said, Anyone can be a friend. Well, maybe so. Wang Tung raised the wine bottle. A smile appeared on his face again, and collided with Su Xia's wine bottle. The atmosphere seemed a little strange, but neither of them said anything. Time passed slowly like this, and the night passed quickly. The mercenaries who played cards played until about 3 o'clock in the morning before crawling back to bed to rest. The two guys who played games played all night long, and their eyes were almost swollen. Su Xia and Wang Ting also chatted all night. The topics they talked about were very ordinary. They didn't talk about the Nafeng organization and the masked strangers. They spent most of the time talking about hypothetical futures. Both of them were in good spirits. Much better than the two who stayed up late playing games. There wasn't even bloodshot eyes. And there were no dark circles under the eyes. After 7 o'clock in the morning, the old mercenary got up, washed briefly, and then took everyone to the upper floor for dinner. After eating, everyone carried big iron buckets and filled each bucket with food for the slaves. Dang, dang, dang. They returned to the 5th underground floor and kept beating with big iron spoons. Get up! Let's eat! If you don't get up, I will ask you guys to get up. Several people were beating and shouting loudly. The slaves in the cage hurriedly got up. And some were already waiting at the door of the cell. They only had one meal every day. If they missed it, they would have to wait for the next day. It was both the first time for Su Xia and Wang Tung to do such a thing. Of course, it should also be the last time. The two of them also carried an iron bucket and walked at the back of the crowd. The bucket was filled with yellow-gray liquid food that looked very disgusting. And they seemed to have no appetite at all. Over there! There are two guys in that cage! They haven't eaten for 3 days. They probably want to die. But there are instructions from above that they can't die so easily. The old mercenary walking in front pointed at a dirty cage not far away. Brother Wu, go and give those two slaves a few mouthfuls of food and give them some relief, he ordered Wu Yong. Oh, all right. Wang Tung nodded honestly and immediately walked over carrying the big iron bucket. Another mercenary said, be careful. Those two things may just be pretending to beg for death in order to trick you and attack you when you get close. Okay, I see. Wang Tung seemed to be struggling to carry the big iron bucket. His face turned slightly red and his steps were a little unsteady. He walked step by step to the door of the cage, then took out the key and opened the door of the cage. Su Xia also walked over, held the iron spoon, stirred in the bucket, and began to feed the slaves in the other cages around the cage. Like Xiao Tu in the past, he didn't have so many tricks when feeding. And he spoke very little. He just poured food into the cell casually. The other mercenaries liked to play tricks. Some throw the food out directly, and some ask the slaves to kneel to greet them. Just like what Su Xia saw yesterday morning. After a while, Wang Tung, who entered the cage, suddenly shouted, Brother Wang, a slave is dead. What? Dead? The old mercenary named Wang frowned, dropped the iron bucket in his hand, and strode over. Several other mercenaries also put down the iron buckets in their hands, and walked towards the cage with unsightly expressions on their faces. The death of a slave is neither a big deal nor a small matter. Although slaves are lowly, they are the public property of the entire organization and are not privately owned by them. Really dead? The old mercenary entered the cage, squatted down, and turned the slave lying on the ground over. The slave's body was already stiff. His breath was gone. His life was lifeless, and he could no longer die. Su Xia also stood outside and took a look. The blood bar on the slave's head had returned to 0. Even if the gods came, they could not save him. How many people have died this month? The old mercenary stood up slowly and asked another mercenary beside him. 3. The mercenary replied. It's not good. We only have 7 indicators this month, and 3 died so quickly. Be more careful in the days to come. If you see anyone who doesn't want to eat, force feed them. But you can't die anymore. If a few more die, the higher-ups will definitely blame them. A maximum of 7 slaves could die each month, which was the line drawn for them above. If there were too many deaths, they wouldn't have to pay with their lives, but they would be scolded and have their money deducted. Go on. Stop playing around and get serious next time. The old mercenary waved his hand, and then said to Wang Tung, Brother Wu, drag the body out. It will stink if you leave it here. Drag him out? Wang Tung was stunned for a moment. Brother Wang, where are you dragging him to? There is a morgue on the 3rd floor above. Drag it there first and hand it over to the person in charge there. The old mercenary said casually. Some big shots need corpses for research. And some big shots have special preferences for corpses. Oh. Wang Tung scratched his head and glanced at the corpse on the ground. Without thinking too much, he bent down and grabbed the trouser legs of the corpse and began to drag it hard. Su Xiao wanted to help, but Wang Tung said, Brother Qiao, I can do this alone. Okay then. Be safe. In this way, Wang Tung dragged the body alone, slowly moved it to the elevator entrance, and then took the freight elevator to the 3rd floor. After he left, the old mercenary surnamed Wang looked at Su Xia meaningfully and said with a smile, Brother Chiao, you and Brother Wu chatted all night. How was your chat? You have thought of a way to get up there. Don't worry about it. Su Xia said lightly. Hey, we are all brothers. Just asking. The old mercenary said again. Yes, Brother Chiao. You have been here for 2 months. And you still don't regard us as brothers? Another mercenary also said with a smile. This is not possible. We must unite when we are together. Unity? Su Xia also laughed and said, What's the use of unity in a place like this? Brother Chiao still dislikes this place. The old mercenary shook his head and sighed, with a look of regret on his face, and asked Su Xia, What's wrong with this place? It's safe and relaxed. Why do you have to go to the world above to fight to the death? You're right, Brother Chiao. Do you not cherish your life so much? Another mercenary said. If you don't want to talk about anything else, let's just talk about the trial meeting tonight. People from the Nanfeng organization will definitely come to make trouble. Bullets don't have long eyes. Brother Chiao, if you were still at your previous post, you would definitely be stuck in the trial tonight. You must go and watch it. But you are so comfortable now. You don't have to worry about anything. Several people looked regretful, as if they didn't understand Su Xia's choice. They liked to use the trial that will take place tonight as an example. This was true for Wang Tung before, and now it is true for Su Xia. In the past 2 days, Su Xia and Wang Tung seemed to talk too much, which made several mercenaries feel uncomfortable. Therefore, as soon as Wang Tung left, several people took turns to persuade Su Xia. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Tung came back. His face was a little pale, as if he had seen some not-so-good scenes in the morgue, and there was still a trace of residual fear on his face. Brother Wu, has the body been delivered? The old mercenary named Wang looked at him and asked with a smile. Delivered? Wang Tung nodded honestly. How do you feel? It's a little cold in there. Haha. This is the first time I deliver a body. Just get used to it. Several mercenaries laughed in an easygoing manner, and 2 of them patted Wang Tung on the shoulders, as if they were deliberately creating a harmonious atmosphere. After experiencing fear and cold, you will be more likely to want to join a group to stay warm. Stop talking. Go feed those slaves. There are more than 100 mouths waiting for food. The old mercenary said with a smile. Wang Tung didn't say much. Just picked up his iron bucket and continued the feeding work. It wasn't until after 9 o'clock in the morning that today's feeding work ended. As usual, there is nothing they need to do today, and they can enjoy and relax as they please in this underground world. Let's go. Brothers, let's continue playing cards. I lost so many beer caps last night. I have to win them back today, said the old mercenary. Haha. Let's play cards. Several people threw the iron buckets in their hands on the ground, casually, and then ran to the card table impatiently. This kind of life, although the salary is a bit low, is indeed not comparable to that of an electronics factory. If nothing else, every subsequent day will be a repeat of today. However, surprises always come. Just after 12 o'clock at noon, when everyone was planning to go to eat, someone suddenly came down from above. The person who came here was also a mercenary of the Tiger organization, and was responsible for personnel arrangements. Judging from his position, he should be a subordinate of Black Tiger. He came here to make an announcement. Everyone in our organization will go to the trial meeting in the evening, and you are no exception. Pack your things early. The trial venue is in the south of the town. What? Are we going to watch the trial too? Upon hearing this, the expressions of several mercenaries changed. One of the advantages of staying underground is that you won't be involved in some conflicts in the first place. They originally thought that the trial meeting in the evening was just like other previous projects and had nothing to do with them. They just needed to stay here and it would be fine. But what's going on now? Why are we going? Even the old mercenary, who always looked lazy, was a little anxious and asked hurriedly. Why? The visitor looked indifferent and said calmly. This is the arrangement from above. If you want to know why, just ask Lord Black Tiger. But we have to guard the slaves here, the old mercenary said eagerly. These slaves are well imprisoned. Can they escape? The visitor said indifferently. But if you keep talking nonsense, I will treat you as a disobedient and kill you on the spot. The old mercenary trembled and opened his mouth. He seemed to want to say something, but he didn't dare to say anything. The rest of the words were stuck in his neck, and he had to swallow them with difficulty. Then forced out an extremely ugly smile, bowed to the man and said, Okay, we understand. The visitor looked indifferent, turned back to the elevator, and took the elevator out of here. After he left, there was only dead silence in the entire 5 underground floors, except for Su Xia and Wang Tung. The expressions on the faces of the other mercenaries were frozen and motionless, as if they were petrified. With their strength, what's the use of going to the judgment conference? Once a conflict breaks out, aren't they just cannon fodder? Thinking of this, the heads of the mercenaries were buzzing. We are going to. One of the mercenaries looked miserable, and his whole face began to turn pale, as if he had lost his soul, and he couldn't stop muttering in a low voice. The other mercenaries were not much better. Their faces were earth-colored, like eggplants beaten by frost, and their spirits were far from as good as before. This underground world is not a safe place. Hiding here, you still can't escape fate. On the side, Su Xia glanced at Wang Tung. He knew that there was a high probability that Wang Tung arranged this matter, whether from the perspective of his true identity or his disguised identity. He thinks this arrangement is quite good. Chapter 489 is on the verge of breaking out. There are still 6 hours until the judgment conference. It's a bit hot today, with a thick layer of dark clouds in the sky, and only a handful of gray sunlight barely shining on the earth. Even the wind in the wilderness is carrying heat, whistling and circling, making people sweat all over their bodies, and their clothes stick to their skin, making them feel even more uncomfortable. I wonder if it is because of the upcoming trial that the town is a little more depressed and dull. There's only one afternoon left. Why doesn't Boss Wang Tung show up? It is said that Boss Wang Tung went to stop the masked stranger. Who said that? Everyone is saying. Just ask anyone and you will know. In town number 7, the mercenaries were talking a lot. Even if Wang Tung didn't show up, where were the more than 10 prisoners from the Nafeng organization? This question is what everyone wants to know the most right now. As those rumors spread, people in the entire town became less calm and more restless, and many mercenaries felt a sense of crisis. Could this trial really be a ploy against them? No one wants to die, and living is better than anything else. What are you afraid of? There are at least tens of thousands of people gathered in the small town. How can it be so easy to catch us all? Someone shouted loudly. Most of Wang Tung's subordinates. That's right. Everyone must believe in Boss Wang Tung. Those rumors are spread by external forces in order to destroy our unity. The closer we get to the time of judgment, the more these voices become heard. In order to suppress the impetuous people's hearts, Wang Tung's subordinates have tried their best. They not only pretended to be ordinary mercenaries to make propaganda, but also went out of their way to spread a large amount of false news to disrupt the view. Thanks to their efforts, many mercenaries temporarily calmed down and waited for the trial to come. There were also mercenaries who didn't quite believe it, and secretly said sarcastically, how can there be any external forces? It's obviously news coming from within. Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of being arrested? Shut up! In the south of the town, there is a huge square. The square is oval in shape, somewhat similar to the Colosseum in ancient Rome. It is built of huge wood and stone, surrounded by circles of wooden seats, and can accommodate more than 3,000 people watching at the same time. In the square, 16 identical execution racks have been set up. There are several giant screens around the outside of the square, allowing mercenaries who cannot enter the square to watch the trial. At this moment, many mercenary organizations have been arranged to take their seats. At the same time, on the outskirts of the town, the number of mercenaries responsible for patrolling and guarding has increased a lot. The Tigers are one of the organizations responsible for external patrols. This organization is strong and has declared its allegiance to Wang Tung very early. It has already taken root in town number 7. Even more than half of the materials accumulated over the years have been transferred to town number 7, as if it has become a long-term residence. The weak mercenaries in the organization do not need to go on patrol, but they must attend the evening trial meeting on behalf of the organization. No one can escape with any excuse. These words were said by the boss of the Tiger organization himself. On the 5th underground floor, several mercenaries have returned to the rest area and are sitting in their seats, as if they have lost their souls. All of them dumbfounded. They all have to go, or they will die. This is a very simple multiple choice question. But the problem is, will you definitely survive if you go? Before that, they had been trying to persuade Su Xia and Wang Tung on the pretext that it was safer underground. But now, they can no longer get even this little sense of security. What happened to the brothers? Su Xia said with a smile. Isn't it good to go up? The organization allows us to go up together. This represents the organization's trust in us, and shows that the organization has not forgotten us. Oh! Stop talking. It's uncomfortable. The old mercenary named Wang sighed, and waved his hands, not wanting to say anything else. The more I talk about this, the more uncomfortable I feel. The other mercenaries were similar. Even if they didn't say it, just thinking about it made them feel uncomfortable. Aren't we just going to be cannon fodder? One of the mercenaries looked sad. The lives of those high-ranking people are so important. Once a battle breaks out, they will definitely not be the first to go. Is it our turn to go up? Besides us, who else is more suitable to be cannon fodder? Another mercenary also spoke, sighing as soon as he opened his mouth. If I had known this, when my brother wanted to help me, I should have followed him. Well, who says it's not? I also had a chance to go up. After I go up, as long as I work hard, I can become a small boss no matter what, and I won't be used as cannon fodder in the first place. Several people sighed again and again, as if they wanted to finish sighing the entire year today. They all regretted it. If they had known this, they would not have languished in this age-lish place. They would have definitely tried their best to get up and get rid of the fate of cannon fodder at the bottom. Countless people regret every day in this world. But there is no regret medicine for sale. All the pain caused by regret can only be swallowed in the stomach. Brother Qiao, you are right. We should all listen to you. The plan you proposed was right. We should just follow the plan. What a pity. At first, Qiao too had proposed a plan to help everyone go up. The plan was very simple, with only 2 steps. Namely, making meritorious service, and finding a scapegoat. As long as they can find a group of mercenaries to replace them and suffer here for them. And then they find ways to get some credit. It won't take long for them to return to the world above. However, several mercenaries headed by the old mercenary surnamed Wang did not approve of this plan. They felt that it was more comfortable to stay here. Now, time has proven everything. It's uncomfortable. But no matter how uncomfortable it is, they have to go. There are only a few hours left before the trial at 6 o'clock in the evening. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they started packing low-quality bulletproof vests from small workshops, pistols and bullets from small workshops, melee daggers from small workshops, etc. A series of products from small workshops are what these low-level mercenaries rely on for their survival. Whether the bulletproof vests they wear can prevent bullets depends entirely on metaphysics and luck. If you are lucky, you can prevent it. If you are not lucky, you can just reopen it. Whether the pistol will jam at a critical moment is also a very mysterious question. Compared with them, the weapons used by the Black Brothers in Africa on the other side of the earth may be considered superior. After all, many weapons in the African region were leaked after the disintegration of a certain behemoth. Oh! Life and death are fateful. If I can survive this time, I will no longer be a servant to others, but will risk my life to become a master. Yes, be a master. Never be cannon fodder again. Several mercenaries cheered each other up. Although they were unsure, they still had to look forward to the future. Once today is over, they may not be able to look forward to the future. Soon, the time came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. There is only 1 hour left before the trial. Everyone packed up their equipment and took one last look at the dark underground space. Then they entered the elevator and took the elevator all the way up to the world above ground that they had been away from for a long time. The sky in the afternoon was still gray, and the sultry feeling had not dissipated, but had become much stronger. The wet clothes stuck to her body, reminding Su Xia of the summer in Jincheng. Hey, you guys are cleaning up pretty quickly. Can't you wait? He who stood outside with a joking look on his face and glanced at everyone. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but he happens to be responsible for arranging everyone's activities. He glanced at Wang Teng. The smile on his face became more wanton, and said, Xiao Wu, are you still used to being underground for the past 2 days? Wang Teng lowered his head slightly, looked respectful, and replied, I'm still used to it. Thank you, Brother Black Tiger, for taking care of me. Oh, did I take care of you? Heihu looked surprised. Since I've taken care of you, shouldn't you show some respect? Wang Teng's body trembled. A hint of humiliation and unwillingness flashed across his face, and he began to display his superb acting skills. It's already this time, but I still have to act. Looking at it like this, he will not reveal his true identity until the moment of judgment comes. Seeing Wang Teng's appearance, Heihu laughed wantonly then shook his head contemptuously and said, Xiao Wu, I'm not telling you that you don't understand the world at all. How can you succeed like this? Yes, yes, Brother Black Tiger is right. Wang Tung nodded repeatedly. Black Tiger added, Remember, in this wilderness, only the truly strong do not need to be sophisticated. For example, people like Boss Wang Tung. Do you think you are Boss Wang Tung? Let's go. You guys follow me. Without waiting for Wang Tung to answer, Black Tiger turned around and waved to several people, gesturing for them to follow. In the south of the town, outside the huge square, it was already densely packed with people. At a glance, there are people everywhere, noisy and crowded, and it feels like a school sports meeting. Some people from each organization can enter the square to watch, while others can only stay outside to watch the live broadcast on the big screen. Su Xia and others were naturally placed outside, and at the outermost edge of the southern part of the town. You guys stay here. Watch carefully. Don't embarrass our Tiger organization. Black Tiger pointed at the outermost positions with a casual gesture. Around that location, there were also some low-level mercenaries belonging to the Tiger organization. The expressions of these mercenaries were not very good. Some looked up nervously and looked around, while others buried their heads and clasped their hands. They have to because the location of this area is so bad. They are at the southernmost periphery and are almost placed in the jungle outside. Once the enemy launches an attack from the south, they will be the first group to face the opponent's artillery fire. Even if the mercenaries at the front turn their guns to attack the enemy, they are likely to be caught in the middle of a hail of bullets. By then, even 10 lives won't be enough to survive. Boss Black Tiger, why is our organization's position here? The old mercenary surnamed Wang couldn't help it anymore and felt that this position was too bad. So he asked in a low voice, What? Are you still not satisfied? Black Tiger's face darkened. No. I mean, that means you are satisfied. Black Tiger directly interrupted him and said coldly, I don't like nonsense. If you say one more thing, you can go and accompany those slaves. The old mercenary named Wang immediately shut up, buried his head deeply, and did not dare to say anything more. Now, all they can do is pray. Please pray that the Nafeng organization will not come. If it comes and a war breaks out, then the probability of survival of these people is very low, and they will almost become the first batch of cannon fodder to die. Seeing how several people lowered their heads, Black Tiger nodded with satisfaction, then turned and left to arrange other mercenaries. After sitting down, in addition to Su Xia and Wang Tung, several other mercenaries, like the other mercenaries, began to look around nervously, looking back at the jungle behind them from time to time, for fear of an enemy sneak attack from behind. Time passed by, and more mercenaries entered the scene. By 5:40 in the evening, almost all mercenary organizations had arrived. The atmosphere at the scene was particularly lively. This was a feast for the wandering mercenaries in the southwest region. If it weren't for the gossip and rumors, the atmosphere of this trial might have been even more lively. The scene was crowded, lively and full of sounds. I don't know who suddenly shouted, adding another fire to the warm atmosphere. Here it comes! The prisoner transport truck is here! Where? Look! It's over there! The prison transport truck is here. As soon as these 5 words came out, the atmosphere inside and outside the square instantly exploded. The trial that everyone has been waiting for a long time is finally here. I saw several black prison trucks slowly approaching on the central avenue of the town, their wheels rolling, driving from the north of the town to the square in the south. In front of, behind and around the prisoner transport vehicle were Wang Tang's subordinates, who were fully armed and had cold expressions. They were all the elite among the elite. As soon as the prison van arrives, the trial will officially begin. At this moment, the patrols and security personnel inside and outside the town all tensed up. The frequency of communication on the channel gradually increased, and everyone was focused as never before. Everyone understands that with the coming of this trial, there will probably be a cruel war. After this battle, the victorious side has experienced the baptism of blood and fire, and will surely grow rapidly and quickly become the overlord of the entire southwest region. It's finally here. They must be right. At this moment, even the 3 Nafeng teams lurking in the town were moved and prepared to take action. However, Su Xia, who was sitting on the outermost edge, frowned slightly. Something's wrong. The prisoner in the car is still disguised. What on earth does Wang Tung want to do? Maybe others can't tell, but with the help of system prompts, Su Xia can see through those disguised mercenaries. It's already this time. But the real prisoners haven't been brought out yet. How will the subsequent trial proceed? If the Nafeng organization hadn't come, wouldn't Wang Teng be making a huge joke? Perhaps Wang Teng has placed personnel within the Nafeng organization and knows exactly that the Nafeng organization will come. Su Xia thought for a while. And this was probably the only possibility. The Nafeng organization has grown too fast, and its strength has expanded too much in a short period of time. It is normal for there to be undercover agents inside. At the same time, in the mountains and forests outside town number 7, a group of extremely high-quality high-level players were sneaking secretly. The leading players were Li Difu and others. Brothers, this is our first battle to unify the Southwest. We must fight well, Li Difu said in the group. Brotherly, don't worry. Everyone has brought enough potions. It won't be a problem to kill him for days and nights. Good. Li Difu clenched his fists and was full of confidence. That Wang Teng has been scolding my master all day long. I will beat him until he calls me daddy this time. Chapter 490U. Come on. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. Dusk was dim, and the sky was overcast. Whoops! The wind became stronger and stronger. In the hills, trees swayed, flowers and plants swayed. Shadows appeared, and rustling sounds appeared, as if there were enemies everywhere. Dry fallen leaves were flying over the jungle, adding a touch of decay and death to the wind. Outside the town, the mercenaries responsible for patrolling and guarding became nervous. They held the weapons in their hands tightly, and did not dare to blink too frequently for fear that they would miss any area. In the south of the town, in the huge square, as the person in charge, Wang Zhong had a smile on his face, and the scar on his face was like a twisted centipede. He slowly walked up to the high platform built in the square, held the microphone, and said to all the mercenaries, I have kept you waiting. Good. Finally come. Let's get started. I can't wait. A burst of cheers erupted below, and it was extremely lively. Countless mercenaries raised their hands high, their faces full of excitement, and roared loudly, and the heated atmosphere became more and more intense. This long gestating event officially kicked off with the arrival of the prisoner trucks. Pictures of prisoner transport trucks were displayed on large screens inside and outside the square. The wheels rolled slowly, passing through the central avenue of the town, and finally stopped steadily outside the square. Crack! With a soft sound, the door lock of the carriage opened, and the thick metal doors opened to both sides. Immediately afterwards, a prisoner covered in blood was taken out of the car under the escort of 2 elite mercenaries. Almost no part of the prisoner's body was intact. The tattered clothes were stained with blood, and the ulcerated skin was covered with blood stains. Even a piece of his ear was cut off, which was extremely miserable. But the more miserable he became, the more excited the mercenaries became, seeing the miserable appearance of the prisoner on the big screen. Many mercenaries' eyes lit up, and they roared excitedly. Okay, I just want to torture these bastards. Ha. These rubbish from the Nafeng organization are here too. Last time, they attacked my convoy and killed most of my brothers. They were so arrogant at that time. Excessive excitement caused many mercenaries to tremble all over, and their faces were flushed with blood. But they were completely unaware, and were still yelling crazily, without even doubting whether the prisoner was real. Before the trial began, many people were skeptical because of hearsay and rumors. But now, under the impact of the warm atmosphere of the scene, the doubts in these people's hearts have long been washed away. They become impulsive and blind, becoming a group of machines that only know how to cheer and yell. If anyone dares to question loudly at this time, they will definitely become the target of public criticism. Therefore, even those who have doubts do not dare to speak out now, and can only go with the flow. More is always right. Su Xia sat at the back with calm eyes, and shook her head slightly. She couldn't help but think, the time is still too short. Although the rumors spread by the Nafeng organization had a certain effect, they did not completely destroy the trust of many mercenaries in Wang Teng. If only there were another week or two, the effect of these rumors would be better. But time waits for no one. During this period, the Nafeng organization used many methods. Whether inside the town or outside the town, they tried their best to sabotage the trial. But they failed. Those basic methods alone were not enough. In the end, the only way to decide the outcome is with firepower. No matter what era it is, fists and weapons are always the guarantee. Soon, the second prisoner was escorted out. This man was also covered in wounds, covered in blood. His hair was disheveled. One of his legs was broken. White bone stubble was exposed. The flesh and blood of the wounds had rotted, and there was rancid pus flowing out. When ordinary people see the scene, most of them will be frightened and speechless. But the mercenaries only became more excited and cheered louder and louder. On the high platform in the square, the town leader Wang Zhong took the opportunity and said with a smile, "Everyone, if it weren't for Boss Wang Tung, we wouldn't be able to catch these hateful Nafeng members." His timing was excellent, and Wang Tung's name suddenly appeared in the hearts of countless mercenaries. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, someone in the corner of the square shouted words like, "Boss Wang Tung," and "King of Mercenaries." Soon, more and more people were shouting, and the shouting gradually became one in the square, resounding throughout the square. "Boss Wang Tung, King of Mercenaries! King of Mercenaries!" Some people cheered with their hands raised, and some waved the organization flags in their hands. The atmosphere in the square once again reached a new peak. Many people stood up with excitement and even jumped with joy. That excited and exciting look is comparable to the concerts of many big stars. As time passed, even the leaders of many mercenary organizations who came from afar were infected and merged into this sea of joy unknowingly. Many bosses of mercenary organizations began to think should they take this opportunity to join Wang Tung's camp. Anyone who can become the boss of an organization is naturally not a fool. Everyone can see Wang Tung's intention. The mercenary king wants to unify the wandering mercenaries in the southwest and even radiate influence to further surrounding areas. And this trial conference is just his first step. Even if you don't join Wang Tung's camp this time, you will have to join in the future. The consequences of not joining. Everyone knows it. During this time, there were many leaders of mercenary organizations who resisted Wang Tung in the wilderness. But they all disappeared inexplicably. Of course, the word disappear just sounds nice. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that those people are already dead. And maybe even their bones have been fed to the dogs. Sigh. Sooner or later we will be loyal to Wang Tung. The sooner we join, the more attention we will receive. The boss of a mercenary organization sighed and made a decision in his heart. The general trend of the times is unstoppable, and the previous history of each being king will eventually end. At this moment, on the big screen, it could be seen that several more prisoners were being taken down. Without exception, these prisoners were in horrible condition. The worst ones were tortured to the point where they were no longer human, with countless broken bones in their bodies. But even so, they still showed a look of unwillingness to give in, and some people cursed angrily on the spot. "Come on! Come on! If there's anything else, come on, Grandpa!" It was a young man covered in blood. Several of his teeth seemed to have been knocked out. His voice was a little unclear, and he yelled angrily, "Is this all you can do? Are you tickling Grandpa? Humph! You still keep talking when you are about to die." The mercenary escorting him said coldly, "Ha ha! Grandpa, I'll go down first and wait for you trash underground." The young man laughed, his messy hair swaying, revealing a bloody face. He laughed wildly, without thinking about fear. Instead, he was extremely arrogant. He laughed and said provocative words, like a madman who did not know whether to live or die. This arrogant look really aroused the anger of many mercenaries. Inside and outside the square, bursts of angry curses and scoldings broke out in an instant. "Damn it! Everything fell into our hands. He is still so arrogant. Who gave him the courage?" shouted the boss of a mercenary organization. His supplies were robbed by the Nafeng organization, so he especially hated the Nafeng organization. "He is still so arrogant when he is about to die. Does he think people from the Nafeng organization will come to save him?" said the boss of another mercenary organization. "We have so many brothers here today, let alone the South Wind organization. Even if there is another North Wind organization, we can win in one battle." Well said. These words instantly resonated with countless mercenaries, who all applauded and shouted. Town number 7 has gathered tens of thousands of mercenaries who can fight, even on the battlefield of a large-scale racial war. So many combatants are a force that cannot be underestimated. At a critical moment, so many people are enough to change the course of a war. In the past, they were all scattered in the wilderness, fighting on their own. The small wandering mercenary organization only had a dozen people, and the large one only had a few hundred people. It was impossible to fight against the Nafeng organization. But now they are united. Whatever the South Wind or the North Wind, even if there is another Northwest Wind, I will send them to H.L. A mercenary's face turned red, and his eyes were bloodshot. He stood up with his fists clenched and shouted. His throat was shaking. I was almost yelled to death. "Yes, send him to H.L. Isn't that masked stranger a messenger from H.L.? Let him see his people go down one by one to accompany him. The atmosphere continued to rise, and many people couldn't care less. They were so carried away by the warm atmosphere inside and outside the square that they even dared to call out the words, "Masked stranger." You know, before this, many mercenaries regarded the words, "masked weirdo," as taboo. They didn't dare to say it, for fear of being sensed by the masked weirdo himself. But now, the heated atmosphere made them temporarily forget their fears. Beside the prison car, the young man heard the words of the many mercenaries. Instead of being afraid, he laughed even louder and said boldly, "Just you? Are you worthy of mentioning the masked boss? Remember your words, masked boss. I will come to you and send you down one by one. Grandpa, I will boil the oil pot and wait for you. I will wait." Ha ha! Snapped. The mercenary next to him suddenly slapped the young man in the face, with a trace of killing intent flashing in his cold eyes. Then, he grabbed the young man's hair, pulled hard, and violently pulled him towards the execution platform in the square. The young man's face was covered in blood, and he was wearing heavy shackles on his hands and feet. As he was being dragged away, the blood on his face continued to fall, and the shackles made a dull sound. What he just said made the mercenaries inside and outside the square even more angry. "Kill that bastard. But don't let him die so arrogantly," a mercenary yelled. "Tear off his skin inch by inch and see if he can still be so arrogant. Open his belly, take out his lungs, roast them, and feed them to the dogs. Let him watch the dogs eat them." The wandering mercenaries in the wilderness represent part of the bottom line of human beings in this world, because they can always do things that break the bottom line. Facing unarmed ordinary people, they can commit cruel acts that almost exceed the limits of human imagination. Su Xia had already seen him in Luoxing town. For many mercenaries, killing and torture means happiness. Bloody is one of the most intuitive feelings in the world, and it is also one of the scenes that most stimulates the brain. Soon, all 16 prisoners were taken down. Amid the angry scoldings of countless wandering mercenaries, the 16 disguised prisoners were tied to the cross one by one. Their bodies were dry and thin, covered in filth and blood, and their hair was disheveled, as if the suffering Jesus was about to undergo death judgment on the cross. Every execution rack was filled with cruel instruments of torture. Some torture instruments can make people tremble just by looking at them. At this moment, the atmosphere inside and outside the square was completely ignited. The cheering mercenaries were going crazy. They stood up and roared at the top of their lungs. It seemed that everyone wished they could replace the executioners and torture those damned prisoners in person. On the high platform in the square, Wang Zong was smiling, holding a microphone in his hand, and was extremely satisfied with the current scene. This is the effect he wants. Master Wang Tung should also be satisfied. If you want to unite the wandering mercenaries in the entire southwest region, this kind of large gathering is essential. At this moment, Wang Zhong's expression suddenly changed. He raised his head and looked towards the distance in the south of the town. The smile on his face became a little wider, and he whispered to himself, "Finally, we are here. I thought you could bear it." I saw the jungle shaking in the distance and the trees swaying. A flock of frightened birds flew up, flapping their wings and flying into the distant sky. The startled flock of birds not only attracted the attention of Wang Zhong, but also attracted the attention of most of the mercenaries inside and outside the square. "Coming! The people from the south wind are coming! Ha ha! It's finally here! I've been waiting for them for a long time!" This time, it was not an ambush or robbery. The initiative was firmly in the hands of the mercenaries themselves. The Nantfong organization became the passive party to respond. "People from Nantfong, listen. If you dare to use long-range firepower to bomb the town, I will kill all these prisoners immediately." Wang Zhong held the microphone and said loudly, "I know there are some of you in the crowd. It's actually very easy to save people." With a smile on his face, he glanced at the crowd and said loudly, "Put down your weapons, kneel down before me, and beg me to let you go. And then I can consider letting your people go." "Well said. Kneel down for me." Ha ha! The mercenaries laughed heartily, and the atmosphere was extremely cheerful. Don't take advantage of what you talk about. They had already been mentally prepared for the upcoming battle. This time they had the advantage. And if they couldn't win, then fate was not on their side. Various organizations took action. Some entered the defense fortifications that had been prepared long ago, while others sent out exploration teams. In the area under the responsibility of the Tiger organization, Black Tiger found Su Xia and others. He looked indifferent, pointed at the old mercenary named Wang, and said coldly, "You go to the jungle to explore the reality of Nanfeng." The old mercenary was startled. His mouth widened, and he pointed at himself in disbelief. "I!" Chapter 491 Go kill him. "I!" The old mercenary looked incredulous. A battle between the two sides is imminent, and it will be a collision of thousands of people. There are countless immortal figures from the Nanfeng organization hiding in the jungle behind. What's the use of a weakling like him going up there? To die? Thinking of his possible ending, the old mercenary felt numb. "What? Don't want to." Heihu's face darkened, and he said coldly, "The organization has supported you for so long, and now is the time to use you. If you don't do it, who will?" The old mercenary swallowed his saliva and turned a little pale. He looked into the depths of the forest and said in an almost pleading voice, "Boss Black Tiger, I have been in our organization for so long. I have worked hard even if I have no merit. Can you let me fight at the rear?" "Okay," Black Tiger said coldly. "Huh? Really?" The old mercenary's face was filled with joy. He didn't expect this Black Tiger to be so easy to talk to today. He had originally thought of a lot of pleadings, and was prepared to give away most of the money he had accumulated over the years, just to save his life. But now that nothing is needed, Black Tiger actually agreed to let him go to the rear. This was an unexpected surprise. Hee. Then thank you, Boss Black Tiger. I will definitely do it. Before the old mercenary could say anything, his eyes suddenly bulged and his face suddenly turned pale. He lowered his head tremblingly and looked at his abdomen. A cold dagger suddenly stabbed into his abdomen, leaving only the wooden handle outside. The warm blood slowly fell, wetting the dry ground. After a short period of numbness, severe pain came, and the heart-piercing pain made the old mercenary tremble all over. This knife was naturally given to him by Black Tiger. Black Tiger's eyes flashed fiercely. A cruel smile appeared on his lips. He held the handle of the knife hard, twisted it hard, and then drew the knife sharply. The old mercenary howled in pain, and his facial features were distorted in pain. Blood surged from his abdomen, and his whole body arched up like a cooked prawn. He could no longer stand, and could only squat down slowly while holding his stomach, and blood continued to overflow from the gaps between his fingers. Black Tiger licked his lips, casually wiped the blood on the dagger, and said cruelly, "If you want to go to the rear, you can. There are still some sandbags missing in the back, so let's use your corpse to make up for it." The old mercenary opened his mouth and looked at Black Tiger in disbelief, his breath of life getting weaker and weaker. He never imagined that when the enemy was about to approach, Black Tiger would actually take action against people within his own organization. "We are facing a formidable enemy, and we should unite. Aren't you afraid of causing dissatisfaction among other members of the organization, or even causing panic by killing people like this?" This question flashed through the old mercenary's mind, but he had no time to think about it. The countdown to his life has begun and time is running out. After he dies, perhaps as Black Tiger said, his body will be dragged behind, turned into a prop like a sandbag, and filled into a certain fortification. This kind of thing happens often during wartime. At the height of the previous racial wars, due to the poor roads, many human warriors had to throw the bodies of their teammates into potholes in the road to meet the normal driving needs of armored vehicles. The old mercenary's lips turned white, and he fell to the ground, trembling and pointing at Heihu. "Heihu, you are a hacking piece of trash. Now, he no longer has to be afraid of the Black Tiger. He was already considered a dead man, so he could scold him if he wanted to. If he didn't scold him, he would have no time. A few curses before his death would at least make him feel better." "Rubbish?" Black Tiger sneered, stepped on the bleeding belly of the old mercenary, and stepped hard, causing the old mercenary to wail again. With a cruel look on his face, he said to the old mercenary, "Yes, I am rubbish. And so are you. Everyone is rubbish. It is just the difference between high-level rubbish and low-level rubbish. You?" The old mercenary's face was full of pain, and his voice was trembling with pain. His hands were full of blood, and he pointed at Black Tiger. But he didn't know what else to say. "As a high-level trash, I can kill you. A low-level trash, do you accept it? If you don't accept it, you can turn into a ghost and come to me," Black Tiger said with an arrogant tone and a cold smile. After saying that, Black Tiger turned his head and glanced at the other people with cruel eyes. Then he pointed at Wang Tung. "Xiao Wu, it's time for you to contribute to the organization." His voice was harsh, with an undisguised threat, and he stared at Wang Tung fiercely. Oh, is it my turn? Wang Tung suddenly smiled. His face did not have the previous unwillingness and loneliness. And there was no trace of fear on his face. As if he was a different person. Seeing his appearance, He Hu frowned. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable and said, Yes, it's up to you. Go outside and find out the reality of the Nanfeng organization. I suspect they are just here. It's just a faint attack from one direction, making noise to attract our attention. And the real attack may come from another direction. After I finished speaking, the uncomfortable feeling became even stronger. Black Tiger felt a little strange. Why did he have to explain so much to this weak guy? Wouldn't it be okay to just force him to go explore in the jungle? This is due to his character. He will not explain it to his subordinates at all. He will only explain it to the organization boss, Tiger, or several other people with equal status to him such as Green Tiger, Blue Tiger, and Green Tiger. Explain some issues. Why don't you move? Black Tiger's eyes were cold, with a murderous intent on his face, staring straight at Wang Tung. What if I don't want to go? Wang Tung smiled lightly and asked casually, with a very relaxed tone. Do you want to die too? Black Tiger asked coldly with a ferocious expression. My death is not something you can decide. Wang Tung still smiled lightly, seemingly not taking Black Tiger's threat seriously at all. His appearance was too abnormal for He Hu and the other mercenaries around him. As a mercenary at the lowest level, a trash among trash, a scum whose combat effectiveness is infinitely close to zero. How could he have the courage to refuse Black Tiger's arrangement? Didn't you see that the old mercenary was bleeding all over his body and was almost dead? What? Are you brave enough to think that you can do it? Black Tiger laughed angrily and twisted his neck, making a clicking sound. Seeing this, the other mercenaries around them all shrank their heads and looked terrified, fearing that Black Tiger would vent his anger on them. Several of them had lived underground with the old mercenary for a long time and had already become very good friends. But at this time, the old mercenary was about to die, but they did not have any courage to say a word for the old mercenary. At this juncture, even making the slightest sound might incur Black Tiger's wrath. Tell me, how do you want to die? Black Tiger's eyes showed a fierce look, and he let go of his foot on the old mercenary, holding the bloody dagger in his hand. He slowly took a step forward, his whole person's momentum. With this step, the price skyrocketed, like a ferocious tiger about to emerge from the cage. Ordinary mercenaries would be too frightened to speak just when faced with this momentum. Those who are a little less courageous will probably kneel down and beg for mercy on the spot, asking Black Tiger to let him live. And this is what Black Tiger likes to see the most. He just likes others to kneel at his feet, like a slave, throwing away all dignity and humbly praying to him. This will give him a refreshing feeling of controlling life and death and becoming a god. Why don't you speak? Are you scared? Black Tiger sneered, took another step forward, and kept approaching Wang Tung. But Wang Tang's expression remained as usual, as if he didn't see him approaching, with a faint smile on his face. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Black Tiger saw a hint of contempt in that smile, as if the giant dragon was looking down at the ants. His steps faltered, and the uncomfortable feeling in his heart became stronger. At this moment, someone not far away suddenly shouted, Black Tiger, what's wrong with you here? Boss, someone is disobedient. It's just a trivial matter. He Hu turned around and replied. The person who spoke out was clearly the boss of the organization, a man codenamed Tiger. Tiger came over, saw the old mercenary lying on the ground, and looked at the bloody dagger in He Hu's hand. He couldn't help but frown and said, Why kill him directly? In extraordinary times, kill one to serve as a warning to others. Black Tiger replied. Did it work? Tiger glanced at Wang Tung. Is there anyone else who is disobedient? Well, that's Wu Yong. Black Tiger pointed at Wang Tung, in front of Tiger. His expression was not as fierce as before, and he was much calmer. He? Tiger frowned and took a look at Wang Tung. Of course he knew about Wang Tung. After all, he was the one who arranged for Wang Tung to go underground to feed the slaves. As the boss of an organization, remembering the appearance and name of every mercenary is the most basic thing. If he can't even do this, he doesn't need to be the boss anymore. Xiao Wu. In extraordinary times, Black Tiger has the right to deal with everyone under his command, Tiger said calmly. If you don't obey orders, he can still kill you. Do you understand? I understand. Wang Tung smiled lightly. As long as you know. Tiger's tone was indifferent, and he didn't take it to heart, thinking it was just a minor conflict. Just as he finished speaking, the communicator on his body suddenly rang. It was the town leader Wang Zhong who called. Wang Zhong stood on the high platform of the square, saw the situation here through the monitor, and asked, "Tiger, what's going on here? The enemy is coming. Don't wait any longer. It's just a small matter. One member is disobedient." Tiger answered as he picked up the communicator. "Which member?" Wang Zhong frowned and stared at the monitor. "The one who sweeps the floor." "It's him again?" Wang Zhong looked unkind. He usually would not remember such low-level mercenaries. But early yesterday morning, when Wang Tung was sweeping the floor, he almost bumped into Luo Shi, the president of the Southwest Mercenary Union, who had just left the house. This incident made him remember Wang Tung's appearance. He stared at the monitor, and soon saw Wang Tung with a slight smile on his face. He suddenly felt uncomfortable, and said to the communicator, "He is always causing trouble. Something will inevitably go wrong at the critical moment. Kill him." "Good." Tiger did not refuse and agreed directly. A low-level mercenary, who looks like trash, can be killed without any loss to his organization. Moreover, Wang Tung is disobedient now, so there is a reason to kill him. Tiger looked at Wang Tung again. His eyes became extremely cold, and a trace of murderous intent flashed across his face. But he did not take action himself, but glanced at Heihu. Black Tiger understood, smiled cruelly, and gently wiped the dagger in his hand. "Xiao Wu, I'm not telling you. Even if you want to die, you shouldn't use this method." He slowly moved forward. "I still have the same question as before. How do you want to die? It's not your turn to ask me this question yet," Wang Tung said with a smile. "Yeah." Black Tiger smiled even more cruelly. And while approaching Wang Tung, he asked, "Am I not qualified to ask you? Who do you think can ask you? Him?" As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed at Su Xia beside him. From just now to now, several other mercenaries have lowered their heads out of fear, and some even took a step or two back. But Su Xia neither retreated nor lowered her head. Her face was calm. His appearance also made Heihu very uncomfortable. What is it today? Another one who is not afraid of death? Black Tiger likes to see other people's fear and humility, and doesn't like Su Xia's calm look. So he points directly at Su Xia, intending to drag Su Xia into this situation, and find an excuse to kill them together. "How is it? Does he have the right to ask how you died?" Black Tiger smiled cruelly and licked the corners of his mouth, seeming to enjoy the feeling of constantly approaching his prey. Behind, Tiger saw Black Tiger's thoughts, but he did not stop him and just allowed Black Tiger to act. In extraordinary times, extraordinary means must be used. This kind of person, who does not obey orders and is not afraid of the superiors, will cause trouble sooner or later. On the high platform of the square in the distance, Wang Zhong watched this scene coldly through the monitor, and also had no intention of stopping it. Even after the incident with the Nanfeng organization is over, he plans to edit the video on the monitor and distribute it to various mercenary organizations to shock those low-level mercenaries and let them know the price of disobedience. "I'm asking you a question. Why don't you answer?" He, who was holding the blood-stained dagger and was only 2 steps away from Wang Tung. To his surprise, Wang Tung nodded, put away the smile on his face, and his expression became extremely serious. Then, Wang Tung replied, "You are right. He is indeed qualified to ask me how I died." "Oh." This answer was not only beyond Black Tiger's expectation, but also beyond Tiger's expectation. Tiger frowned and took a closer look at Su Xia. He didn't feel any psychic fluctuations or any threat. He knew that Su Xia's current identity was just a warehouse manager and had no fighting ability at all. "Just him?" Heihu really wanted to laugh this time and pointed the knife at Su Xia. 2 months ago, when Xiao Tu was demoted, he knelt in front of him and humbly took out his work permit from under his feet. In his eyes, Xiao Tu and Wu Yong were just ants. "Looking at the 2 days you've been underground, your relationship has been going well." Black Tiger suddenly thought of something very interesting, and his face became even more cruel. He sneered and said, "Since you said so, I will satisfy you." As he spoke, he suddenly threw the dagger in his hand forward and threw it in front of Su Xia. "Go! Kill him!" Black Tiger pointed at Wang Tung and ordered Su Xia coldly. "I." Su Xia also smiled. Chapter 492 Boss. The bloodstained dagger was thrust diagonally in front of Su Xia. Black Tiger's order is simple. Pick up the dagger and kill Wang Tung. If it were the former Xiao Tu, he would definitely not have carried out the order without any hesitation. Not for anything else. Just to show off in front of Black Tiger and Tiger. and to win the qualification for promotion in the future. However, Xiao Tu was already dead. Now this identity is used by Su Xia. And Su Xia naturally does not need to listen to the orders of such a hostile little person. Xiao Tu, are you going to disobey the order too? Seeing that Su Xia was still moving, He Hu shouted coldly, with a fierce look in his eyes, and an uncontrollable anger rising in his heart. It didn't matter if one person was disobedient, but the successive disobediences really made him really angry. The boss of the organization was watching from behind. If he couldn't manage a few of his subordinates well, would Tiger think he was useless? When he thought of this, He Hu felt angry again and became a little irritable. Go kill him! Black Tiger ordered again, his voice cold. If you don't kill him, I will kill you! He had originally planned to kill Su Xia as well, and now he didn't need to think about excuses. Su Xia disobeyed. This was a natural excuse. On the side, Wang Teng didn't have any fear on his face. Instead, he looked at the dagger with interest, like an outsider watching, not worried that Su Xia would pick up the dagger and kill him. Behind him, Tiger suddenly frowned, and for some reason, he felt an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. This discomfort carries with it an imperceptible sense of crisis. Where does the danger come from? He glanced deep into the jungle, wondering if someone from Nafeng was approaching. But soon, his eyes froze, and he realized that this sense of crisis was coming from the front. From the seemingly inconspicuous Xiao Tu. What happened? He was secretly frightened, with his strength close to that of a fourth-level creature. How could a little Xiao Tu feel this way to him? At this time, Black Tiger was still scolding, his whole face full of ferocity. Xiao Tu, it seems you really don't want to live anymore. He twisted his neck, slowly clenched his fists, and walked towards Su Xia. Su Xia's expression did not change, but she laughed and said, What Brother Wu just said is right. I will borrow it now. Black Tiger, my death cannot be judged by you. Yeah. Black Tiger sneered cruelly, walked up to Su Xia, suddenly waved his iron fist as big as a sandbag, and shouted, Then let me see if your bones are worthy of what you say. After saying that, he punched it hard. The strong wind howled. The sound of the fist was like thunder, and his fist instantly turned into an afterimage. Several mercenaries on the side turned pale, and they couldn't help but take 2 steps back. If this punch hit them, they would be disabled even if they didn't die. They could almost meet Su Xia's ending. She will definitely be beaten to death by the Black Tiger. However, just when the punch hit, the tiger behind him suddenly changed his expression, and the sense of crisis in his heart suddenly became countless times stronger. Something's wrong. This person is not Xiao Tu. To be able to become the boss of a mercenary organization with hundreds of people, Tiger is not a reckless man. On the contrary, he has an extremely delicate mind, a very high IQ, and an extraordinary mind. But he is used to using strong muscles to cover up his wisdom. In an instant, he thought of the reason why all this happened. Xiao Tu is not Xiao Tu, and Wu Yong is not Wu Yong. Both of them are probably dead, but their identities still live in this world. Moreover, the person who replaces their identity must be extremely strong, and must be far stronger than the third-level creature Black Tiger. Otherwise, he would not be so confident in letting Black Tiger walk in front of him. In other words, these 2 people are most likely level 4 or even level 5. When he thought of this, Tiger's whole body tensed up, and he felt a chill running down his spine. He wanted to stop Black Tiger, but it was too late. Boom! There was a loud bang and the air shook, like a bolt from the blue. Black Tiger's punch was so powerful that it far exceeded the expectations of the mercenaries nearby. With this punch, Xiao Tu's chest was penetrated. Right? They couldn't help but think so. This is what happens when you fight against the top brass. Although they are sad, they have nothing to say. After all, this is an era where fists and strength speak. People like them can only listen to the mercy of others. But at the next moment, one of the mercenaries suddenly let out a cry of surprise. His eyes widened, and he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Xiao Tu! You? At the same time, several other mercenaries also widened their eyes. What did they see? The menacing Black Tiger's face was full of pain, and the entire arm he swung out was twisted, as if it had hit a thick steel plate in a circle. Of course, this is indeed the case. Su Xia's chest was protected by a layer of invisible nanobots, which could block even bullets, let alone Black Tiger's fist. You? Black Tiger's face turned pale, and when he looked at Su Xia, the arrogance and ferocity on his face disappeared, replaced by a deep fear. After spending so many years in the wilderness, Black Tiger's experiences are far beyond those of ordinary people. At this time, he still didn't understand that the Chiaotu in front of him was no longer the Chiaotu he once was. He hit the iron plate. "Who are you?" Black Tiger's voice was trembling, and dense beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. After all, he is a wandering mercenary. Like many mercenaries, he has the characteristic of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. He dared to bully Chiaotu wantonly before, just because he was stronger than Chiaotu, but now his strength is reversed. He has become the weaker one, and everything has changed. Now, his only hope is the tiger behind him. But he didn't have the slightest confidence in his heart. The punch just now made him feel that the Chiaotu in front of him was stronger than the tiger. And much stronger. "Who I am?" Su Xia smiled faintly, and slowly released spiritual energy fluctuations. "Now that things have happened, there is no need to hide your identity." He knew Wang Tung's identity, and Wang Tung had already figured out his identity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said what he said before. Both of them knew it in their hearts, but neither of them exposed it immediately. Su Xia thought of what Wang Tung said last night, and realized something in her heart. Perhaps Wang Tung had figured out his identity yesterday, but he had always maintained that subtle fake friendship, and then used the fake identity to say something he really wanted to say. After all, once both sides reveal their true identities, what awaits them will be an endless battle without much time to talk. "Instead of asking who I am, it's better to ask who he is." Su Xia smiled lightly, and pointed to Wang Tung aside. Black Tiger trembled all over, and his face turned a little pale, thinking of Wu Yong's performance before. How could he not understand that the Wu Yong in front of him is no longer the Wu Yong he used to be? In other words, he actually kicked down 2 iron plates at the same time. Black Tiger stiffened and turned his head little by little to look at Wang Tung. When he saw the contemptuous look in Wang Tung's smile, he felt a chill all over his body. A chill of death spread from his back to his whole body, and he couldn't help but shudder. "Who are you?" Black Tiger's Adam's apple trembled, feeling inexplicable fear. He felt like an ant that could be trampled to death at any time. This feeling was so real that his legs became weak, and he almost collapsed on the spot. "Ants? Don't they have to be stepped on underground?" "Black Tiger, have you forgotten what you said before?" Wang Tung said with a faint smile. "Me? My words." When he thought of what he had said before, and what he had done, He Hu's face turned pale, and his whole body felt like he was falling into the abyss. No strong man would allow an ant to insult him. The fear of death instantly enveloped Black Tiger's body. But he doesn't want to die yet. He has not lived enough. With his strength, as long as he is careful, he can live a life of ease in this wilderness and enjoy the life of a master. But now, his bright future has been completely shattered by his stupidity. He Hu was filled with regret. He should have thought a long time ago that in the face of his fatal threat, how could Wu Yong and Chiaotu dare to show any resistance or disrespect in the past? If he had thought of it earlier, he wouldn't have ended up like this. But his mind is just a step too slow. He can't compare to the tiger behind him. Otherwise, he should be the leader of the organization, not the tiger. "Boss! Boss!" Black Tiger's voice trembled, and he turned his head to look at Tiger, giving Tiger an almost pleading look. At this point, only the tiger can save him. However, Black Tiger found in despair that Tiger's face was not much prettier than him. At this moment, the fear of death magnified infinitely in his heart, causing the despair in his heart to completely explode. Obviously, the tiger couldn't save him. In fact, the tiger may not even be able to save himself. At this moment, Tiger's contact suddenly rang, and it was still Wang Zhong calling. In the square, Wang Zhong frowned and kept staring at the picture on the monitor, whispering to himself, "What did Tiger do? Can several of his subordinates not be able to handle it? No." Black Tiger's punch didn't hold back. "There's something wrong with those 2 people." Outside the square, in the edge area, Tiger's whole body tensed up. He carefully picked up the communicator and pressed the answer button. During this period, he had been paying attention to Su Xia and Wang Tung. If they made any moves, he would run away without hesitation. Fortunately, both of them just looked at him with smiles and seemed to have no intention of taking action. This gave the tiger a moment of relief. He put the communication device to his ear, and Wang Zhong's deep voice came from the other side. "Tiger, are you in trouble?" Tiger lowered his voice, looked at Su Xia and Wang Tung cautiously from the corner of his eye, and then replied, "It's a fire. I don't have water here." "Okay. Got it." In the square, Wang Zhong hung up the communicator and his expression instantly became extremely solemn. What Tiger said was a code word among their mercenaries. The meaning of that sentence is very clear when you meet a strong person. Even a tiger is no match. Wang Zhong immediately turned around and strode out of the square, sending messages to the other powerful people in the town as he walked. Two people who are stronger than tigers are probably level 4 creatures. Why did they enter the town in disguise? Are they from the Nanfeng organization? Wang Zhong frowned and thought seriously. If he was really from the Nanfeng organization, why didn't he take action yet? With the abilities of two level 4 creatures, if they suddenly take action, they can completely cause chaos in the town and disrupt the internal arrangements of the entire town. If not, which side do they belong to? From beginning to end, Wang Zhong never thought it would be Su Xia and Wang Teng. After all, everyone, including him, believed that once these two people met, a huge fight would break out, and it would be impossible for them to stand together in harmony. It didn't take long for more than 20 powerful psychic creatures to gather around Wang Zhong. Almost all of them were third-level creatures with special talents. Everyone, please be careful. The identity of those two people is unknown. We don't know whether they are enemies or friends. We need to treat them with caution. Wang Zhong was in front, and these psychic creatures were behind, forming a strong temporary team and striding towards the area where the tiger was. The distance was not far, only a few hundred meters, and they had already seen Tiger, Black Tiger and others. On the other side, Tiger and others also saw Wang Zhong's team striding towards them. Coming. Tiger secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense body relaxed a lot. Fortunately, many strong people have come to the town recently, and everyone is connected to each other, so they can come together in emergencies. In the past, it would have been impossible to summon so many powerful people in such a short period of time. It's Boss Wang Gong. He's here in person. Black Tiger was the most excited now. He had no hope at first, but Wang Zhong's appearance pulled him out of the abyss of despair. Wang Zhong is also a 4th-level creature and is very powerful. Otherwise, he would not be appointed as the person in charge of town number 7. In the team Wang Zhong temporarily formed, there was also a 4th-level creature with considerable strength. So what if Wu Yong and Qiao Tu in front of him are both level 4 creatures? In terms of high-end combat power, the two sides are already equal, and this is the hope of Black Tiger. Within a moment, Wang Zhong led people to this area. He glanced at Su Xia and Wang Teng with serious eyes, and the rest of his team also locked their eyes on the two. They have already felt the vague spiritual energy fluctuations in the two of them. They are both powerful, and no weaker than any of them. Tiger, step back, Wang Zhong said in a deep voice. Good. Tiger didn't say much and immediately retreated to Wang Zhong's team and became a member of the team. Seeing this, Black Tiger's eyes lit up, and he felt more hope in his heart. He looked at Wang Zhong eagerly, hoping that Wang Zhong would also let him step back. Wang Zhong glanced at him, frowned, and then said, Black Tiger? Come here too. Stand next to the tiger. I want to have a good chat with the two friends in front of me. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Boss Wang Dong. Hey, who was so happy that he almost cried with excitement. No one could understand his current mood. Escape from death. These 4 words are simple, but how many people in this world can do it? However, just as Black Tiger took the first step, Wang Teng said calmly, he can't leave. Hearing this, Hey Hu's heart skipped a beat. His expression was stiff, and the foot he just took was also frozen, as if he was frozen in mid-step. Wang Zhong looked calm, took a step forward, and said seriously, My friend, everything is negotiable. Can you come to the town for a cup of tea first? Tea? Wang Teng smiled again, looked at Wang Zhong and said, Xiao Zhong, don't you hate tea the most? Hearing this, Wang Zhong trembled all over and his expression suddenly changed. Before the others could react, he suddenly took 2 steps forward and knelt on one knee in front of Wang Teng under everyone's incredible gaze, his expression becoming extremely humble. Boss! Chapter 493, Introduce a Friend to You. Boss! As soon as these 2 words came out, everyone was shocked. As the person in charge of town number 7, he is also a powerful 4th-level psychic creature. There is only one person in this world who can make Wang Zhong shout the word boss. His humble expression was not fake at all. It could only be that person. The king of mercenaries, Wang Teng. Boss Wang Teng. The others all exclaimed. Their expressions changed, and they hurried forward to express respect for Wang Teng. Some of them have organizations that have not expressed their surrender to Wang Teng. But no matter what, this boss must be shouted out. This is an attitude. In the wilderness, fists are respected. And whoever has the biggest fist is the boss. Even if you are not convinced in your heart, you must be convinced verbally. The smile on Wang Ting's face remained unchanged. His eyes were calm. He slowly scanned everyone's expressions, nodded slightly, and said, "It's me." After saying that, a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged out from his body, like a stormy sea, causing the expressions of everyone in front of him to change. At this moment, they no longer had any doubts in their minds. "Boss, you are finally here." Wang Zhong's face was full of excitement. He was extremely humble and respectful to Wang Tung, making it feel like he was not facing an organization boss, but a god of faith. Logically speaking, as a powerful 4th-level creature, he shouldn't be like this even when facing a 5th-level creature. With his strength, no matter where he goes, he is the target of all parties to win over him. There is no need to be so respectful to Wang Tung. "It's been a rough time. Thank you for your hard work." Wang Tung smiled faintly and stretched out his hand to pull Wang Zhong up. He didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with Wang Zhong's behavior. It seems that the status of the two of them is what it should be. One is high and the other is humble, just like the master and servant of the old times. "It's not hard work. It's my honor to work for the boss." Wang Zhong became more and more excited and replied hurriedly, "Okay, you did a great job." Wang Tung nodded slightly, with an encouraging look on his face. Then, he looked at the rest of the people present again, but not at Su Xia. He didn't seem to be worried about Su Xia taking action against him. The faces of the rest of the people present were more or less respectful. When Wang Tung looked at them, they almost all chose to lower their heads to express their respect. Finally, Wang Teng's eyes fell on the old mercenary covered in blood. The old mercenary was not dead yet, but he was bleeding excessively, and the intestines and organs in his abdominal cavity were smashed to pieces by Black Tiger with his dagger. Unless there is a god in this world, no one can save him. He still had his last breath, but he might have been unwilling to swallow it, and he was already on his deathbed. "Boss Wang Tung, a little guy like me can actually compete with Boss Wang Tung." The old mercenary's lips were slightly opened, and his pupils, which were already dark, brightened slightly at this moment. His pale face suddenly gained a touch of rosy color. At this moment, his weak vitality became a little stronger, but his voice was still unstable and trembling. "Boss Wang Tung, please don't take the words I said before to heart. They are just the babble of a small person. Living and eating with you for 2 days is the greatest honor in my life. I don't want to ask you for anything. But that Black Tiger..." His voice became weaker and weaker, as if he had used up the last of his strength, and the glimmer in his eyes gradually dimmed. Wang Tung looked calm and walked forward slowly, walked up to the old mercenary and looked down at him. He nodded seriously and said, "I will not pursue the past matters. As for your request, I will accept it." "Thank you." The old mercenary's lips were pale, and he used his last strength to say the last words of his life. Then, his body trembled, his head tilted, and he completely lost his breath. Died. On the side, several other mercenaries looked pale, and they all knelt down in fear. "Boss, please forgive me." Just now, the moment Wang Teng's identity was revealed, they felt like the world was spinning, and their heads were all buzzing. They simply couldn't believe that this thin young man, who had lived with them for 2 days, and often had a look of unwillingness and aggrievedness on his face, could actually be the powerful and terrifying mercenary King Wang Tung. You know, they made fun of Wang Tung a lot in the past 2 days. A normal high-level creature wouldn't tolerate his subordinates treating him like this, let alone someone as cruel and fond of killing as Wang Tung. They simply did not dare to imagine the consequences waiting for them, and could only plead for a quick death. This is their greatest luxury. However, Wang Tung looked cold and didn't even look at them. He glanced around and saw the Black Tiger behind him, and a cruel smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Black Tiger felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and his whole body was completely cold. Boss, please forgive me." His face was pale, paler than those mercenaries, and he had never been so scared. It can even be said that even if he faces the difficult enemies of the Nafeng organization, he will not have too much fear, because the people of Nafeng will at most kill him. But Wang Tung is different. Wang Tung is famous for his torture methods. The moment Wang Tung admitted his identity, Heihu knew he was finished. Completely finished. In this life, he will never have even the slightest chance of turning around. When Heihu thought of what he had done to Wang Tung, he couldn't help but tremble. His whole body became cold. And his whole body fell into the bottom of despair. Not only today's words and actions, but also those before. How long has Wang Tung used this identity? Could it be that Wu Yong, who struggled to pull out his work permit from under his feet, was also pretending to be Wang Tung? 30 years in Hedong. 30 years in Heshi. Black Tiger froze and suddenly understood the meaning of this sentence. It doesn't take 30 years. It's obviously less than 3 days. Black Tiger was so regretful that his intestines were green. If he had known earlier, how could he have dared to treat Wang Tung like this? I don't know where this habit comes from. Why do I have to pretend to be such a small person? Why do I have to endure humiliation in a low voice? Do I just like the low-level feeling? If his identity had been exposed earlier, Heihu asked himself, he would definitely enshrine Wang Tung like an ancestor. How could he dare to be negligent? But it's too late to say anything now. Even if he had a lot of complaints and questions, he didn't dare to say them out. All he can do now is beg for mercy. That's all. Boss! Boss! I really didn't know it was you. Please spare me. I am willing to work as a horse for you for the rest of my life. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Black Tiger suddenly howled loudly, his voice trembling, and rolled and crawled in front of Wang Tung, crawling in front of Wang Tung like an ant. Seeing this scene, the rest of the people around him remained silent, and no one said anything. They could all see that the mercenary, codenamed Black Tiger, had no chance of survival. On the other side, the tiger's face was also a little pale. Wang Tung insisted on conducting private interviews on incognito servers, and his organization was caught in the crossfire. In fact, this is the case within every mercenary organization. The weak eat the strong, and the strong bully the weak. If it were another mercenary organization, the same scene would occur, except that the person begging for mercy would become a senior figure in another mercenary organization. Similar thoughts appeared in the minds of other people present, and they were all secretly thankful. Fortunately, Wang Tung did not choose their organization. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble. Tiger took a deep breath, bravely stepped forward, bent down and said humbly, Boss, I didn't know your identity before. I have offended you so much, and I am willing to be punished. Go aside. After this battle, if you are still alive, come and see me again. Wang Tung said indifferently without even looking at him. Yes. Tiger secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that his life was saved, Wang Tung said this, which meant that he would not kill him, but at most give him a little punishment. Even if he performs well in this battle, he may have the opportunity to offset his merits and avoid punishment. Currently, the only one who will really be punished is Black Tiger. Hearing the conversation between Tiger and Wang Tung, Black Tiger was completely desperate and shouted miserably, Boss! Boss! Please give me a way to survive. I am willing to be the vanguard of this battle. I can go to the battle. I am willing to be the first to fight against Nat Fong. Please give me a chance. Just one chance. Really? Wang Tung smiled coldly, his smile looking very cruel. Yes. Yes. As long as you give me a chance. Boss, I am willing to pioneer for the king. Hearing this, Black Tiger's eyes lit up, as if he had found hope, and he kept hitting his head on the ground, like pounding garlic, with a banging sound. Even if it is to attack the Nafeng organization's position, it is countless times better than being tortured by Wang Tung. Attacking the position is a narrow escape, but falling into Wang Tung's hands is a narrow escape. Seeing that Wang Tung didn't speak immediately, Black Tiger thought he was thinking, so he cowed out even more vigorously, his head constantly colliding with the hard ground. Not long after, his forehead was completely smashed. The skin on his entire forehead was torn apart, and a shocking pool of blood appeared on the ground in front of him. But he didn't seem to feel the pain, and he was still knocking desperately, just for that little bit of hope. Seeing this scene, the rest of the people around them whispered secretly in their hearts, is Wang Tung really going to let Heihu go? After this incident, Black Tiger will definitely become more sincere. There is no doubt about this. Will Wang Tung let him go because of this sincerity? Boss! Boss! As long as you say a word, I can rush into the formation immediately and fight to the death with those Nafong people. Black Tiger also thought of this and shouted hoarsely, his voice hoarse. Even if the masked monster is in front of me, I still dare to rush over and fight him. Black Tiger roared desperately, really giving up. You must know that the 4 words masked weirdo are the nightmare deep in the hearts of countless mercenaries, including him. Oh! Wang Tung's smile was still so cruel, and there was a hint of coldness in his voice as he asked him, if the masked stranger was here, Would you really dare to come? I dare. As long as you let me go. Boss, I can do anything. Heihu cowed out and said hoarsely. Anyway, the masked weirdo can't be here, so it doesn't matter. Saving your life is the most important thing now. As we all know, the masked monster is still in a certain sea area, blocked by the mechanical tribe and unable to return to land. Many people even speculated that he might have been buried in the belly of the fish. After all, with no supplies from the land for so many days, a normal flesh and blood body wouldn't be able to last long. And he, the masked stranger, was not a god. Wang Tung glanced at him, then slowly raised his head and said to the people around him, I think you are more curious about the true identity of this friend next to me. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Why did the topic turn here? However, I have to say that everyone is really curious. What kind of person can Wang Tung call a friend? Judging from the positions of the two people, their identities should be equal. And there is no distinction between high and low. But in this small town, only Luo Shi, the president of the Southwest Mercenary Union, can be equal to Wang Tung in terms of status. And no one else can do this. Could it be that Wang Tung hired help from elsewhere? Everyone is leaning towards this idea. A war was imminent, and it was an extremely difficult Nanfeng organization. It was normal for Wang Tung to ask for help. But which level 5 creature will it be? Could he be the boss of the group of wandering mercenaries in the northwest region? Boss! This friend, Wang Zhong, was very cooperative and immediately looked puzzled and asked. Looking at everyone's expressions, Wang Tung smiled coldly and said in a nonchalant manner, This is the one you have all been thinking about for a long time. The legendary masked stranger who returned from H.L. Oh, what's wrong with the mask? Wang Zhong was shocked and his eyes immediately widened. It was the first time he was so rude in front of Wang Tung. What did he hear? Masked weirdo? Could it be that I heard it wrong? Just a moment ago, what he was thinking about was how to entertain this friend who came from afar. But at this moment, his mind was just blank, almost shutting down. Not only him, but everyone present, including Black Tiger, who was crying a second ago, were all stunned at this moment. And there was only deathly silence left in the scene. Is Wang Tung joking with him? How could the masked weirdo be here? Even if he really breaks out of the encirclement of the mechanical tribe and comes here, he can't stand with Wang Tung like friends. At this moment, everyone was stunned, and their previous perceptions and worldview were almost subverted. After half a minute, a trembling voice broke the silence. The masked stranger, Black Tiger, was so desperate that most of his energy seemed to have been taken away from him. He stopped kowtowing and collapsed directly on the ground. He felt like God was playing tricks on him. Provoking a Wang Tung is enough to put him in a coffin. Provoking a masked weirdo again, even if he has 9 lives, is not enough to do this. Looking at the entire Southwest, or even the entire continent, who can provoke these two people at the same time? This is not only unprecedented, but may also be unprecedented. At this moment, Su Xia and Wang Tung ignored Heihu and looked at each other. Wang Tung smiled lightly and said, Brother Qiao, I'm not the masked weirdo. After communicating for so long, you must already know my true identity. I always thought you were the same as me, but it turns out it's different. Su Xia said calmly. I thought you were just like me, but it's a pity. Wang Tung looked regretful and shook his head. They were like two riddle men, playing riddles in front of everyone. No one knew what they were talking about. Chapter 494. The battle begins. The real Wang Tung. What is the same and what is different? The two riddlers made the others confused. The shock and confusion in everyone's hearts have not dissipated, and they have fallen into deep doubts. What is going on right now? To fight or not to fight? The two major organizations are about to fight, and the battle is about to break out. However, the bosses of both sides are chatting here, and the relationship does not seem to be that bad. Could it be that all big shot figures are so calm and composed? So that's it. Wang Zhong seemed to understand something and immediately winked at everyone. Although the fight hadn't started yet, the preparations needed to be made. Once the war starts, they must kill the masked monster here as soon as possible. As long as the masked stranger can be killed, then the next battle against the Nanfeng organization can be regarded as a great victory no matter what. As for whether the masked monster can really come back from H.L. like the legend, the only way to know is to kill him. The rest of the people understood this and raised their vigilance. Su Xia and Wang Tung did not pay attention to the changes in the others, and were still chatting calmly. It's a pity. If you and I were the same kind of people, this battle could have been avoided. Wang Tung still had a trace of regret on his face. and there was a little more emotion in his voice. Well, that's true. Su Xia nodded calmly. But as long as you are willing to help me fulfill my wish, this battle can still be avoided. Wang Teng changed the topic and offered a choice to Su Xia. He continued, my wish should be similar to your goal. In a sense, we can be regarded as fellow travelers. Even if we part ways in the end, we will take the same path in the early stage. We can be friends, just like Xiao Tu and Wu Yong. You're wrong. Our paths in the early stage will not be the same. Su Xiao looked indifferent and glanced at the other mercenaries present. Really? Wang Teng's eyes moved slightly, understanding what Su Xiao meant. In order to fulfill his wish, he can use any means available, such as recruiting these cruel and violent wandering mercenaries, and letting them kill innocent lives to strengthen his own power. But Su Xiao won't do this. Their goals may be similar, but the paths they take are already different, and can even be said to be completely opposite. If you take the lives of weeds on the roadside too seriously, you will harm yourself one day. You should be more selfish as a person. Wang Teng said indifferently. Weeds on the roadside? Su Xiao smiled lightly. In your eyes, they should be worse than weeds on the roadside. That's right. Wang Teng did not deny it. The two people's words were still unclear, as if they were talking in riddles. The rest of the people present listened for a long time, but did not hear any useful information. They all looked at each other, and they all saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Apart from Black Tiger, Wang Thong was the closest to the two of them. He was perhaps the only person present who understood, because he knew Wang Teng's identity. So he knew that this battle was highly likely to be inevitable. The moment the two men finished chatting, the battle began. To be on the safe side, Wang Zhong even wanted to contact Luo Shi, the president of the Southwest Mercenary Union, to have this powerful fifth-level creature rush over to help prevent the masked stranger from escaping. But he was afraid that his unauthorized actions would make Wang Teng dissatisfied, so he didn't dare to take too many actions. Wang Teng did not look at him, and kept his eyes on Su Xia. He smiled lightly and said, now that you know my identity, you should also understand that it is difficult for you to kill me at this stage. Well, you're right. Su Xia did not deny it. When he came to town number 7 this time, he really wanted to kill Wang Teng in one fell swoop and get rid of this scourge. However, after guessing Wang Teng's true identity, he knew that this goal would be difficult to achieve. Wang Teng's true identity is very special. Once word spreads, it will shock the whole world and even cause a new round of turmoil around the world, completely changing the existing structure. But few people can guess it, even those who have frequent contact with him, just because this identity is so outrageous. Even Su Xia slowly guessed it through some information Wang Teng deliberately leaked during the exchange with Wang Teng last night, combined with his own experience. If you could go back in time, go back to yesterday morning. At that time, when Wang Teng took the elevator and entered the dark area on the 5th underground floor for the first time with his work permit, he once said this, from now on, I can only survive in this dark and sad corner. At that time, Su Xia thought he was talking about the space on the 5th underground floor. But now that I think about it, the dark and sad corner Wang Teng mentioned actually refers to this planet. From the perspective of the entire universe, this planet is located on the edge of an undeveloped star field. It is rarely visited by people and rarely visited by alien civilizations. It can indeed be regarded as a dark and sad corner. When he said that sentence, Wang Teng's expression was very complicated, and even Su Xia couldn't understand it at the time. Yes, Wang Teng is not a life on this planet. He is a visitor from outer space. To be precise, he was one of the crew members of the spacecraft that crashed on this planet more than 20 years ago. Initially, after the spacecraft crashed, not all crew members died. Some of them chose to sleep in sturdy dormant cabins in order to survive, hoping to be discovered by the Empire's rescue team or awakened by the natives of this world. Of course, even among the crew members who entered the dormant cabin, only a handful survived. Most of the people died in the tragic crash. In such a violent collision, no matter how strong the dormant cabin is, it may be damaged in the impact. Due to the limitations of the underlying logic, the spacecraft's intelligent butler, Hal, cannot actively wake up the surviving crew members. This is what Hal himself said to Su Xia. Therefore, almost all the surviving crew members have been sleeping in the dormant cabin for more than 20 years. In the new station of the Oasis camp, among the huge debris, there are 2 sleeping alien engineers. For this reason, both the Research Institute and the Academy from Longcheng are still arguing over whether to wake them up. They have been arguing all day long. and even Xiong Wei and Lan Guang can't bear the noise. But Wang Teng didn't know why. But he had woken up. As an alien life, he has no friends, no family, and no one trustworthy on this planet. So he said this to Su Xia yesterday. I don't have any friends in this world. Like a wandering soul. No one understands me. And no one understands me. At that time, Su Xia did not hear the true meaning of this sentence. He thought that Wang Teng just said it casually to fit his disguised identity. Now, Su Xia understands. Su Xia once thought that Wang Teng, like him, was the lucky one who got part of the wreckage of the spaceship. So Wang Teng would publicize that he was a man who came out of H.L. Only by experiencing the simulated combat system of a spaceship can you understand what a H.L. battlefield is. Therefore, he chose to attack Wang Teng not only because of the Nanfeng organization, but also because of the wreckage of the spacecraft in Wang Teng's hands. Wang Teng, is that your name? Su Xia suddenly asked. It is now. Wang Teng replied. Understood. Su Xia nodded and was silent for a moment. This brief exchange once again added a lot of doubts to the others. Wang Teng is not his name. What else could it be? Why is Su Xia asking such a confusing question? And Wang Teng's answer also confused everyone. It is now. Could it be that it wasn't before? Has he changed his name? Among everyone, Wang Zhong was probably the only one who understood what Su Xia was asking. There once was a wandering mercenary named Wang Teng. He was born on this planet and was an indigenous person of this planet. He has great strength and has made a name for himself in the wilderness very early. He is one of the most famous wandering mercenaries in the southwest region. But one day, he didn't know whether to say he was lucky or not. He accidentally discovered a piece of wreckage of a spacecraft and saw a sleeping alien in it. For some unknown reason, Wang Teng destroyed the dormant chamber and awakened the aliens. Then, there is no more. His story ends there. I don't know since when. Wang Teng's identity was replaced by the alien in front of Su Xia, and he gradually became the famous mercenary king in the wilderness. Therefore, when Su Xia asked that question, Wang Teng would answer, right now. As for the real Wang Teng, it has probably been buried somewhere. Countless people die every year in this wilderness. Otherwise, the wilderness land would not be so fertile. When Su Xia was thinking this, her eyes glanced at Wang Zhong inadvertently. When she saw the ugly and twisted scar on Wang Zhong's face, her heart was suddenly shocked. Wrong. Maybe the real Wang Teng is not dead. Wang Zhong's attitude in front of Wang Teng was almost humble, as if he treated Wang Teng as a god. The two of them were not like superiors and subordinates at all, but more like masters and servants. At this moment, Su Xia had some enlightenment in her heart. Did you guess it again? Wang Teng asked with a slight smile. Did you promise him a more prosperous world? Su Xia asked him. Yes. There are even greater strengths. Wang Teng's tone was serious. As long as you are willing to help me realize my wish, you can also have those. As I said before, our goals are actually very similar. Wang Teng also thought that Su Xia, like him, was one of the survivors after the spacecraft crashed. After all, Su Xia's methods are varied and her personality is unrestrained and unrestrained. Even the most powerful race on the planet, the mechanical race, does not look down upon her. The world in his eyes seems not to be limited to this planet at all, but to the wider starry sky. Moreover, his identity is mysterious. His whereabouts cannot be traced. His history cannot be found. And even his information cannot be found in the most complete database of the mechanical tribe. It is as if he suddenly jumped out of thin air and does not belong to this world at all. But as we all know, he cannot be undead. When the undead first arrived, he was already very strong and could defeat you two at that time. At that time, the undead creatures were still very weak. Even now, among the entire undead clan, no one can be found who is more powerful than Su Xia. If he does not belong to this world and is not an undead creature, then what else can he be? Therefore, Wang Teng believes that Su Xia is very likely to be an awakened spaceship crew member like him. Within the mechanical clan, there are also many senior officials who think so. Otherwise, Su Xia's priority within the mechanical clan would not be so high. Therefore, Wang Teng targeted Su Xia everywhere, publicized it all over the world, and broadcast to the outside world every day, just to attract Su Xia's attention in exchange for the opportunity for the two to communicate face to face. However, during the exchange last night, Su Xia guessed his identity. He also roughly guessed Su Xia's identity. Do you want to verify something? Wang Teng asked Su Xia. You are afraid that the world you are in is just a testing ground for a certain creature. So you want to go outside and have a look? I do have this idea. Su Xia did not deny it, and nodded lightly. The early goals of the two of them are indeed similar. Wang Tung wanted to return to the starry sky, to the prosperous imperial star territory, and to leave this remote planet that was dark and dilapidated in his eyes. He now seems to have been abducted from a big city to a remote village. He cannot adapt to the life here at all. Therefore, even if he uses all methods and no matter the cost, he must go back. For this, no matter how many people die, it is worth it. Perhaps because he was born from a more advanced civilization. Wang Tung had a sense of pride in his heart. This pride made him look down on the low-class natives of remote planets from the bottom of his heart. He doesn't care about the life or death of humans on this planet. In his eyes, these people are no different from weeds on the roadside. Or even worse than weeds on the roadside. They will die when they die. And a new batch of tool men can be found at any time. And Su Xia, just as he said, wanted to go to the stars to find the truth. He wanted to know whether the Earth existed in the starry sky of this world. If so, is the Earth here the same Earth where he was born? The two could have cooperated, joined forces to find more wreckage of the spacecraft, and even jointly resisted the power of the mechanical tribe, and finally achieved the goal of heading to the stars. But Su Xia and Wang Tung have different ideas and mentality, and they still can't go the same way after all. Last question. Wang Tung suddenly spoke and asked, are there any other wandering souls in that part of the wreckage you obtained? Have. Su Xia answered truthfully, and did not deceive him. In the wreckage of the new Oasis camp, the two alien engineers, who are still sleeping, are probably Wang Tung's companions. They are all in a foreign land, wandering souls far away from home, perhaps with no hope of returning home in this life. A stranger dies in a foreign land, and is buried in a foreign land. This may be their final destination. Do you still have any questions? Wang Tung asked. It's gone for now. Well, Wang Tung suddenly turned his hand and slapped the black tiger in front of him on the forehead without any warning. Hearing a snap, Heihu rolled his eyes and passed out on the spot without even saying a word to beg for mercy. Then, Wang Tung calmly ordered Wang Zhong, take him down and make sure he survives until the end of this war. Yes. Wang Zhong looked respectful, bent down and grabbed Black Tiger's trousers, and then dragged Black Tiger away from the area like a dead dog. Wang Tung looked at Su Xia again, his eyes gradually becoming sharper. Then it's our business. Chapter 495 9 Yuan Alloy. The battle is about to begin. Almost no one around them expected it. The two people who were chatting happily one moment suddenly got into action the next moment. Boom! The two flew out upside down, leaving two faint afterimages of their bodies in the air. Although it was just a tentative first move, neither of them held back, and both used their full strength. With a bang, Su Xia knocked down a big tree in the jungle behind, and Wang Tung also hit a pillar in the square. Only then did the two men's retreat stop. Follow me! Wang Tung let out a long roar, and then heard a booming sound. His sleeves burst. His muscles were full of strength, and his momentum suddenly surged. Like a wild dragon awakening. He is indeed very strong. Much stronger than 0 Point Tavern predicted. The 0 Point Tavern does not know his true identity. If he had known about it, he would have written the words, extremely dangerous, on Wang Tung's information. Su Xia's eyes were indifferent. She put on her speed boots. Her speed suddenly increased. Like a bolt of lightning, she chased Wang Tung straight away. Brush, brush, dash. The two figures moved in tandem, and in just a blink of an eye, they disappeared outside the square and entered the depths of the jungle. Wang Zhong and others had no time to react. All the preparations they had made before were useless. They could not even make an effective stop. They could only watch Su Xia leave. So fast! Is this the power of top creatures? Tiger and the others were all shocked and frightened. For the first time, they clearly realized the gap between them and creatures at Su Xia's level. It can be said that if Su Xia and Wang Tung wanted to kill them, it would not be much more difficult than killing a chicken. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel happy. Fortunately, Wang Tung is here. If Wang Tung is not here and Su Xia wants to attack them, how should they respond? No wonder that mercenary town was so completely destroyed. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but think of the mercenary town that was destroyed by Su Xia alone. After that incident, some people were frightened by Su Xia's power, while others thought it was just an accident. Some people analyzed that if the mercenaries in the entire town unite and attack Su Xia, they can kill Su Xia there. After all, personal power is limited. But those mercenaries were frightened and frightened. Each one fled faster than the other. They had no intention of uniting to fight. So they were defeated one by one. The masked monster is so scary. Even if the mercenaries in that town unite, they may not be able to keep him. He will only be killed bit by bit. Tiger looked frightened, thinking that he had just left the masked monster. The guest is so close. I'm still a little scared. Yeah. I can only look forward to Boss Wang Tung. I hope Boss Wang Tung can kill him. It's difficult. We still have to see if those legends are true. In case he is really the messenger returning from H.L. Su Xia's power made many mercenaries feel unsure. In fact, there are many analyses about the destroyed mercenary town that are correct. At that time, Su Xia was not as powerful as she is now. Nor did she have so many auxiliary items. If those mercenaries can really unite, they can indeed repel Su Xia. However, there are no ifs in this world. Only results. Boom! While everyone was talking, a loud and earth-shaking noise suddenly erupted from the depths of the distant jungle. A violent shockwave spread out in the shape of a gray circle, like a strong wind coming from the abyss. The surrounding trees were instantly broken and disintegrated by the impact, turning into broken slag and rushing around. Immediately afterwards, the fire shot into the sky, like a flaming hand stretched out by H.L., and then turned into a raging fire tornado under the influence of the surrounding wind, as if it was going to burn through the sky. The whole sky was red. The person who caused all this was naturally Wang Tung, who was fighting with Su Xia. Rumble. Black bombs the size of a thumb were thrown by him. They looked like a pile of pebbles, but they were incredibly powerful. After these small pebble-like bombs explode, they will instantly throw out a terrifying sea of fire that cannot be avoided within a radius of more than 10 meters. Once contaminated, it will cause extensive burns. This was the first time Su Xia saw such a weapon. You don't need to think about it to know that this is a very special alien weapon that Wang Tung brought out from the wreckage of his spaceship. Hoo-hoo. The sudden change in temperature made the wind in the jungle blow more violently. Burning dead leaves and stumps were flying in the wind, like flying red fireflies, all over the mountains and plains. Everywhere. In just a moment, Su Xia was already in a blazing sea of fire that looked like a magma land. He looked calm and followed Wang Tung closely. Countless metal fragments swirled around him, opening a quick passage for him in this sea of flames. This is a battle of life and death. Su Xia will not expect Wang Tung to be moral. Both sides must use all means and cannot relax at all. Otherwise they will definitely be on the road to defeat. Masked stranger, how is this battlefield? In the distance, Wang Tung laughed, suddenly stopped, and then turned around suddenly. In an instant, another black mini-bomb like a rain curtain hit Su Xia, covering Su Xia's front and left and right sides. Boom! Boom! Countless bombs exploded. Flames shot into the sky. Debris flew everywhere, and smoke billowed, instantly turning the area into a H.L. on Earth. In a series of explosions, dazzling white light and harsh sound waves appeared at the same time. Blinding bombs and hearing jamming bombs. Two types of bombs were actually mixed in, and their power was astonishing. Even Su Xia had to close her eyes at this moment. Otherwise her retinas would be burned by the strong light. Even if it can be cured later, temporary blindness will occur now. Sharp sound waves hit at the same time, stinging his eardrum, as if it was about to be punctured. This sound wave not only interfered with his hearing, but also gave him a splitting headache, as if thousands of small insects were constantly drilling into his mind, gnawing at every inch of his nerves. Su Xia couldn't help but frown, and directly injected herself with an injection of painkiller. This kind of sonic weapon, placed on a regular battlefield, is absolutely a nightmare for soldiers comparable to incendiary bombs. An ordinary 5th level creature here would have been disturbed by this wave of continuous explosions for at least 15 seconds, and would have lost its vision and hearing during this period. It could only rely on the experience accumulated over the years to deal with the enemy. In other words, within 15 seconds, it becomes a blind and bulging target, allowing the enemy to attack. Call out! Only a sharp roar was heard, and a slender armor-breaking bomb that looked like a poisonous snake came straight towards Su Xia. Use heat rounds on a flesh creature. Except for the mechanical tribe. Only Wang Tung can do this kind of behavior. Wang Tung is a mechanical transformation man, who can use far more weapons than ordinary people. Su Xia knew this very early. Back then, when he first met Wang Tung in Baimu Town, Wang Tung showed off a pair of metal wings on his back. Moreover, Wang Tung's transformation technology comes from the stars, and far exceeds the technology of this planet. The various materials and internal systems used must be top-notch. But for some reason, Su Xia couldn't affect the alloy material in Wang Tung's body at all. As if there was an invisible shield that isolated his abilities from Wang Tung. Boom! The armor-piercing bomb was detonated by the bait used by Su Xia at a distance of more than 20 meters in front of Su Xia, turning into a ball of orange-red blazing fire. Without the assistance of nanorobots, it would be difficult for Su Xia to avoid this roaring missile, because he was still in a state where both vision and hearing were offline at the moment. His perception of his surroundings was extremely weak. The fire was rising and the gunpowder smoke was filling the air. There were burning and broken tree trunks everywhere. The gunpowder smoke made people almost suffocated. The ground was full of large and small craters. This battle had just begun, and it had destroyed an area of several hundred meters in radius. Note, the enemy disappeared, possibly using special hiding skills. Before Su Xia recovered, the nanorobot sent him this news. The next moment, there was a flash of light, and Wang Tung had already arrived in front of Su Xia, with a cruel look on his face, like an assassin who was about to succeed and take Su Xia's head, take advantage of his illness and kill him, interfering first, then killing. This is Wang Tung's usual method of dealing with advanced creatures. Just the first round of interference gave him an opportunity to take action. The sharp sound of the armor-piercing bomb was just to attract Su Xia's attention. The real sure kill comes from Wang Tung himself. Active skill. Void Assault. He came to Su Xia in a flash. His speed was unbelievable. As if he was teleporting. He held a deadly psychic weapon in his hand, and the light blue luster that Su Xia was very familiar with appeared on the weapon. Active skill. Psychic Thrust. Assault and Stabbing. The two skills are a perfect match. Su Xia had expected it, and was ready the moment Wang Tung disappeared. Ding! Several sharp fragments of the skeleton sword blocked the path of Wang Tung's weapon, causing sparks to fly and clanking sounds. Su Xia's eyes were cold and sharp, and with a thought, she took the opportunity to launch thousands of metal fragments, trying to keep Wang Tung in front of her and strangle him on the spot. But at this moment, a smile appeared on the corner of Wang Tung's mouth, as if he was not worried about the rapidly rotating sharp blade-like fragments around him. Masked stranger, don't you feel anything? As soon as he finished speaking, an indescribable strange force suddenly exploded on Wang Tung. In an instant, countless fragments flying around fell to the ground, like dead butterflies, falling into the surrounding sea of fire one after another, which actually looked a bit beautiful. But within this beauty, there is an unimaginable deadly murderous intent. Those metal fragments are not out of Su Xia's control. However, the strange force that suddenly erupted from Wang Tung interfered with Su Xia's control of all the metal fragments. Magnetic field! Su Xia looked indifferent and slowly said these two words. Yes, Wang Tung used a prop that was enough to turn the situation around. Strong magnetic stance. This is a gift I specially prepared for you, Wang Tung said with a smile. Are you still confused about why you can't control the metal in my body? It seems that there is already research on my ability in the Imperial Star territory, Su Xia said calmly. Actually, you should have experienced it when you started fighting against the mechanical tribe. Wang Tung smiled lightly. How does it feel? Have you not noticed that you have the greatest control over ordinary iron, cobalt, nickel and other metals and their alloys, while your control over gold, silver, titanium and other metals and their alloys is weaker? Well, I do have this experience. Hearing what Wang Tung said, Su Xia suddenly understood a lot. That night in Seahorse City, Su Xia destroyed many mechanical creatures while fighting her way out of the encirclement. Facing advanced mechanical creatures with the same psychic abilities, Su Xia could easily destroy ordinary soldiers. But it would take a little more effort to destroy officers at the first level. At that time, he thought it was because the internal designs of mechanical soldiers and officers were different. Now it seems that it is more likely to be a matter of materials. If the materials for building the opponent's body were mostly alloys of gold, silver, titanium and other metals, Su Xia would have to expend more energy. Among them, titanium metal and its alloys have the strongest ability to inhibit you. So you have never been able to defeat Mercer because you are naturally suppressed by him. Wang Tung has obviously studied Su Xia's record, and he has no confidence in Su Xia. Very understanding. The smile on his face did not change, and he continued. The mechanical tribe often says that the body of each of their soldiers is made of titanium alloy. But how can there be so much titanium alloy on this planet? Ordinary mechanical soldiers do not get this kind of treatment. At most, titanium alloys are used in key parts, and ordinary alloys are used in other parts. Wang Tung was right. The mineral resources of this planet were very poor. Even if the Interstellar Mining Company passed by, they would not take a direct look at this planet. Moreover, there is no titanium metal ore on this planet. All titanium metals fell from the sky more than 20 years ago. At that time, precious psychic resources flowed out of those falling meteorites, ushering in the era of psychic energy for this planet. The body of those meteorites is titanium metal. Using titanium metal, tin metal, zirconium metal, and other metals, under certain conditions, you can create a 9-element 2-phase titanium alloy. This alloy can be almost completely immune to your abilities. Wang Tung smiled calmly and said, "The modified part of my body is made of this kind of metal. So you can't control the mechanical part of my body." I see. In other words, Su Xia's most powerful ability is almost ineffective in front of Wang Tung. The Imperial Star territory is vast and technologically prosperous. Any leakage of any technological information can be regarded as a dimensionality-reducing blow to the planet. Breakthroughs in material science are very difficult and often require a certain amount of luck. And in the starry sky, there are materials specially developed for Su Xia's ability. What does this mean? Seeing Su Xia's expression, Wang Tung smiled again and said, "At the beginning, the research institute that developed this titanium alloy spent 60 years, changed 7 project leaders, and consumed a lot of resources. This metal was finally developed. Of course, they were not aiming at your ability, but just to develop an alloy that could cope with a complex interstellar environment." Hearing this, Su Xia was thoughtful. It turns out that it is not aimed at his ability. It can only be regarded as incidental at best. Chapter 496 Death Charge. In this battle, Su Xia was suppressed like never before. Even when fighting against the machine tribe, he had never suffered so much suppression. His most powerful abilities were disabled. There was no other reason than that his opponent was a visitor from the stars. Although Wang Tung is just an ordinary crew member, his vision and knowledge can be considered a dimension-reducing blow to the entire planet. In the Imperial Star territory, there must have been methods for various psychic talents and skills. But the research on psychic power on this planet has just begun. Comparing the two sides, they are like giants and ants. Not on the same level at all. "How's it going? I told you that you can't kill me at this stage." Wang Tung smiled lightly, flapped the mechanical wings behind his back, flew dozens of meters upside down, and then hung in the air, looking down at Su Xia. Fire was rising all around. Burning leaves were flying, and the whole world was ablaze. The countless metal fragments that had just fallen had been burned red, shining with strange light in the sea of fire. Under the influence of the strong magnetic position, there are not many metals that Su Xia can control. It is helpless to say that he is already one of the most powerful creatures on the planet. But he can't even do anything to an ordinary visitor from the stars. "Maybe you can try to kill me." Su Xia looked at Wang Tung calmly and said, "You still have a lot of back tricks that you haven't used yet. I don't think it's that easy to kill you." Wang Tung was very calm. If he were an ordinary 5th-level creature, he would have died in the wave just now. There would be no chance of death. A chance to chat with him again. Su Xia was about to say something more when her eyes suddenly moved slightly, and she looked in the direction of town number 7. At the same time, Wang Tung, who was in midair, also turned his head and looked at the town with interest. What can attract two people at the same time is naturally the spiritual energy fluctuation of the 3rd level 5 creature. In the small town, Luo Shi, the president of the Southwest Mercenary Union, appeared. He stood on the top of the clock tower building, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the area where the two were fighting. The mountains and forests in the distance were ablaze. The fire was raging. The heat was rolling. And even the sky was reflected crimson. "Oh, it's finally here," Luo Shi whispered to himself. Wang Tung finally showed up. But he didn't come to him immediately. Instead, he directly fought with the masked stranger. This made Luo Shi feel slightly uncomfortable. But he had no intention of interfering, and just sneered. "Let's fight. It's best if we both lose. Even if both of them die in the battle, it has nothing to do with him. Instead, he can reap the benefits." Below the bell tower, Wang Zhong said loudly, "President Luo, Boss Wang Tung is fighting the masked stranger now. Can you go and help? That masked stranger is very cunning. I'm worried that he will find an opportunity to escape." "Oh, do you think he will escape? Aren't you worried that Wang Tung will be defeated?" Luo Shi smiled. "What if the person who escapes is Wang Tung? No, Boss Wang Tung must be stronger than the masked stranger." Wang Zhong's face was extremely serious, and he was convinced of this. He knew that Wang Tung was a visitor from the stars, not a native like the masked stranger. Oh, you do have confidence in Wang Teng, Luo, she said. President Luo, time waits for no one. Can you go now? Wang Zhong asked again. Why are you so anxious? Luo, she glanced at him indifferently. The battle has just begun. The masked stranger still has the strength to retreat. If I go over now, I will only scare the snake and scare the masked stranger to escape early. Wang Zhong showed a trace of hesitation on his face. But he was already scolding him in his heart. To arouse the enemy? This guy has already released the psychic energy fluctuations of his 5th level creature. And he is still standing on the high bell tower. Like a big light bulb in the dark. As if he is afraid that others will not feel it. The masked stranger at this moment must have felt it a long time ago. Why are you talking about alerting the enemy? If the masked stranger was unsure, he would choose to run away now. Don't be anxious. There are some things you can't rush. Luo Shi's eyes were indifferent, and he stood with his hands behind his back, no longer paying attention to Wang Zhong below. In the distance, in the jungle, fire shot into the sky. Su Xia and Wang Teng stood opposite each other, their momentum unabated, confronting each other. Wang Teng smiled calmly and said to Su Xia, "Do you think he will come?" "No." Su Xia replied calmly, "Yes, he won't come." Both of them knew that Luo Shi would not join the battle at this moment. He has a distinguished status and is the leader of a large formal organization. He does not need to fight for a group of wandering mercenaries at this time. He is the kind of person who is full of calculations and interests. Even if they really want to join the battle, it will definitely be the time when both Su Xia and Wang Teng will suffer losses. If you have any other means, such as the god-killing gun, floating bombs, or even the sound of destruction, you can use them. Wang Teng said confidently, I am not a fool like Mercer. For weapons that also come from the stars. I'm still in awe. The sound of destruction? Su Xia's expression remained unchanged and she said calmly, if I use this kind of weapon, are you sure you can dodge it? As long as it's not in the center of the explosion. You overestimated the destructive power of the sound of destruction. Wang Teng said calmly, the sound of destruction is the most powerful weapon in Su Xia's hands now. There were only 6 in total in his hand, which he had found among the wreckage in the center of the alien plant forest. According to the system description, this weapon is incredibly powerful. Once it explodes, it can destroy an area of at least 1 kilometer in radius, comparable to a small nuclear weapon. The sound of the explosion can be heard even dozens of kilometers away, so it is called the sound of destruction. This kind of weapon is Su Xia's way of suppressing the situation, and it has not been used yet. When the situation was at its most critical in Seahorse City, Su Xia considered using it, but in the end she didn't. He intended to use it when least expected. For example, find an opportunity to send this kind of bomb into the Silver City of the Machine Clan, detonate it inside the Silver City, and destroy the central city of the Machine Clan in one fell swoop. It seems you are reluctant to use it. Wang Teng suddenly smiled. You should also have weapons of mass destruction on your hands. You can try using them on me. Su Xia said calmly. I can't bear to part with it either. Wang Teng said seriously. You have the ability to travel through different spaces. It is very simple to dodge a fission bomb. Using it on you will only be a waste. Just as he was talking, bursts of gunshots and artillery sounds suddenly came from near a small town in the distance. Ta 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 ta! Flames spewed out and bullets flew like raindrops through the dense jungle. The SHLs roared down one after another, drawing deadly arcs in midair, and blasting shocking craters one after another in the jungle. The vanguard of the Nanfeng organization finally fought against the wandering mercenaries in town number 7. This is an inevitable battle. The two sides have been grudges for a long time, and have shed countless blood. The hatred can no longer be resolved. Success or failure can only be determined by the most brutal battle. Come on. You bitch from Nanfeng. I used to be bullied by a single force. But now I have thousands of brothers behind me. A strong mercenary shouted, with bloodshot eyes and strong muscles in his arms, carrying a handful heavy machine guns fired at the jungle. The rate of fire of this heavy machine gun is extremely terrifying. It can fire hundreds of rounds per minute. It is a well-deserved harvesting weapon on the battlefield. Every 5 or 6 bullets, there will be a tracer round to help the machine gunner determine the trajectory. Even in broad daylight, the hot tracer bullets can be seen clearly, like red flying swords, flying out from the muzzle one after another, destroying everything in front of them. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever the bullet passed, the trunks of countless trees were broken on the spot. Sawdust flew, and debris was scattered everywhere. As soon as the two sides collided, The smell of blood was too strong to be dissolved. Of course. Until now. Many people on both sides have not seen clearly where the enemy is. And they just shoot at the opponent's position. The real battlefield is different from the game. And it is often difficult to see the enemy. Sometimes, a bullet flying from nowhere can kill you. Damn! These mercenaries are so fierce. They beat me so hard that I can't even lift my head. Li Sihua was hiding in a trench. Most of his body was covered in grass and dead leaves. Only a few were exposed, looking a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to raise his head, a bullet flew over his head, almost hitting his head on the spot. At least half of the mercenary organizations in the entire southwest region are here. Do you think they are fierce or not? Said the room chief Yuan Shushue. Damn it. Even if we attack Coral City, it won't be so difficult. Right. She wiped the blood on his face. He had already died once. And the blood on his body was not even dry yet. Not counting the mechanical tribe. The regular army in Coral City is only over 4,000. It's really not that troublesome. What's the hurry? Look at his tufford. Ju pursed his lips and pointed his gun not far away. I saw that Li Defu's eyes were red, as if he was red-eyed. He was also carrying a heavy machine gun, with a pile of brass-colored bullet casings piled high beside him. And he kept firing in the direction of the town. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Bullets are flying everywhere, and the firepower is fierce. He alone is like a moving war fortress. The number of stray mercenaries who died under his hands has reached double digits. And he is a well-deserved campaign MVP. Don't be cowardly. Brothers, we won't really die anyway. Just rush and it's over. Li Defu looked fierce, holding a cigar in his mouth, looking like a death squad. The Natphone organization said that as long as we can capture this place, all supplies will be 50-50ths. If we want to use this place as a base in the wilderness, they can also discuss it with us. Conquering this place will bring many benefits. We are the vanguard. The more firepower we attract, the better. Li Defu seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. He had died 3 times. But each time he died, he became more and more fierce, as if some active buff had been activated. The other roommates all knew the reason why he was acting so brave. The masked stranger was coming. The sky in the distance was red, as if it had been roasted. Most people have no idea what's going on over there. However, roommate Hishi's psychic talent awakened not long ago, and it is related to vision. Supervision. This talent allows him to see extremely far away, which can be said to be a natural talent for a scout. Just now, he climbed up the treetop, looked into the distance, and saw Su Xia and Wang Tun fighting. At the same time, he also saw the titles of Masked Stranger and Mercenary King above their heads. After going down, he shared the news with the other brothers in the dormitory. As soon as he heard the news, Li Defu jumped out of the trench as if he had been given a shot of blood. He didn't care about anything, just picked up a heavy machine gun and started shooting. Defu has always called himself the disciple of the Masked Stranger. Naturally, he wants to show off in front of the master this time. If he can be related to such a high-level NPC, the future will be easier. Room Chief Yuan Shushua said. Yes, the Masked Stranger is so famous that the Machine Clan failed to kill him after several sieges. He must be one of the NPCs that can promote the main plot. Maybe the way to enter the starry sky in the future lies with him. Li Sihua also said he spoke. I just don't know if the masked weirdo still remembers Defu. You should remember. These NPCs have very good memories. After this battle, if there is a chance, maybe Defu can really become the apprentice of the Masked Stranger. After hiding in the trench and chatting for a few words, the brothers were no longer idle. They jumped out of the trench one after another, holding weapons in hand, and led many elite members of the Bikini Castle team to continue the attack. Now, the Southwest Players Resistance Alliance, headed by the Bikini Castle team and supplemented by Snow and Bingley Eye's team, has a total number of registered members on the forum exceeding 1 million. And this number is soaring every day. Not only Coral City, but also player teams from other cities in the Southwest region have chosen to join. The Bikini Castle team itself has over 10,000 players. And this is despite the extremely high demands from Li Defu and others. These tens of thousands of players, whether in terms of level or equipment, are all in the first echelon of the game. If each one of them is taken alone, they can make the novice team call Big Boss. However, in this battle of town number 7, they only brought 2,000 people. There is no other reason. Too many people may cause the news of this battle to be leaked in advance. These 2,000 people are definitely considered the elite among the elite. Brothers, rush with me. Get rich and powerful today. Li Defu roared, his pride rising to the sky. And he rushed forward despite the hail of bullets and billowing smoke. He hadn't put on the mechanical armor yet, and planned to put on the armor after rushing into the enemy's position to surprise the wandering mercenaries. Under the leadership of several brothers, the 2,000 elites of the Bikini Castle team launched the first large-scale charge since the war. In this kind of positional battle, the attacker often suffers more deaths than the defender. The original Normandy landing is a good example. But the players don't care. They can still live if they die anyway. In the distance, on the top of a big tree, Chu Tang held a telescope and had a panoramic view of the entire battlefield. The people of Bikini Castle are really fierce. They are worthy of being a team of Master Mask's disciples. Every one of them is brave and not afraid of death. This kind of courage is really rare. After seeing the tragic charge scene, he couldn't help but sigh. They are the undead. They will never die at all. How can they be brave and fearless of death? Beside him, a woman rolled her eyes. If you don't die, it will still hurt. Right, Chu Tang said hesitantly. Who knows? Is there any news about Mu Yang? Chu Tang put away the telescope, looked at the woman beside him, and asked, Are the prisoners in the town real or fake? When will the rescue start? It's fake. Wang Tung found someone to pretend to be it. The woman replied. Are you sure? Is the information wrong? Chu Tang asked again. Do you think the information given by Master Mask is wrong? What? Master Mask? No. See for yourself. Soon, Chu Tang received a photo on his communicator. The photo was taken inside the town by one of the leaders of the 3 infiltration teams, Li Qianmian, who had previously spread the news in the town's central market. More than 10 minutes ago, Li Qianmian was planning to lead his team in a rescue operation and take advantage of the chaos to rescue more than a dozen prisoners tied up in the square. But just as he was packing up his equipment and preparing for action, his eyes were suddenly attracted to the table in front of him. On the clean and flat desktop, a line of text composed of nanorobots appeared at some point. The prisoner is fake. Stop rescue. Underneath this line of text is the symbol of a mask. The prisoner is a fake? Where is the real one? Chapter 497 Another Way. The prisoner is fake. Stop rescue. After this line of words, several more lines appeared in succession. I have searched all the prisons in the town. There are 3 baits. Don't fall for the trap. There is no trace of the 16 people inside the town. Or outside town. Perhaps dead. This is the message Su Xia conveyed to the Nafeng organization. The entire town number 7 has been searched. But there is still no sign of those 16 people. Everything showed that Wang Tung did not get those 16 people into town number 7 at all. Now, the Nafeng organization needs to prepare for the worst. Those 16 people were probably dead long ago. Is it really the news from Master Mask? Could it be false? Chu Tang is a cautious person. Relatively conservative. Rarely takes risks. And likes to calculate gains and losses. You have a telescope in your hand. But you didn't see Master Mask? The woman rolled her eyes again, looking speechless. Where is Lord Mask? Chu Tang was shocked and hurriedly picked up the telescope. To the west. The sky is almost burning red. Apart from Master Mask and Wang Tung, who else's battle can make such a big noise? The woman curled her lips and pointed at the western sky. The fire in that area did not stop, but intensified, constantly devouring the surrounding jungle, as if it was an extension of H.L. Fortunately, the sky is dark with dark clouds, and now the wind is blowing. After a sweltering afternoon, this area is finally about to receive a baptism of rain. As long as the heavy rain pours, the fire in the western area can be extinguished without worrying about burning down the entire jungle. Rumble. The thunder in the sky was dull, mixed with the sounds of countless artillery fires, and it was easy to ignore it. In addition to artillery fire, there were also the sounds of countless mines exploding. Even before the battle began, Wang Zhong commanded members of various mercenary organizations to lay a large number of traps and mines in the area around town number 7. The 2,000 elites of Beachbug, who were responsible for the storming, became the direct victims of these traps. Before even 1/10 of the charging distance had been covered, all 2,000 elites were dead. Each of them was covered in blood. And they were horrific. Their legs, arms, organs, heads, etc. were blown up all over the sky. Their blood dyed the jungle ground red. However, death cannot destroy everyone's fighting spirit, but makes them more excited and more motivated to fight. Keep charging, brothers, Li Defu yelled. I want to see how many times those trash mercenaries can kill me. Ha ha. I've died 6 times. Heck, I've only died 3 times. A bunch of weak chickens. I have died 8 times. Who can die more than me? Everyone wiped the blood on their faces, laughed, and charged while laughing, facing the enemy's hail of bullets. They didn't even have to hide. Even hiding for a moment would be an insult to their immortality. There are countless traps ahead, with roaring LS and smoke. Death is everywhere, and someone falls on the road almost every second. According to this style of play, when these 2,000 elites rush to the enemy's first line of defense, they will probably cause more than 100,000 or even hundreds of thousands of deaths. If the natives of this world with only one life were allowed to charge, the tragedy would be unimaginable. A few minutes later, a player who was charging suddenly stopped and stared blankly into the void in front of him, as if he was reading a certain system prompt. The next moment, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He shouted, "Brothers, I triggered a mission. What about you? Have you triggered it? It's a large group mission. We should all have it." "Yes, I was triggered too." Someone immediately responded loudly. "And me. I just triggered. My mission is called Eliminating Evil. What about yours?" "Mine too." "Ha. This is such an unexpected surprise. Those brothers who didn't come must be jealous to death." The mission triggering mechanism of this game is very mysterious, and there are no rules to follow. Sometimes, when entering a new map, an exploration mission will be triggered, and the game system will ask the player to explore a fixed location or completely walk through the map. It is also possible to trigger a quest when talking to an inconspicuous NPC, even when exploring in the wild. Just kicking rocks away may lead to a random mission. In short, the task triggering depends entirely on luck. Triggering large-scale group tasks is even more luck among luck. Now, the 2,000 elites of the Bikini Castle team actually triggered a large-scale mission at the same time. Mission: Eliminate all evil. Task description: Wandering mercenaries have always been a cancer in the wilderness. They do all kinds of evil: burning, killing and looting, and all of their hands are stained with the blood of innocent people. In the town number 7, in front of you, there are more than 10,000 evil wandering mercenaries. Young warriors, go kill these wandering mercenaries. After the mission is over, you will receive extremely generous rewards. Task rewards increase with the number of enemies killed. Kill a wandering mercenary, and all your losses in this mission will be restored. Kill 3 wandering mercenaries, and you will receive 50% of the titanium particle reward of this level. If the titanium particle of this level exceeds 50%, it will be directly upgraded to 1 level. Kill 5 wandering mercenaries, and you will get a chance to draw defensive props. Kill 10 wandering mercenaries, and you will get a chance to draw a weapon. Kill 20 wandering mercenaries, and you will get a chance to draw a special item. There is a certain chance of drawing a psychic potion. Kill. In this mission, the top 10 who kill enemies will definitely get psychic potion. The amount depends on the number of enemies killed. In this mission, the top 3 who kill the enemy will definitely get a chance to awaken their psychic talent. Damn it! Are the mission rewards so generous? Seeing the dense reward details, countless players' eyes turned red. Psychic potion. As long as you kill more than 20 enemies, you will have a chance to draw a psychic potion. Although I'm not sure what the so-called certain probability is. In any case, there is hope. As long as this probability is not as disgusting as a game made by a certain company, it will be okay. Moreover, after reaching the age of 20, there is a certain chance of obtaining a psychic potion for every subsequent reward. If you kill the first 10 enemies, you will 100% get the psychic potion. At this moment, many players were so excited that they had nothing left to think about except psychic potion and number of enemies killed. You know, these 2,000 players are considered the elite of the elite, but less than 100 of them have psychic powers. Moreover, most of them are still hovering below level 1.0. There are only a dozen or so people who have awakened their spiritual talents. But these 10 people are the absolute main force in every group fight. No matter how bad your psychic talent is, it's not much different. The worst ones are comparable to some mid to high level skills. Now, let alone ordinary players. Even the brothers in the dormitory can't sit still, and all of them are breathing rapidly. If you kill the top 3 enemies, you will definitely get a chance to awaken your spiritual talent. Si Hua, the time has finally come for you to awaken your talent, Yuan Shushu has said excitedly. See clearly. It's certain. This means that even if you are not in the top 3, you may still get a chance, he added. We brothers, try to take advantage of this opportunity to awaken our spiritual talents. Okay. It's a pity that Brother Sue is not here. Brother Sue's talent has been awakened a long time ago. Didn't you see the labels following those poisons? You can let Brother Sue awaken his second talent. Brother Sue has many enemies in the city. It's best to give him a whole body of self-defense, such as the indestructible power of the Vajra. Overall, this mission will definitely bring the strength of the entire Bikini Castle team to a higher level. Under the temptation of the mission rewards, these guys all screamed and rushed harder than the other, for fear of falling behind others and having their rewards robbed. After all, they have 2,000 elites here. There are only more than 10,000 wandering mercenaries in the town. On average, there are only 5 or 6 mercenaries per person, which cannot reach the standard of 20. The heads in this battle are destined to be won by robbing. Don't even try to rob me. I'll fight whoever robs me. Who am I in a hurry with? Jijijiji. Jijiji. A group of anxious kings are not allowed to rob. Just do it based on your ability. No matter how high quality he is, he still has to use foul language at this time. Playing games means going back and forth between swearing and having cerebral congestion, and occasionally having to curse while having cerebral congestion. In the distance, Chu Tang, who saw the scene, was filled with emotion. Awesome. What a group of fierce men. He put down the telescope and said, Old Moo is really foresight. If these undead people didn't help us step into the trap, we don't know how many brothers' lives we would have lost. Weren't you still worried about being betrayed by the undead? The woman glanced at him and said, It was then, and now it is now. Chu Tang glanced at the sky, feeling that heavy rain was coming, and then asked, Since those 16 brothers are not in the town, what is Lamu going to do? Just use distant fire to level the town? Far fire? Do you only have far fire in your mind? This town is as big as a small city. How much ammunition will be wasted to flatten it? Do you still need the supplies in the town? Are there any supplies in the town? Are you going to save the slave? The woman knocked Chu Tang on the head and said angrily, Oh, I just want stability. Chu Tang spread his hands. Being safe is of no use. If I had known, I would have asked that guy Wang Xiong to come with you. He is as stupid as you. He must have a lot in common with you. Stop scolding. Let's talk about Lamu's plan. Chu Tang was helpless. Mu Yang just contacted the boss of the Bikini Castle team. The woman lowered her head and glanced at the information on the communicator, then said, The plan has changed. The Bikini Castle team no longer intends to be the vanguard to attract firepower. They want to go directly in and become the main force in this battle. Come in directly. All those undead are ruthless. Chu Tang sighed. What about our troops? We are responsible for the peripheral blockade to ensure that not too many mercenaries escape. The woman continued. As for the 16 brothers, Chu Tang has sent people to search the surrounding mountains and forests. Whether they can be found depends on God's will. Well, our action this time has made our attitude clear to the outside world and within the organization. Yes, whether you can save people is only secondary. Attitude is the most important. If it is not saved, some members of the organization will be disappointed. After all, anyone can get caught. If they were caught themselves, they would still expect people from the organization to rescue them. This time, under Mu Yang's plan, the Nanfeng organization also set up a trap in a certain area in the wilderness, also indicating that they would try the mercenary prisoners captured before. However, the mercenary organization did not send anyone to rescue them and allowed the prisoners to be executed by the Nanfeng organization. But here in town number 7, people from the Nanfeng organization risked their lives to come to the rescue. This is contrast. After this battle, whether people can be saved or not, the cohesion within the Nanfeng organization will be greatly enhanced. The mercenary organization will become even more scattered and completely reduced to a piece of scattered sand. Even if it is brought together by Wang Tang again, it will not have the power this time. Aren't we going to help a bunch of people from Bikini Castle? Chu Tang asked. Are we really going to let them fight alone? No. Mu Yang sent a message saying that those people in Bikibo have gone crazy. They will be anxious for anyone who wants to fight for their heads. If they become anxious, they will not recognize their relatives. This, Chu Tang had a lump in his throat and didn't know what to say. The world of fighting maniacs is not something someone like him can understand. But this is fine, as it can minimize the losses of the Nanfeng organization. After all, members of the organization only have one life, and they will be completely gone if they die. Next, I hope Master Mask can defeat Wang Tang. Chu Tang looked to the west, looking at the red-hot sky, with a hint of worry in his eyes. That Lish area is simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If they win, but Su Xia loses, where will the result of this battle go? The fire crackled, the fire exploded, and the fire became more and more intense. The area where Su Xia and Wang Tung were confronting had completely turned into a sea of fire, with blazing red light everywhere, and the air was scorched and distorted. Your people can't win. Su Xia looked at Wang Tung suspended in midair and said calmly. Really? Wang Tung smiled faintly. Yes. Su Xia gave a very positive answer. 10 minutes ago. He did not dare to be so sure. After all, the Nanfeng organization was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, and it was the attacking side. So it did not have much advantage. But now, after seeing the news in the Bikini Castle game group, Su Xia is sure. Even he didn't expect that Li Defu and others would actually participate in this battle. With the resurrection talent of the undead, Li Defu and others can kill the more than 10,000 mercenaries in the town even if they use their lives forcefully. What's more, Li Defu and the others' weapons and equipment are very sophisticated and are not weaker than those wandering mercenaries. Well, since you and I can't kill each other for the time being, we might as well decide the outcome in another way, Wang Tung suggested with a smile. In what way? Su Xia glanced in the direction of town number 7. Their victory will determine our victory? Yeah. What do you think? Chapter 498. Is it worth it? Su Xia cannot kill Wang Tung at this stage, and Wang Tung cannot kill Su Xia for the time being. Wang Tung had a vague guess about Su Xia's identity, but he couldn't confirm it. If it is true as he guessed, then Su Xia cannot be killed, and can be resurrected even if killed, but can only be imprisoned. Therefore, the battle between the two is meaningless. They are smart people, and will not waste any more time fighting. If both sides use all their cards and fight to the point where both sides suffer losses, it is really possible for a third party to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, Wang Tung proposed to use another method to decide the outcome. Masked stranger, what do you think? Wang Tung smiled and asked patiently what Su Xia thought without being in a hurry. I don't like taking risks, Su Xia replied calmly. Why don't you tell me your conditions first? If the conditions can impress me, maybe I can agree to this method. You masked weirdo doesn't like taking risks? Wang Tung laughed. If Su Xia doesn't like taking risks, then there aren't many in the world who do. Talking more is useless. Only by giving specific conditions can he show his sincerity. Wang Tung gave his conditions to Su Xia without thinking too much. If I win, you will assist me in my subsequent work and become my right-hand man. His condition is actually very simple. Of course, I won't let you kill innocent people indiscriminately. I can even let you deal with the mechanical tribe specifically. I think you also know that we will all have to face the mechanical tribe in the end. Yes, it's just a matter of time. Is this the condition? Su Xia asked calmly without changing her expression. Not only that, you also need to recruit people from the Nanfeng organization. Wang Tung said the second condition. This condition is not difficult either. He did not ask Su Xia to disband the Nanfeng organization. After all, such a huge organization is a considerable force anywhere. It would be a pity to disband it. He also did not ask the Nanfeng organization to merge into the mercenary organization. After all, the two sides had a bloody feud and would definitely fight to the death once they met. Both parties only need to achieve cooperation on strategic goals. In the future, when they face powerful enemies like the Machine Tribe, they can attack the enemy from two different directions. Just these two conditions? Su Xia asked calmly. There are only these two conditions for the time being. Wang Tung replied, if you win, I will also gather the mercenary organization and lead them away from the Southwest region, so that you can become the true king of the Southwest. I have no interest in the title king of the Southwest. Su Xia said lightly. Title is only secondary. Power is the most important. Wang Tung added, being the king of this area, you will get more benefits than you imagine. Your Nanfeng organization can develop into the strongest force in this wilderness. When you integrate all the resources, even an organization like Lingdian Tavern will take you seriously. They already pay enough attention to me. Su Xia said, yes, but it can be taken more seriously. Wang Tung smiled calmly and continued. Not only that, if you win, I will also share with you the secrets of the wreckage of the spaceship I own, so that you can learn more about the mysteries of the starry sky. He paused, glanced at Su Xia's expression, and then said, the power of your cooperation is far more than 1 + 1. As long as we work together, the possibility of us leaving this barren planet will be greatly increased. I'm even confident that I can help you defeat the mechanical clan within 2 years, and then enter the starry sky. I have to say that the conditions offered by Wang Tung are quite attractive. Regardless of success or failure, he is willing to share the wreckage of the spacecraft in his possession with Su Xia. This is his greatest sincerity. On the contrary, Su Xia didn't need to pay anything. Wang Tung didn't even ask Su Xia to reveal the location of the alien spacecraft wreckage he had. There is no doubt that Wang Tung is an unscrupulous careerist. I know what you're worried about. Seeing Su Xia's delay in responding, Wang Tung spoke again and said, after entering the starry sky, this planet has no meaning to me. It belongs entirely to you, and I will not have any interference. He softened his tone and tried to sound sincere. Even if you can't take ownership of this planet, I can help you and try my best to make you the master of this planet. There is no doubt that after returning to the Imperial Star territory, I will soon become the darling of various news platforms and publishing houses. My legendary stories on remote planets will be welcomed by countless people, and my experiences over the years will be written. The book was transformed into a movie and TV series, influencing generations of people in the future. By then, I will have countless wealth and connections, and I can easily help you take ownership of this barren planet. Wang Tung knew that Su Xia also had a certain understanding of the starry sky universe, so he did not lie to him. Many spaceship crews like to write books, either by themselves or by hiring good writers to write them for them, basically about their personal adventures. In the peaceful Imperial Star territory, not many people choose to venture deep into the remote starry sky. Most people choose to live their lives in peace. However, many people have a seed of adventure deep in their hearts. However, the pressure of life, the ties of family, unknown dangers, etc., made them give up taking risks, giving up the legendary life they often fantasized about when they were young, and finally became one of countless ordinary lives. For this reason, the personal adventure stories of the crew are particularly popular. Discovering unknown life, falling into a terrifying star field, going deep into the ruins of ancient civilizations, fighting with the natives of a wild planet, etc. are all what the general public likes to watch. Hal once told Su Xia related stories. When Wang Tung returns to the Imperial Star territory, his experiences over the years will surely attract great attention and even cause a sensation. Struggling to survive on a remote and barren planet for countless years, and finally using hard work and wisdom to successfully return to the civilized world, isn't this similar to surviving on a desert island on the other side of the earth? As long as he can go back, Wang Tung will become a master and possess countless wealth and assets. It is indeed a piece of cake to help Su Xia capture this remote planet. Of course, all this is based on the premise that he will not regret it. The initiative is in his hands. What happens in the end is not a matter of his words. So Su Xia didn't think much and refused directly. I'm not interested in your conditions. You will have it. Wang Tung smiled faintly. In that case, let's put down the conditions first and see what the final result is. The wind between heaven and earth is getting stronger and stronger, howling nonstop and raging all over the land. Thunder was rolling in the sky, and the black clouds were getting thicker. A heavy rain seems really coming. It would be best if we could end this battle before the raindrops arrive. The cold rain can just wash away the blood on the earth. In town number 7, close-range fighting has begun, under the fearless charge of Li Defu and others. The first line of defense was completely torn apart. In this way, a large hole was torn open in the seemingly impregnable town number 7. The elites of the entire Beachburg team quickly poured in and fought with the many wandering mercenaries in the town. Of course, all this is thanks to the 3 teams that sneaked into the town. After the plan changed, they gave up on rescuing people and began to concentrate on wreaking havoc in the town, such as setting fire to ammunition warehouses, freeing a large number of slaves, and distributing weapons to slaves, etc., causing chaos in the back of the town. Ha ha! I killed one! That's enough for me! Someone shouted excitedly, covered in blood, and held up the bloody head in his hand. According to the mission description, as long as they can kill one mercenary, all their losses in this mission will be compensated. In other words, from this moment on, everything he does is earned. Kill quickly! Brothers, there are not many heads left. Kill one to get enough money. Kill 2 to earn 1. Grandpa Li is here. Who dares to fight with me? Li Defu rushed to the front, roared, put on his flame dragon armor suit on the spot, turned into a mecha giant, and started mowing mode directly, as if he was in an uninhabited land. If nothing else happens, he will be the number 1 in this mission. From the beginning of the war to now, The number of mercenaries killed in his hands has exceeded 3 digits. For this mission, all 5 brothers in the dormitory ran to the game hive outside the school and wore top-notch virtual reality equipment provided by the game company. The feeling of killing was extremely real, and even the feeling of blood splattered on the body could be simulated. Crack! A level 3 psychic creature was blown to pieces by LED Few on the spot. The smaller half of the head flew up. Its eyes were bulging, and there seemed to be a hint of disbelief in the eyes. And then it rolled into the dark red mud mixed with mud and blood. In the chaotic battle, even psychic creatures can hardly protect themselves. If you don't know the skill of Psychic Shield, a random flying bullet can take away the life of a psychic creature. This world is still dominated by hot weapons after all. The internal slaves rebelled, and external enemies came in again, under the combined offensive from inside and outside. The battle situation in the entire number 7 town was almost one-sided. Damn it! It's the undead! These people can't be killed at all! A mercenary roared. His eyes were red, and he fired desperately. But he couldn't stop the decline at all. Natphone organization! You don't respect martial ethics. This is our war! Why should we let these disgusting things like the undead interfere? Damn it! These undead people are crazy. They're just like a bunch of wild dogs. They can't be killed and can't be shaken off. How can we fight this battle? Where is Boss Wang Tung? Up to this point in the battle, there seems to be no suspense anymore. The mercenaries are already in disarray, and many mercenary organizations have bloody hatred that cannot be resolved. If it hadn't been for Wang Tung's call, if it hadn't been for the common hatred for the Natphone organization, they would never have united together. Now, the situation has collapsed. Completely collapsed. What's the point of continuing to fight? At the thought of this, many mercenaries' eyes flickered. They looked around and began to plan their escape. Even those mercenary organizations that regard town number 7 as their long-term base are now thinking of breaking out. No, we can't defend this place. Tiger was very decisive. He analyzed the current situation clearly in an instant and said seriously, "Break out! We must break out! Boss, our supplies and foundation are all here. Are we going to give up so soon?" The leader of the organization, codenamed Qinghu, looked regretful, reluctant to part with the assets he had accumulated over so long. "Don't hesitate. If you run out of money, you can grab it again," Tiger shouted coldly, with cold eyes. "If you save people, you will lose land, and everyone in land will be saved. If you save land, you will lose people, and you will lose everyone in land. Don't you understand such a simple truth?" Yes. Qinghu gritted his teeth. Although he was reluctant to give up, he also knew that Tiger was right. The only solution for now is to break through. Not far away, the leader of another organization shouted, "Tiger, want to break out together? Good." The Tiger immediately agreed. The more people, the better. If there are few people, a round of enemy artillery fire can suppress their breakout. "People from the Natphone organization must be waiting for us to break out outside," the leader of that organization shouted. "Then kill," Tiger shouted coldly. "The people of Natphone are also made of flesh and blood, and they only have one life. Even if we trade lives with them, we can trade them out. Tiger is right. Just avoid these crazy dogs like the undead." Not far away, the boss of another large organization echoed, "What are you waiting for? Don't hesitate. The longer we delay, the worse the situation will be for us. Let's go. Brothers, rush with me and fight out together." At the critical moment, the mercenaries who had collapsed into pieces unexpectedly gathered together again. I have to say that there are still some capable people in the mercenary organization. People like Tiger have a very good understanding of the mentality of low-level mercenaries, are also very sensitive to changes in battlefield situations, are smart and decisive, and are rare talents anywhere. In the distance, west of the town, in the midst of the explosive fire, Su Xia and Wang Tung looked at each other from a distance of dozens of meters. The changes in the situation in the town have always been felt by the two of them. "Your people are ready to break out," Su Xia said calmly. "Your people are also preparing to intercept their breakout." Wang Tung smiled lightly and looked into the distance. In the jungle outside town number 7, people from the Natphone organization have been waiting for a long time. After Tiger and the others break out of the town, they will definitely encounter the firepower of the Natphone organization immediately. Even if a successful breakout is finally achieved, very few people will survive. "I have to say that your people have always been very cautious," Wang Tung suddenly said. "I have tried many methods, but I can't make them come out in full force. let alone attract them to a fixed area. Speaking of which, I have to thank you so much. Oh, what should I say? Su Xiao looked at him lightly. After you showed up, out of trust in you, your people mobilized en masse, Wang Teng said with a smile. This move exposed their coordinates. Hearing this, Su Xiao's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly realized that he had been missing a possibility. Those 16 possible prisoners were indeed Wang Teng's bait. But, is the entire town number 7 not another bait for Wang Teng? They can be abandoned or even destroyed. Is it worth it to completely destroy the Nanfeng organization at the cost of the destruction of the entire number 7 town and the lives of tens of thousands of mercenaries? Although this can kill the enemy, it also destroys one's own foundation. It is not worth it no matter how you look at it. But for Wang Teng, if this foundation is gone, it will be gone. He is a tough-minded careerist who possesses technological means that are beyond the reach of this planet. He doesn't care at all about the more than 10,000 weed-like lives. Masked stranger, I actually told you my plan a long time ago, but you didn't expect it, Wang Teng said with a smile on his face. When I said the words roadside weeds to you, you should tell your people to retreat instead of coming to fight with me. He raised the corners of his mouth and looked at Su Xia, as if he was looking at a young junior who was not smart enough. Youth is indeed an advantage. But sometimes, being young can also be a disadvantage. Chapter 499 Iron Fist. Su Xia is still too young. Wang Teng is more cunning than him, and has no bottom line than him. Most of Su Xia's methods were within the normal range, while Wang Teng used whatever methods he wanted and didn't care about anything, as long as it can achieve its goal. The many differences in their personalities, bottom lines, and visions destined Su Xia to be at a disadvantage this time. Rumble. Black clouds surged in the sky, and thunder rolled. The whole world is getting more and more depressing, and the last light of dusk is about to sink into the ground. Su Xia's expression turned cold, with a trace of murderous intent in her eyes, and she asked coldly, Are those 16 people still alive? Of course he's still alive. How could I be willing to kill such a good bait? Wang Teng smiled faintly and continued. Of course, after today, they will not be of much use. I really didn't expect it to be so smooth this time. So I really want to thank you. Since everything is a trap, who did you invite to execute this plan? Su Xia asked coldly. People from the northwest. Wang Teng answered truthfully. The situation has been completely opened up, and there is no need for both sides to hide and tuck in. Before that, everyone thought that the 16 prisoners of the Nanfeng organization were the bait, and that town number 7 was a trap. The more than 10,000 mercenaries in the town were the executors of the trap plan. As soon as the Nanfeng organization falls into the trap, the more than 10,000 mercenaries will start killing mercilessly. Chu Tang thought so, and Mu Yang thought so too. So they made a series of preparations for this trap plan. This includes teaming up with Beechberg. Not only them, but everyone within the mercenary organization also thinks so. The mercenaries thought they had taken the initiative and felt good. Many of them started gearing up very early and were fully prepared, just waiting for today to come. However, everything is wrong. The rumors that Mu Yang and the others spread outside are actually somewhat correct. This huge town number 7 is not only a trap for the Nanfeng organization, but also a trap for the more than 10,000 wandering mercenaries. The mercenaries themselves are an even bigger bait. The real executor of the trap plan has not yet appeared. It is Wang Teng who invited a large number of reinforcements from the northwest region. You are really willing to give up more than 10,000 people? Su Xia's eyes became extremely cold, staring at Wang Teng. Look, this is our difference. Wang Teng smiled indifferently and said, Masked stranger, you are a qualified warrior, but you are not a qualified leader. A qualified leader can sacrifice everything that can be sacrificed to achieve the goal. You can't do this. A little, and I can. You are wrong. A qualified leader should create the greatest value at the least cost. Su Xia said coldly. Masked stranger, are you stalling for time? Wang Teng's smile did not change, and he could see what Su Xia wanted to do at a glance. Yes, Su Xia really wanted to delay time. He is sending a message to Li Defu. Defu, entangle those mercenaries at all costs. Send a message to the people in the Nanfeng organization, and ask them to disperse immediately and break them into pieces. Quickly. Immediately. Su Xia rarely takes the initiative to send messages to her roommates. This time I really had no choice. He not only contacted Li Defu, but also contacted several other brothers in the dormitory. Li Defu was the first to respond. Oh? Brother Su, what happened? Are you here in town number 7 too? Li Defu was surprised. He thought Su Xia should be in the pharmacy in Coral City now. We don't have time to explain. Let everyone in Nanfeng disperse immediately. Su Xia tried her best to stay calm and replied quickly. If a third party comes in, they will use artillery fire to cleanse the entire town number 7 and the surrounding area. What? Li Defu was shocked and knew that the matter was urgent. So he immediately sent a message to Mu Yang and others from the Nanfeng organization. At the same time, several other roommates also contacted members of the Nanfeng organization they knew and spread the news. In the dormitory group, Room Chief Yuan Shukshu asked, Brother Su, what is the specific situation? How do you know the news here? I'm a pharmacist. I have a lot of connections. And I have much better information than you. Su Xia thought of an excuse casually. Brother Su, are the Machine Clan going to call? But they are busy with the masked monsters right now. So they probably don't have time to pay attention to us. Right. Roommate He Lai asked. No. They are mercenaries from the southwest region of the mainland. They were invited by Wang Tung to come here to deal with the Nanfeng organization. Su Xia quickly replied. Invited by Wang Tung? Brother Su, is this true? Wang Tung has more than 5,000 people under his command, as well as thousands of other wandering mercenaries. The total number is tens of thousands. They are all here. If the opponent uses long-range firepower to cover them indiscriminately, although they can destroy the Nanfeng organization position, but the more than 10,000 mercenaries will also die. Several roommates were a little surprised and couldn't believe it for a while. With this move, Wang Tung could kill 6,000 enemies and injure himself 10,000. Even if we can destroy the Nanfeng organization by doing this. What's the point? He has become a loner. How can he develop again in the future? Because of this, neither they nor the top management of Nanfeng had considered this possibility. Too extreme. It is difficult for the creatures on this planet to understand such extremes as Wang Tung. After this matter is over, I will explain the details to you. Su Xia said seriously. Now contact the people in Nanfeng immediately. Tell them that it is the masked weirdo and ask them to disperse. Oh? Brother Su, are you connected with my master? Li Defu was excited. There is contact. Let's talk about it later. Su Xia didn't say much. It was not the time to reveal her identity yet. Among the 5 roommates, the room leader Yuan Shu is good at studying, but the other 4 are not very reliable. Especially Li Defu, who has a big mouth. It's not that Su Xia doesn't trust them. It's just that the time is not right now. Once his identity is exposed, the existing peace will definitely be broken. He prefers a quiet life without hustle and bustle. Brother Su, we have told the people in Nanfeng that they are retreating, Yuan Shushu has said in the group. Okay, tell them to hurry up. Try your best to trap those mercenaries, Su Xia said. No problem. Brother Su, don't worry. There is no need to say too much between the brothers in the dormitory. Everything is kept silent. Even if Su Xia is wrong, they will do what Su Xia says. This is a matter of trust. At this time, around town number 7, the strong wind was raging over the jungle, and the trees inside the jungle were swaying. Shadows were blurred, and countless figures flashed past quickly. Bullets were flying. Artillery fire was roaring, and gunpowder smoke was everywhere. Retreat! Retreat immediately! The news from Master Mask. Retreat immediately! Mu Yang and others looked solemn, clenched their fists tightly, and looked up from time to time at the hazy sky. The news they received from Li Defu and others was completely beyond their expectations, and completely disrupted their plan this time. Wang Tung's madness and extremeness are simply beyond their imagination. Damn Wang Tung! The moment he got the news, even the scheming Mu Yang couldn't help but curse. In the small town at this time, the 2,000 elites of Bikini Berg have gone crazy. The players clung to the mercenaries who broke through. A raging fire broke out inside the town. Thick and choking smoke rose into the sky. Cruel deaths occurred every minute, and there was fighting everywhere in sight. Hold them. Don't give them a chance to break out, Li Defu yelled. With all his firepower, his eyes were red. On the other side, the eyes of Tiger and others were also red, and everyone had a look of madness on their faces. Although the battle only lasted half an hour, both sides suffered heavy losses. The players could still be resurrected, but the mercenaries were completely gone if they died. As the mercenaries fell one by one, Tiger and others slowly reached the edge of the town. Brothers, charge together, Tiger roared. Did you see that? Those rats from Nafong have all run away. They don't dare to fight us head on. They will only let these despicable undead people consume us. Naphone rats! Why are you all running away? The boss of another organization also yelled, increasing the confidence of his own members. You're as timid as a mouse. But you're just that. I don't think you Naphone people are so powerful. A bunch of rats. Rat! The mercenaries who were still alive shouted in unison, holding their weapons high and their eyes bloodshot. Their brains can no longer think. At this moment, they can only roar and charge with a large army. In the distance, Mu Yang shouted with a loudspeaker. A bunch of idiots! Wang Teng deliberately used you as bait. You have been abandoned a long time ago. This town is your burial place. Hack your mother's shit! Tiger roared angrily, with a powerful voice. Brothers, don't listen to him. Boss Wang Teng is fighting with the masked monster. Once he solves the masked monster, he will come over to help us. Yes, Boss Wang Teng will be here soon. Until now, many people still have deep faith in Wang Teng. They are still expecting Wang Teng to show up with Su Xiao's head and lead them to defeat the Naphone organization in one fell swoop. Now that the Naphone organization is retreating in large numbers and its lineup is scattered, it is the best time to pursue them. However, as soon as they finished speaking, there were bursts of piercing whistling sounds from the distant horizon. That was the sound of countless artillery SHLs flying. What is that? A wandering mercenary with extremely strong eyesight and hearing changed his expression, pointed at the horizon and shouted loudly. Hearing this voice, everyone looked in the direction of his finger. The next moment, everyone's expressions changed. Cannonballs. Countless cannonballs. The roaring sound even surpassed the rumbling thunder, like a heavy hammer, slamming into everyone's hearts. Those SHLs came from at least 50 kilometers away, and the firing position was extremely concealed. Neither the Naphone organization nor the people in town number 7 were able to detect them in advance. The force that fired the cannonballs was the wandering mercenary team invited by Wang Teng from the northwest. Dozens of kilometers may seem far away, but the speed of these SHLs exceeds 600 meters per second, and the first batch has already flown to a very close distance, and can fly to everyone's location in the blink of an eye. Spread out! Look for cover! Everyone hide in the cover! The bosses of several large mercenary organizations were yelling at the top of their lungs with their eyes split open. At this moment, the mercenaries finally understood the reason why the Naphone organization dispersed early. Are they really all bait? Did Wang Teng really want to sacrifice more than 10,000 people to destroy more than 6,000 people in the Naphone organization? The mercenaries thought a lot, but it was already too late. That's too late. Not to mention them. Even the Naphone organization, which had received the news in advance, had a large number of members who had no time to escape and could only watch the terrifying SHLs approaching rapidly. Hundreds of artillery SHLs roared, falling from the sky like raindrops. Whether it was the mercenary organization or the people from Naphone, there was a look of despair on their faces. The area shrouded by cannonballs will definitely become a purgatory, and even psychic creatures will find it difficult to survive. Boom boom! The sharp whistling sound is getting closer and closer, like the cruel song of death. Wang Teng's move was really cruel. Even Luoshi in the small town changed his face and cursed angrily. Damn Wang Teng! You even tricked me! Even a 5th-level creature cannot stop the cannon fire from the sky. Although he is confident that he will survive this round, he will definitely be in a very awkward situation. Many people inside and outside the town have closed their eyes. Their faces are pale, and their hearts are ashen, just waiting for death to arrive in a few seconds. However, in the next moment, the roar of those SHLs suddenly disappeared. The imagined explosion and death did not come, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, as if they had suddenly entered a different world. What happened? They felt strange and opened their eyes one after another. Then, they saw an extremely shocking scene. Under the sky, there are thick black clouds and rolling thunder. A mysterious man is suspended in midair. In the dark sky in front of the mysterious man, there are still cannonballs one after another. It was as if there was an invisible wall in front of the mysterious man, isolating those deadly SHLs from the earth. Who is that? The people below were stunned and couldn't believe what they saw, especially those who had not closed their eyes before. They saw more and were more shocked. At that moment, the mysterious man suddenly appeared. She stretched out her hand, but saw no other movement. The hundreds of deadly cannonballs roaring under the sky stopped, hovering in midair for an instant, motionless. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Completely frozen. This scene was like a miracle, which shocked them inexplicably and caused huge waves in their hearts. Oh my god! How could one person be so powerful? Who is the mysterious man? She was wearing a black hooded windbreaker, and most of her face was buried in the shadow of the hood, with the windbreaker behind her. It was impossible to see her appearance, and it was difficult to know her true identity. Could it be a masked stranger? But if it's a masked stranger, who is fighting Wang Tung in the distance? Even the masked weirdo isn't that powerful, right? Many people have seen several videos of masked monsters fighting externally. When faced with artillery SH, LS or guided missiles, the methods used by masked monsters are mostly to avoid, use decoys to detonate in advance, or control the deflection of the SH, LS, without allowing the SH, LS to deflect at all, hovering in midair. Hoo-hoo. The wind was raging in midair, and the wind was fierce. The man was hovering in midair. His robes were hunting, and his aura was cold and powerful, like a god on earth. At this moment, even Luo Shi, who was standing on the bell tower, swallowed his saliva, with a look of shock in his eyes. This man is stronger than him. Much stronger. Luo Shi quietly moved his position. He no longer stood on the top of the conspicuous bell tower, and restrained all the psychic fluctuations in his body, trying to make himself inconspicuous, for fear of being noticed by this strange and powerful creature. A moment later, under countless shocked eyes, the man in midair suddenly reached out his hand and lifted the hood on his head. She shook her head slightly, and her blonde hair spread out in the wind. This mysterious strongman. It turned out to be a woman. She has delicate features, youthful beauty, blonde hair on one side reaching her ears, and blonde hair on the other side hanging down her shoulders. She has fair skin, a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, and light blue pupils, as if there is a clear sea in her eyes. People from the Western continent? Luo Shi's eyes froze. This woman's appearance was biased toward the Western continent, but she also had a bit of the softness of this continent. She seemed to be of mixed race. In his impression, there should be no such young and powerful woman in this continent. But soon, his expression changed again, because he noticed the woman's hands. The hands, wrists and part of her arms that she stretched out her windbreaker turned out to be mechanical limbs. The black metal hands were extremely flexible. If you didn't look carefully, they might have been mistaken for a pair of black gloves. Tekken Blonde Control Metal. At this moment, a long-lost code name suddenly appeared in Luo Shi's mind. But isn't that person already dead? Chapter 500 Meeting in the Jungle. Iron Fist. Blonde. There are not many people on this planet who meet this characteristic, especially on the other two continents. People over there are either blonde or brown. Many body modification enthusiasts can satisfy the two characteristics of robotic arms and blonde hair. But controlling metal is not a very satisfying feature. Is it that person? Apart from the one who disappeared 3 years ago, Luo Shi really couldn't think of anyone else. He was certain that the woman in front of him was not the masked stranger, because the masked stranger was facing off against Wang Tung in the west, and the masked stranger was not that powerful. However, according to the information from 0 Point Tavern, that man disappeared in a shipwreck during a sea mission 3 years ago. Everyone agreed that she was dead, and several people who had been in contact with her held a small funeral for her. Iron Fist Golden Wolf. This codename has been forgotten by many people. People will only remember the living legends, while the dead only have tombstones and withered flowers. Unexpectedly, she is actually a woman? Still so young? Luo Shi was surprised. The outside world thought that Iron Fist Golden Wolf was a middle-aged man. After all, this codename was too tempting. When they hear this codename, the first thing that comes to many people's minds is the image of a strong man with a strong body, a fierce face, and fists bigger than sandbags. If this codename was intended to be misleading, it has to be said that it was quite successful. Or, this is not the Iron Fist Golden Wolf, just a mysterious strongman who rarely appears? Whether she is or not, her arrival today has added a lot of uncertainty to this battle. Is she friend or foe? Which side does she belong to? Or are you just passing by? Soon, Luo Shi got the answer he wanted, because another strange and powerful man appeared. In the distance, a middle-aged man holding a sniper rifle stood on the treetop and shouted, "Wolf Girl, don't waste your psychic energy. Put down those SH. LS. Seeing the middle-aged man, Luo Shi's pupil shrank. The hairs on his body stood up, and he activated his psychic shield almost subconsciously. He knows this man. The legendary sniper. The god of death who never misses. The hunter in the depths of darkness. The Gun King Francis. He is also a legend who has disappeared for many years. Gun King Francis, He is almost every psychic creature's nightmare. Anyone who is targeted by him will die without exception. And no one can survive. So just now Luo she subconsciously turned on the psychic shield. He is afraid too. What if this guy secretly shoots him? Luo she shuddered. He didn't dare to think about it. He knew his strength very clearly. In front of these legendary creatures, his past honors and experiences are like a mirror, which will shatter at the slightest touch. When did he stand on that big tree? Luo she was frightened for a while, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. With his 5th level creature's perception, he didn't even notice when Francis appeared. The big tree was less than 3,000 meters away from him. With Francis' ability, it was no problem to snipe the enemy from 3,000 meters away. Wolf girl, what are you looking at? Francis, the gun king in the distance, shouted again. His voice was very ordinary, and did not sound distinctive. His appearance is also very ordinary. Unlike the cold, handsome and dashing killers in many TV series, he looks like an ordinary uncle with an unshaven beard and clothes bought at a roadside stall. At first glance, he is completely unimpressive. In midair, the blonde woman wearing a black trench coat tilted her head. Her blue eyes were like water. She smiled softly and said, I'm looking at the masked weirdo. That's his own battle. Let's not interfere. Gunslinger Francis said from afar. I've wanted to meet him for a long time. The blonde woman raised her lips slightly. There are rumors that he is my other identity. How can I not meet him? Kill our prey first, and then it won't be too late to meet again, Francis said. That prey can't escape. The other guys can take care of it. Uncle, let's just be lazy. The blonde woman blinked and looked at Francis, her pretty face full of expectation. Oh, okay. I'll listen to you. The gunman Francis seemed a little helpless, holding a sniper rifle, jumping down from the high tree canopy, and running towards the direction of town number 7. Seeing this scene, Luo Shi's expression on the bell tower changed sharply, and he immediately hid inside the bell tower. Listening to the words of the two people, it seemed that they were here to hunt down some prey. Luo Shi didn't want to be treated as prey. To the west of the town, the sky was filled with fire, and red flames were billowing. Boom! Su Xia and Wang Tung collided again, and both sides flew backwards, breaking countless trees that were burned to withered carbon. Both of them looked a little embarrassed and stained. Ahem. Su Xia clutched her chest, coughed twice, covered in blood, and slowly stood up from the red-hot ruins. His chest was scorched black. His clothes melted, and the flesh and blood on his skin was scorched. This is not caused by bushfires. It was caused by Wang Tung using a surprise attack to approach him in the previous fight, and then detonating a large number of incendiary bombs. Not only his chest, his 2 arms were also burnt black, like roasted pig's trotters at a barbecue stall, and his fingers were almost glued together. With a slight movement of his fingers, a large amount of burnt skin was torn apart, which was extremely miserable. Boom! With a ruthless look on her face, Su Xia smashed 2 5th-level healing potions on the spot and poured them into her mouth. A cool feeling of watermelon flavor instantly filled his mouth, flowed down his throat with vitality, and then spread in his abdomen and spread throughout his body, making him feel even more comfortable. Then, before the medicine could fully take effect, Su Xia jumped out. Blue light shone around him, and a spiritual shield was once again condensed. Blue arcs like electric light appeared under his feet. This was a manifestation of his extreme speed boots. His whole person instantly turned into an afterimage. In the blazing jungle, bring up a storm. In front of him, in the world of life-sensing glasses, a powerful life force was also attacking him. Masked stranger, do you think it makes sense to continue fighting like this? Wang Tung laughed and coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. His condition was not much better. The two had stopped fighting before, and had been confronting each other. However, when those artillery LS flew from a distance, and were about to cover the entire town number 7, and its surrounding areas, Su Xia took action. And her action was life-threatening. Su Xia must break through Wang Tung's obstruction, and then use his ability to affect those deadly cannonballs, trying to make those cannonballs deviate from the established trajectory. Wang Tung naturally wouldn't let him get his wish, and directly stopped him. During the violent battle, both men's psychic shields were shattered many times. If it were an ordinary 5th-level creature, it might have collapsed long ago. But Su Xia has a large amount of healing potions, and Wang Tung is a modified cyborg, and his ability to continue fighting is terrifying. Even terrifying. Boom! 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 Fire shot into the sky. Shockwave shook, and countless floating light bombs arranged by Su Xia exploded. turning into patches of dazzling white light, making people feel as if they were in heaven. In this suffocating white storm, two figures approached rapidly. Wang Tung laughed loudly, and one of his arms cracked open, and the bionic material on the surface receded, revealing layers of silver-white titanium alloy. Under the alloy SHL, there was a polymerized psychic energy launcher like a gun muzzle. With a buzzing sound, a dazzling beam of aggregated spiritual energy burst out, like a dark blue laser, instantly penetrating Su Xia's spiritual shield. At the same time, Su Xia's god-killing spear deployed not far away also spit out deadly tongues of fire. Before this, Wang Tung had already dodged 5 attacks from the god-killing spear. He had said it well before. He paid enough attention to these weapons that also came from the stars, and would not give Su Xia a chance at all. But this time, in order to severely damage Su Xia, he also exposed his own flaws. Boom! With a roar, the bullets of the god-killing gun hit Wang Tung hard and then exploded. Blood splattered and debris flew. A large bloody hole instantly appeared on Wang Tung's back. The flowing blood was mixed with broken metal parts, making it difficult to tell whether he was a human or a machine. Boom! The two passed each other. After a short battle, the two were seriously injured again, and their injuries were horrifically serious. Ho ho! Blood dripped from the corner of Su Xia's mouth, and her chest kept rising and falling. When she breathed, she made a tearing sound like a broken bellows, which sounded extremely uncomfortable. Just now, Wang Tang's beam of concentrated spiritual energy directly tore his lungs. A shocking wound was made on the left lobe of the lung. Blood flowed into the lungs, and external air entered the pleural cavity, causing pneumatosis. The pressure in the pleural cavity increased, compressing the lung tissue, causing both lungs to shrink and giving him a feeling of suffocation, getting stronger and stronger. If he doesn't deal with it, his life will definitely end here. Who? Su Xia's eyes were bloodshot, and she endured the severe pain. She immediately took out a syringe with a thicker needle, held it tightly, and stabbed it into the pleural cavity. Call. The pneumothorax was temporarily relieved. He took a slow breath, and his complexion improved a lot. On the other side, Wang Tang also performed emergency treatment for his own injuries. His complexion was not much better than Su Xia's. After all, Su Xia has dual templates a player and NPC, and her recovery ability is much stronger than Wang Tung. However, if Wang Tung wanted to leave, Su Xia couldn't keep him. So Wang Tung said that this battle was meaningless, and they couldn't kill each other. Ahem. The masked weirdo is indeed my valued enemy. Wang Tang's face was pale, but he was still smiling, and his bloody smile looked very scary. His lips were slightly opened, as if he wanted to say something else. But suddenly his face changed slightly, and he looked up at the distant sky. They came so quickly. He licked his lips. The appearance of the legendary Iron Fist Golden Wolf and Gun King Francis was beyond my expectation. It seems that this time the plan will not be executed smoothly. Okay. Dot! In fact, as early as half a minute ago, Su Xia and Wang Tung felt the two unfamiliar spiritual energy fluctuations. The cannonballs in the sky did not fall, which meant that Wang Tung's plan failed. This incident in town number 7 has gone through many twists and turns. It was originally a collision between the Nafeng organization and the mercenary organization. But the Nafeng organization invited the Beachwood team. This third-party force that was not afraid of death joined in, leading to the defeat of the mercenaries. Then, with the mantis stalking the cicada and the oriole behind, the fourth force invited by Wang Tung, a team of wandering mercenaries from the northwest region, made the situation take a turn for the worse. However, Iron Fist Golden Wolf and Francis, as the fifth party, once again changed the situation. Masked stranger. See you later? Wang Tung laughed loudly, fluttered the broken wings behind him, and immediately rose into the sky, galloping towards the west. Su Xia wanted to stop it, but he also knew that he couldn't stop it. He could only watch Wang Tung leave. More than 10 seconds later, a woman with blonde hair and blue eyes fell from the sky and landed in front of Su Xia, with a smile on her face. She asked, "The masked stranger?" Su Xia nodded slightly and asked the same question. "Iron Fist Golden Wolf? It's me." The corners of the blonde woman's mouth raised. She had a pretty face and a sweet voice. It was really hard for people to associate her with her nickname. "You are so young." Su Xia sighed. This legendary figure looked to be in his early 20s. The ages of the two of them are actually almost the same. Calculated this way, 3 years ago, when Iron Fist Golden Wolf was becoming famous, She might not have been an adult yet. You are also very young. Are you praising yourself? The blonde woman smiled. The two felt no hostility towards each other. Moreover, perhaps because of the same abilities, the two of them had a certain fondness for each other when they met. Their guard was low, and they could chat easily. At this time, a helpless voice came from the jungle behind. You two are very young. You can change the topic. As a middle-aged man, I don't like to mention age. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man holding a sniper rifle walked out of the burning jungle. The look on his face was as helpless as his voice. Gun King Francis. A man living in countless legends. It is rumored that he was just a gangster in his early years. Later, he obtained the treasure of another legend in prison and started his own legend. The sniper rifle in his hand was very familiar to Su Xia. It was the god-killing gun. It seems that the rumors from outside are true. Francis should also have obtained part of the wreckage of the alien spacecraft and obtained the god-killing gun from the wreckage. If you really want to count, Su Xia is now a legendary creature. The masked stranger. Francis looked at Su Xia up and down and raised his eyebrows. He is not even a level 6 creature. He dares to go against the machine race before he has grown up. His courage is commendable. King of Guns, Su Xia said with a smile. Same for you. I've heard many rumors about you fighting against the machine tribe. Fighting? It's just being chased by the mechanical tribe. Francis shrugged, as if he was not proud of his legendary experience. Masked stranger, what's going on with Wong Tung? The blonde woman suddenly spoke, with a trace of doubt on her pretty face, and asked, when he flew away just now, I didn't feel any metal on his body, but he is clearly a mechanical transformation person. That's a 9-element 2-phase titanium alloy from the stars. It's a bit complicated to talk about. Let's talk about it as we walk. Su Xia made an invitation gesture, and he planned to go to town number 7 to complete the finishing work. Okay, let's talk as we walk.